Dead? A seductive voice whispered by his ear, tinged with surprise. To Chen, the voice sounded distorted and layered. He couldn't make out the rest of her words. He felt as if he were in a dream. He managed to open his eyes, but the scene before him remained a blur. Then, in a sudden rush of clarity, it was as if he had broken the surface of the water. Everything he heard and saw snapped into focus. Quite the convincing act. The voice came again. Chen was still dazed, his gaze fell upon a pair of pale, slender thighs. A heady fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and Chen frowned. The perfume was too strong, he disliked the scent. He subconsciously reached up to rub his nose, only to find his hands were bound. He turned his head and saw they were fastened in black shackles. I'm not at home. He instinctively tried to remember, but a piercing pain shot through his skull as a flood of memories, none of them his own, surged into his mind. A few breaths later, he understood his situation. A complicated expression crossed his face. Little one. The seductive voice returned, this time laced with dissatisfaction. If you can't handle it, just say so. You've completely ruined the mood. As Chen looked up, she was already turning away. Her black and red silk nightgown outlined a graceful silhouette. Jiang He, one of Southwind Academy's tutors in the mystic arts. As for himself, he couldn't help but lower his head again, the corner of his mouth twitching. He felt a distinct chill below his waist. Was I actually being taken advantage of? His body's previous owner wasn't a student. He was just a refugee in Southwind City, and according to city regulations, he was about to be sent outside the walls as cannon fodder. That's why he was so desperate to get into Southwind Academy. Under normal circumstances, he had almost no chance of being admitted. Fortunately, he was naturally handsome. After jumping through countless hoops, he'd finally secured a sliver of a chance, and it all depended on the woman before him. As the memories churned, his vision swam. Several distorted characters, like swirling gnats, gradually took shape in a neat formation before his eyes. Host, Chen. Basic combat, mastery unequipped. This is... Chen froze. His heart leaped, and he clenched his jaw, trying his best to suppress the emotional turmoil. He swallowed hard, instinctively focusing his thoughts on the basic combat skill. Basic combat, mastery unequipped 64%. Note, a result of years of training in your previous life. Equipping will enhance the host's physical condition. A gift from my past life? Chen snapped out of his daze. While his current body wasn't exactly skin and bones, it was clearly far weaker than the one he'd had in his previous life. That bewildered look on your face, it's quite amusing. When Chen looked up again at the sound of her voice, he saw Jiang He was now reclining on the sofa, a wine glass in her hand. Snap. With a light flick of her finger, the shackles on his wrist sprang open. His arms fell free, and he stumbled on the carpet, his eyes irresistibly drawn to the discarded restraints. They say, this tutor of the mystic arts became a professional long ago. Come. Jiang He beckoned, parting her red lips to take a sip of wine. Chen hesitated. He had replaced the original soul, and while he knew the personality of the body's previous owner, pretending wasn't that simple. If I get too close, she's bound to notice something's wrong. Seeing him remain still, a slight smile played on Jiang He's lips. Her slender finger tapped a letter on the side table. It was on fine paper with gold foil stamping, its corners traced with black geometric lines. The letter of recommendation. The thought surfaced in Chen's mind, along with an inexplicable surge of longing. This was what his body's previous owner had come here for. With that, he could enter Southwind Academy and escape his fate as cannon fodder. But... Chen hesitated. According to these memories, skipping the academy would be trouble, but I need to sort through all this information in my head first. Besides, this woman is dangerous. The previous owner was perfectly fine, so how did I suddenly end up in his body? If she realizes I'm not him, she might have me dissected. Having second thoughts. Seeing Chen remain silent and still, Jiang He's playful expression vanished. She said coolly, if that's your choice, then leave. Chen glanced at a nearby chair, where a set of slightly worn clothes lay. When she saw he actually intended to leave, Jianghe's eyebrow twitched with annoyance. She added, in a few more months, you'll be forced to join an exploration team. Once you're outside the city walls, you're as good as dead. It sounded like both a reminder and a threat. With a rustle of fabric, Chen finished dressing. He kept to his predecessor's quiet and withdrawn persona and moved to open the door and leave. Seeing him move to leave, Jianghe grew irritated. I thought I'd have my fun tonight, and gain a nice little pet in the process, but instead. Just as the thought crossed her mind, her vision suddenly went black. Crash. The sound of shattering glass came from behind him. Chen, already on edge, spun around in an instant. A grim look flashed in his eyes. He was ready to equip the gift from his past life at a moment's notice. Even if it only gives me a slight chance to fight back, it's better than being captured without a struggle. But a second later, the grim look was replaced by shock. Jianghe was curled up on the carpet, writhing in pain and letting out low, agonized groans. Shards of glass were scattered around her, some already slicing into her delicate skin. What the? Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Jianghe gasped for air, her body convulsing. Her voice came in broken fragments. Call, the emergency department. The emergency department was Southwind City's dedicated emergency response agency, and their services were notoriously expensive. Chen hesitated for a moment. His gaze drifted past the sofa behind her to a long, brown table in the distance. On it lay a small, delicate silver metal bracelet. He had no idea what was going on. He suspected Jianghe was suffering from some sudden illness. Should I help her or not? Before he could make a decision, a faint click came from behind him, followed by a shrill voice. If I were you, I'd stay right where you are. He spun around warily. Two figures, one tall and one short, came into view, but they were blurry. Their forms seemed to be veiled in shadow, shimmering under the light like mobile mosaics. The taller mosaic-like figure extended an arm, and Chen realized the effect was coming from a piece of clothing. He pulled off the garment, revealing a powerfully built man who glared at Chen with ferocious eyes. The shorter one was slowly closing the door. His eyes were dark and menacing. He had a sharp nose and sunken cheeks, and a sinister, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. Jianghe. The man's gaze merely flicked over Chen before landing on the woman moaning on the floor. Tsk. He clucked his tongue, his expression unreadable. Jianghe managed to lift her head. Her face was pale, her forehead beaded with sweat. Forcing down her agony, she squeezed a question through clenched teeth. This is a private residence. Who are you? What do you want? As expected of a secret magic apprentice who's passed the delirious words trial. Your pain tolerance is impressive. To think you can still speak after drinking a withered grass potion. The shorter man spoke in a leisurely drawl as he walked forward. His gaze swept over Chen. The boy's head was bowed, and he appeared to be scared stiff, his eyes vacant and unresponsive. He paid him no mind, he knew the boy's file. This was exactly how a low-grade citizen should react. Chen, however, was reeling with shock, his eyes fixed on the translucent screen that only he could see. Discovered Tier 1 Advanced Profession, Secret Magic Apprentice. May be adopted upon meeting advancement requirements. Discovered Advancement Condition 1 for Secret Magic Apprentice, Delirious Words Trial, in complete darkness, draw an inverted cross on your chest with your own blood. Listen to the unknown voices and endure for 30 seconds. Advancement Condition 2. Profession. Chen was stunned as fragmented memories flooded his mind. Professionals were, without a doubt, the most revered class in Southwind City, possessing all sorts of incredible powers. It was safe to say that every refugee yearned to become a professional. It was a way to find stability and no longer live in constant fear. But becoming a professional wasn't so simple. Every profession required an extremely demanding ritual to be initiated. Let alone the difficulty of the ritual, even the names of the rituals themselves were considered secrets, to say nothing of their details. And according to the bits and pieces of information his predecessor had gathered, the slightest error in a ritual could lead to a failed initiation, turning one into a terrifying monster. And this panel of mine, it seems it can gather information from the outside world and then provide the initiation requirements. Su Chen's throat bobbed. He immediately understood what this meant. Just by leveraging this information gap, he could make a fortune. I'm a tutor at Southwind Academy, and a member of the Jiang family. If you dare. Ha! The short man sneered. He had already walked up to Jiang He, his voice low. Of course I know who you are, madam. The conversation between the two reached his ears, somewhat cooling Su Chen's burning excitement. He composed himself. Future aside, I haven't even solved the trouble right in front of me. His gaze fell on basic combat. It seemed to be his only hope. But, in his peripheral vision, he glanced at the burly figure next to him. The muscles on his chest were bigger than Su Chen's own head. Try to get initiated as a secret magic apprentice? I've heard that for low-tier professions, you can attempt initiation without meeting all the advancement conditions. Even if it's risky, it's not an impossible gamble. But where am I supposed to find a dark environment right now? The host's current perilous situation has been detected. The secret magic apprentice is thinking. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. The panel can change. The wise secret magic apprentice has decided to take a step back. The secret magic apprentice can now only be initiated after all advancement conditions are met, which will grant an additional reward. The characters gradually faded. What? What the hell? This profession can think for itself. I have to meet all the initiation conditions. And who the hell knows what the second advancement condition is? A flood of questions filled his mind, leaving Su Chen completely dumbfounded. Then, a sharp gaze snapped him back to his senses. The big guy next to him was staring intently, seeming to have noticed his strange behavior. Su Chen's heart leaped, but the man made no further move. He pondered silently. If these two aren't professionals. Madam, it's time to go. The short man had already risen and stepped to the side. He extended his arm, and a green hemp rope slithered out from his black sleeve. Controlled by an invisible force, it coiled around Jiang He like a nimble viper, slowly lifting her and placing her on the sofa. Rope master. Jiang He squeezed the words through her teeth. Her gaze shifted to the burly man, despair clear in her eyes. A warrior. Two professionals. Who wants me dead? Apologies, madam. We're professionals, the rope master said with a shrug. Professionals. A bitter laugh twisted Jiang He's pale face. A lowlife who only services whores. You're not even as good as that warrior over there. He's gone through the body refining trial and can at least change his profession. And you? You have no future, and you talk about being a professional? He could clearly see the stiff expression on the short man's face. Insulting both of them at once might not have had much effect, but praising one while denigrating the other was a different story. At the very least, the big guy next to him had lifted his head a little higher. Wait. A thought struck him, and he hurriedly opened the panel. Tier 1 middle-level profession discovered warrior. Warrior advancement condition discovered body refining trial, break your body's limits 10 times through arduous training. Second advancement condition. A new profession really did appear. But only warrior, not rope master. It seems the name alone isn't enough. Su Chen grew more anxious. This won't work either. I don't have the real-world conditions to complete the body refining trial. Host's crisis detected. The warrior profession is starting to think. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Don't tell me. The valiant warrior profession has decided to forge ahead, proactively revealing the other advancement conditions. Fulfilling any one of them will allow for a perfect initiation, but all other advancement conditions must be completed within 1 month of initiation, or the profession will be erased. Huh. Oh! Su Chen's heart leaped. Just as he'd expected, the second advancement condition under the warrior profession was no longer a series of question marks. Warrior profession second advancement condition, possess at least one physical type mastery skill. Su Chen frowned instinctively. A physical type mastery skill? Where would I? No, he thought, his eyes suddenly lighting up. I still have the gift from my past life, basic combat. That should count as physical type, right? Your turn. Suddenly, Su Chen's expression changed. The short man had appeared beside him at some point. His attention had been almost entirely focused on the mental panel. He had only vaguely heard the man saying something like, "The madam has a lot of spirit, and I hope she can still talk like that in a little while. Nice-looking shell." The short man seemed to be sizing him up for the first time, a hint of admiration in his sinister gaze. No wonder you could trade your body for a borrowing letter. A borrowing letter? Not an admissions letter? Su Chen couldn't help but feel confused, but he saw the floating green hemp rope had already entered through his sleeve cuff and was winding around his limbs. His body began to move against his will. A refugee, threatened by an academy tutor, is accidentally killed by her in bed. But before dying, he manages to kill her too. A double death, that should be a plausible story. He rubbed his chin, narrating with a savage grin, "When the inspector guard comes in, they'll find the two of you lying naked on the sofa. With a scandal like this, neither your family nor the academy will want to publicize it. The case will be closed quickly, won't it?" The rope master looked at Su Chen again, a strange smile playing on his lips. "You're getting off easy, little guy. You get to enjoy this beautiful body before you die. But don't worry, I won't let you finish. You can hold it in." Jiang He's face was pale. It was unclear if she was frightened or something else, but she said nothing more. Bound by the rope, Su Chen walked uncontrollably toward the sofa. Just then, the lights in the room dimmed. The short man's face changed drastically. He snapped his head toward Jiang He, whose face was twisted in a vicious expression. Her lips parted, and she let out a sharp cry, suppressed dash. The sound wasn't loud, yet it seemed to come from a great distance, shrill and piercing, slamming viciously into the minds of the three men present. Su Chen felt his body go limp, as if he'd been clubbed on the back of the head. From behind him came two muffled thuds and agonized cries. "Go! Go, cover her mouth," the rope master roared, clutching his head and hunching over. The warrior, however, seemed to be different. Though he also appeared to be in great pain, he could still manage to move, stumbling toward Jiang He. Su Chen had already fallen to the ground. For some reason, he wasn't in as much pain, his thoughts were even clearer than before. A huge shadow stepped over him. It was the big guy. Su Chen's thoughts raced. No one is paying attention to me. This is the perfect moment. He didn't hesitate. Equip basic combat. A strange sensation instantly flooded his entire body, like countless ants crawling between his bones. His muscle fibers subtly thickened, and his frail body underwent a silent transformation. But in this situation, no one had the mind to pay him any attention. Su Chen clenched his jaw, his pupils shot with blood, and stared intently at the panel that only he could see. Advancement condition has been met. Behind the warrior profession, the word initiate appeared in clear text. His gaze fixed on the word. As if sensing his resolve, the warrior profession suddenly dissolved. Su Chen felt his heart give a ferocious leap, as if struck by a war drum. Warrior profession has been initiated. Ability acquired strong. Immediately after, a far more intense transformation washed over him. His muscle tissue felt like it was being torn apart and then forcibly stitched back together. The power his body wielded increased explosively, but the change didn't make him burly like the big guy. Instead, it made his physique more well-proportioned. Thump. 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 The sound of his own heartbeat rang in his ears. The changes brought on by equipping basic combat and initiating the warrior profession were too immense. Coupled with the strange effect from Jiang He, his consciousness was nearly overwhelmed. Fortunately, the transformation ended quickly. The pain in his body rapidly faded, and at the same time, the agony in his mind diminished to almost nothing. With no time to get used to the changes in his body, he snapped his head around to look at the rope master, who was still clutching his head and groaning. At the same time, the warrior had just reached Jiang He. His hand reached for her head, his eyes wide and blood seeping from his nose and mouth. The strange sound suddenly vanished. The rope master let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. Damn it. Don't worry, I'll make sure you two die a very. The rope master snarled, but his face suddenly froze as a shadow fell over him. His throat bobbed. The fallen hemp rope beside him twitched, but before it could act, he felt a hand land on his head like an iron band, appearing from nowhere. A sharp, stinging pain reminded him that if the other person squeezed, it would cause irreversible damage to his skull. Don't move. A cold voice said. The rope master's body trembled, his downcast face showing a hint of utter disbelief. How? How is this possible? Who? Chen slowly exhaled, now standing beside the rope master. He hadn't killed the man outright because he still needed to negotiate with the other one to keep Jiang He alive. Otherwise, even if he escaped today, the inspector guard would be on his tail by tomorrow, and he would still be doomed. Old ghost. Just then, the warrior also turned around. 6 eyes met, filled with astonishment. Sure enough. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The warrior hadn't killed Jiang He, only covered her mouth. After all, before Chen had made his move, they couldn't have predicted this turn of events. You. The warrior seemed unable to process the situation, his brows tightly furrowed. Jiang He was also staring at Chen in utter disbelief. The warrior's burly frame had blocked her view just now, so she hadn't seen what had happened to Chen at all. She never would have imagined that in the blink of an eye, he had subdued the other man, the rope master. His previously gaunt upper body had become lean and powerful, his muscles perfectly proportioned. The look on his face was even more unfamiliar to her. Cold, vigilant, and ferocious. She had never seen any of it on Chen before.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
For a moment, the room fell silent. This. Sir. Old Ghost began, his voice trembling. We can talk about this. I'll have him let Jiang He go, you let me go, and we go our separate ways. How about that? Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze fell upon the warrior, blood trickling from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He then glanced at his panel. The basic combat skill was gone. Under the warrior profession, only one ability remained. Strong, unleashes the body's potential, temporarily increasing explosive power. This was the professional ability that came with becoming a warrior. Chen didn't know how much of a boost it provided. However, the big guy already seemed to be heavily injured. Chen suddenly noticed that Jiang He was blinking frantically, apparently trying to get his attention. Seeing that he was finally looking, the woman flicked her eyes diagonally upward, toward the big guy. What does she mean? She still has a trick up her sleeve. Just what you'd expect from someone with an upper-tier profession. Still this feisty after being fed that potion. Chen discreetly blinked back, signaling that he understood. Old Ghost's head was still being forced down. Getting no response, he couldn't help but continue, Sir, if you kill me, the warrior will kill Jiang He. Neither of you will be able to stop the other, and it will only end in mutual destruction. She was the one who brought you here. The inspectorate could easily track you down. He didn't know why this low-class refugee was so completely different from his file, but since the man was hiding his strength, he surely didn't want to be exposed. Chen remained silent. This was precisely why he hadn't killed the man immediately. Even though he was now a professional, he had little ability to resist the inspectorate. Feeling the large hand clamped on his head loosen slightly, Old Ghost breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to press his advantage, a sharp pain shot through his skull. Chen suddenly tightened his grip. With a sickening crack, the man's neck twisted over 90 degrees, and he fell silent. Old Ghost, the warrior roared, his eyes bulging with rage. He was about to apply the same force when a bizarre, stabbing pain shot through his head, causing the massive hand covering nearly half of Jiang He's head to instinctively flinch. Crash! The floorboards beneath Chen's feet shattered as he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The distance between them was already short. The explosive power that came with becoming a warrior was beyond even Chen's own expectations. He barely had time to react before the big guy was right in front of him. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared, he had already activated strong. His heart felt like an engine with the gas pedal floored, contracting and expanding violently as blood roared through his veins. Green veins popped out all over his skin, looking as if they were about to break free. The warrior had only two choices, either kill Jiang He and take a punch from Chen. Or block Chen. His body reacted faster than his mind, his right hand already gathering power for a collision. Chen didn't use any fancy techniques, just a straight punch. Bam! As their fists collided, a flicker of surprise crossed Chen's ferocious expression. He had put his full strength into the blow, but the force coming from his opponent's arm was weaker than he had imagined. Crack! The faint sound of bone cracking came from the warrior's arm. An intense wave of pain washed over him as he staggered backward, his right arm trembling uncontrollably. His face filled with horror, his eyes fixed on the taut green veins beneath Chen's skin. A perfect profession change. Chen paused for a moment, but didn't dwell on it. He pressed his advantage, swinging his right foot into the warrior's cheek. Crack! Blood sprayed out as the warrior flew backward, sending the sofa flying before he crashed onto the floor. Thud! 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 Chen closed the distance, raining punches on his opponent's vital spots as blood flew. A few moments later, Chen stood up, his chest heaving. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, his body completely drained. The warrior on the floor was a bloody mess, his features unrecognizable. Even with Jiang He's help, the fight had been far easier than he had imagined. It wasn't the guy's first day as a professional, so he should have been much stronger than him. Perfect profession change, he murmured. The panel had indeed said it was a perfect change, something he hadn't paid much attention to, but it seemed to be a bigger deal than he thought. Rip. A sound from behind made Chen whirl around. It was Jiang He, shakily struggling to her feet. And then there's this woman. Chen, thank you. Jiang He's face showed relief, mixed with gratitude and sincerity. She held out the card she had just picked up from the floor. This is for you. Chen didn't say a word, just stared at her intently. Gradually, the grateful smile on Jiang He's face began to stiffen. Only then did Chen make a move. He walked forward and took the card. What's a borrowing letter? Jiang He's expression changed. The Chen before her now felt like a stranger. Is this his true self? Was he pretending before? But why didn't I sense that he was a professional? Uncertain of the situation, Jiang He didn't dare to take any risks. She answered honestly, it's for an informal student at the academy. You can attend classes, but you have to leave the city at regular intervals. You lie to me. Jiang He trembled slightly. Chen's tone was placid, his eyes beneath his messy hair unnervingly deep. She couldn't sense any killing intent from him. But he had been just like this moments ago when he'd crushed Old Ghost to death. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Jiang He cursed inwardly and scrambled to explain, no, leaving the city this way is different from leaving as a refugee. It's a supplement to the city patrol guard. You only patrol the vicinity of the city, you aren't sent to dangerous places to be cannon fodder. I see. Chen nodded thoughtfully, but then added, so, you thought I wouldn't know the difference and deliberately used a vague term like enrollment letter to trick me? No. Jiang he shook her head quickly. The official enrollment channel is only open once a year. Once you miss that window, no one can enroll through official channels. I thought you knew. Chen was non-committal and changed the subject. What's a perfect profession change? Jiang he was stunned, not understanding what Chen was getting at. It's when you yourself are an extremely good fit, she said with a sense of helplessness, and you fulfill all the conditions required by the profession to an extremely high degree. That's how you get a perfect profession change. What are the benefits? The benefits: you can obtain powerful professional abilities, and you're less likely to mutate. Jiang he said, stating some common knowledge as she pointed at the bloody mess of the warrior on the ground. A warrior who has a perfect profession change should be well proportioned, like you. His kind of bulky muscles are a clear sign he used a potion to assist the process. Although he still managed to change professions, he couldn't obtain the professional ability, and his hopes for future advancement are also slim to none. So, that guy didn't actually have the strong ability. No wonder he was so weak. He mused, is a perfect profession change difficult? Jiang he explained, it's not difficult for low-tier professions, but it gets very troublesome for high-tier professions. The requirements for some superior and top-tier professions, in particular, are extremely demanding. Chen seemed thoughtful, then abruptly asked, do you have any life-threatening secrets I could hold over you? Huh? Jiang he looked baffled. Chen's disjointed questions made it hard for her to follow his train of thought. If not, then I'll have no choice but to kill you, Chen said, frowning slightly. Hearing this, Jiang he instantly sobered up. You can't kill me, she said hurriedly. My people brought you here. They could easily trace everything back to you. Even if you flee the city, facing the darkness alone is a death sentence. Chen's brow furrowed even more deeply. That's why I'm asking if you have any life-threatening secrets I can hold over you, he emphasized. This time, Jiang he understood what he meant. She froze for a moment, then forced herself to speak. You saved me, and I'm very grateful. So that's a no, then, Chen cut in impatiently, already raising his hand. This woman is no simple character. Without some leverage, I'll be at her mercy once she recovers. I do. Jiang he cried out. I can tell you about some of my scandals. Not good enough. I need the kind that could get you killed, Chen said, shaking his head. What good is a scandal? Looks like I'll have to run for my life, then. Chen deliberately increased the pressure, walking slowly toward Jiang he with a look of resignation. Jiang he swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on her forehead. For a Tier 1 professional, leaving the city rashly was a death sentence. But whether he would die or not was a problem for later. She was about to die right now. Blood oath contract, she ground out through clenched teeth. I can form a blood oath contract with you. If you die, I die. Hearing her mention this so-called blood oath contract, Chen stopped. And what about me? You'll be fine, Jiang he replied. Still not satisfied, he asked, I want the kind that gives me control over your life. That kind doesn't exist. At least, I can't do it, and you can't control it, Jiang he explained, forcing herself to sound calm. This is the best method I can think of. There are ways to circumvent it, but they come at a great cost. Chen looked at her. This is probably the best I'm going to get, he thought. He didn't want to leave Southwind City either, that was a death sentence. He'd just have to take the risk. Do you have a book that describes this blood oath contract? Chen asked, nodding. Yes, upstairs. Jiang he's tense body visibly relaxed, and she let out a sigh of relief. Let me rest for a bit, then we can go look at it together. Chen was still a bit wary, but then he remembered the resistance he had shown to Jiang he's earlier area of effect attack. That must have been a mental attack. Even before I became a professional, my resistance was stronger than that rope master's. It's probably because I transmigrated here. I might as well test her. With this in mind, Chen didn't say anything more. He just walked to the side, picked up his clothes, and then grabbed the rope Old Ghost had dropped on the floor. Tier 1 item, vein hemp rope, a special rope woven from vein grass soaked in black oil for 3 days. Can be controlled by a rope master. It can identify items, too, Chen thought in surprise. He casually touched a few other things, but only the 2 robes that could blur one's figure triggered a notification. Tier 1 item, shadow avoiding robe, a robe made primarily from shadow wolf hide. It seems only tiered items get a description. Do you know who wants you dead? He asked, finding a place to sit down and looking at the 2 corpses on the floor. Jiang He was rubbing her temples. Her clothes were in tatters, revealing large patches of skin, but she paid it no mind. A venomous look appeared on her face at his words. I've made plenty of enemies, but not many who would go so far as to have me killed. You're married, aren't you? Chen mentioned abruptly. What are you trying to say? Jiang He's gaze snapped toward him, filled with shock and suspicion. Nothing. There's a saying that a husband and wife can be the closest of kin or the furthest of strangers. When one spouse is murdered, isn't it normal to suspect the other? Chen said casually. That withered grass potion has to be ingested, right? The number of people who could have poisoned you is minuscule. Besides, that guy, Old Ghost, said that if you died, your family and the academy would quickly sweep it under the rug. But he never mentioned whether your husband would do the same. Logically speaking, given the way he said you would die, your husband should be the one most concerned. Jiang He's expression changed slightly. Old Ghost had indeed said that, but the situation had been so dire that she had forgotten. She never expected Chen to remember. Could it be him? Would he dare? Jiang He murmured, her gaze sweeping over the pool of wine-red liquid on the floor. If it is him, there must be a reason. You have a bad reputation, so it's probably not because you cheated on him. Think hard, Chen reminded her again. The reason he also wanted to get to the bottom of it was that the mastermind had clearly included him in their scheme. Since neither of them died today, there would likely be consequences. Could it be? Jiang He looked up abruptly, as if she'd realized something. The Tier 3 profession secret weaver. Chen looked over. Jiang He's expression was slightly agitated. A month and a half ago, my father told me that the family would select 3 people for special grooming, supporting them all the way to becoming a secret weaver. He's been working behind the scenes for me. Half a month ago, he told me that everything was almost settled. My father only has one daughter, me. The spot has been arranged, the price has been paid. Even if something happened to me, my father wouldn't just hand it over to someone else. It would probably go to him. It must be him. Jiang He was nearly certain, yet still confused. But where would he get the resources to hire 2 professionals? And this was a family secret. My father only told me, and I never revealed it to him. Seeing that Jiang He had sorted through her thoughts and had likely identified the suspect, Chen didn't help her analyze any further. He simply asked, how does one advance to secret weaver? That. Jiang He shook her head. I don't know either. Secret weaver is the advanced profession for a secret scholar, and I don't even know how to advance to secret scholar. That information is top secret. Secret magic apprentice, secret scholar, secret weaver, it must be a single profession line. Folding the vein hemp rope and the shadow avoiding robe together, Chen noted the bundle wasn't too large. In that case, you must at least know how to become a secret magic apprentice. Jiang He hesitated for a moment before replying, first, your spiritual power has to reach a certain standard. Then, you have to pass the delirious words trial. Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Reach a certain standard? How is that measured? Jiang He hesitated. Chen made a move as if to stand up, and her eyelid twitched. Information about a Tier 1 profession isn't some huge secret, anyway. The candle fire spirit training method. She said hurriedly. You have to be able to complete 10 cyclical constructions within 1 minute. That's enough. You have it, right? Chen said, holding out his hand. Secret Magic Apprentice is a Tier 1 advanced profession. It's definitely stronger than a warrior. I do. At this, Jiang He seemed to relax a little more. It's also upstairs. Come with me. These bodies. Su Chen mused. Don't worry about them. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Jiang He seemed to have recovered some of her spirit, regaining the air of Violet. She picked up a silver bracelet from the floor and slipped it onto her wrist. A blurry, grayish-yellow virtual projection flickered to life above it. Su Chen's expression turned strange for a moment as various memories surfaced in his mind. This world seems really peculiar. Following Jiang He out of the room, he realized it wasn't a living room, but a basement. The servants had long since gone home. The house was empty, solemn, and grand. The two of them ascended the stairs. A huge wedding photograph hung on the staircase wall. It was of a man and a woman. The woman was Jiang He, smiling happily. The man was also very handsome, with a gentle smile. His most striking feature was his pair of light blue eyes. Su Chen deliberately stared at it for a few extra moments. When they reached the study, Jiang He took 1 or 2 books from a safe. Neither was very thick, consisting of only a few thin pages. You can't take the candle fire spirit training method with you. If you're going to practice it, you'd better memorize it here, she stressed. Every faction is extremely strict about tracking this kind of profession information. Taking it with you would just be a hassle. Su Chen took the books and quickly skimmed through them. The first book described several talisman arrays, one of which was the Blood Oath contract. Its effect was exactly as Jiang He had said. She definitely didn't prepare this in advance. The second book was the Candle Fire Spirit Training Method. It was similar to meditation, involving sketching the image of a candle fire in one spiritual domain and then imagining being burned by it. Of course, it wasn't purely based on imagination. The text described several spiritual nodes and some tricks, such as first practicing with a real candle flame. It seems. Su Chen closed his eyes and gave it a try. He imagined his spiritual power sketching out a ball of candlelight, bit by bit depicting its form, and then its warmth. Boom! Su Chen felt a rush of heat in his mind before his eyes snapped open, filled with astonishment. It's normal not to be able to form the image on your first try. A normal adult would need at least 3 to 5 months to succeed for the first time. Even though you're already a Tier 1 professional, you'll still need to practice for 10 odd days. You just need to roughly memorize it for now. Later, when you're attending Southwind Academy as a visiting student, you can come ask me anytime. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Jiang He tried to soothe him, afraid that he would try to take the book by force. Su Chen remained silent. This thing is no trouble for me at all. A small gift for my transmigration, I suppose. The so-called 10 cycles just means forming the candle fire 10 consecutive times. I just did it once and felt no pressure at all. The only thing to worry about is the time limit. 1 minute is a bit short. At this thought, he suddenly had a feeling and quickly opened his skill panel. Just as he expected, besides his warrior profession, new, separate skill had appeared. Candle Fire Spirit Training Method, Novice, 50%. This makes things much more intuitive. Su Chen couldn't help but nod to himself. The second advancement condition for Secret Magic Apprentice was also revealed, but it was different from what Jiang He had described. Secret Magic Apprentice Advancement Condition 2, raised the candle fire refining technique to the mastery level. Wasn't it circulating it 10 times? Su Chen subconsciously pondered this, then had a sudden realization: other people in this world had no way to measure proficiency. They could only use 10 circulations within a minute as the standard. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, what about the Delirious Words trial? Jiang He explained, the Delirious Words trial requires you to be in a sealed room, draw an inverted cross with blood, and resist an unknown mental interference. The longer, the better, but you absolutely cannot exceed 40 seconds. Su Chen thought to himself, the details she described are also very different from what's on my panel. In other words, these people are just fumbling in the dark. They aren't sure what level is actually needed to take on a profession. But I know the most perfect method of advancement. Are these the requirements for a perfect advancement? Chen pressed. I didn't lie to you, Jiang, he said sincerely. Combined with her current attire, it added a certain bewitching charm. Chen, however, noticed Jiang He's face growing redder. The potion's effects were probably wearing off. He secretly raised his guard and said, "Is it time to make the blood oath?" As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Jiang He. If there was any chance she would go back on her word, he would strike without hesitation. Jiang He stared at him, sighed, and stood up. I need your blood. Chen bit his finger, only to see Jiang He expose her chest, a stretch of pale skin. You need to draw the blood oath sigil on my chest. I'll do it. You haven't practiced, so your hand won't be steady. Chen glanced over her, inwardly surprised. He hadn't looked closely before. This woman is definitely a stunner. But for now, I should focus on the blood oath. Jiang He took Chen's finger and smeared the blood across her chest. Perhaps because of the blood acting as a base, the sensation was quite delicate. A moment later, a bizarre symbol the size of a baby's skull was outlined on her chest. Chen carefully checked it against the book in his hand, taking over 10 minutes to confirm it was identical before finishing the final stroke. Jiang He was in no mood for teasing now. She looked up at Chen, her lips parted, and she uttered a string of syllables. The bloody symbol on her chest seemed to faintly glow with an eerie light. As if granted life by some power, it transformed into crimson vipers that quickly spread across Jiang He's entire body before disappearing. It's done. Having given him this leverage over her, Jiang He seemed much more relaxed. She sank into the soft leather sofa, her whole body swallowed by it, and rubbed her brow. Chen also felt a strange sensation, a sense deep down that told him Jiang He's life was now indeed tied to his. For the time being, with this thing in place, he and Jiang He should be on the same side. What was that scandal you mentioned before? Don't push your luck. Jiang He's eyes widened, her chest heaving as she said angrily, I've already made a blood oath contract with you, and you still want more? Just curious, Chen said casually, eyeing her. Tomorrow, take the borrowing letter to Southwind Academy. I'll take you to handle the paperwork then. Jiang He picked up where she had left off earlier. She was also doing this to keep him under her observation. The blood oath contract wasn't easy to remove, and she still had to deal with the assassination attempt. She didn't want Chen running around freely. Of course, there was another reason. The people behind the assassination attempt would definitely be curious about what happened tonight. On paper, Chen was just a refugee, which made him perfect bait. Okay. Chen nodded. This had been the original owner of this body's goal, and now it was his as well. He also needed a channel to learn more about things. An awkward silence fell between them. Both had their own ulterior motives and didn't quite trust the other, but this was the best they could do for now. I'll be going then, Chen said. Wait, how are you going to go back with your clothes torn to shreds like that? Jiang He called out to him abruptly, then said coolly, follow me. She led Chen to a walk-in closet and picked out an outfit for him, a slim fit, black woolen overcoat, a gray shirt, and straight-legged black trousers. The clothes were a decent fit. Your husband's? Chen asked casually, standing in front of a full-length mirror. He adjusted the details of the outfit and smoothed down his messy hair. He touched his cheek. This face is top tier. Otherwise, Jiang He wouldn't have taken an interest. Especially now that he had become a warrior, his physique had filled out. Combined with this outfit, he had the air of a beast in fine clothing. Jiang He leaned against the side, her head tilted against the mirror. Her legs were crossed, and her sleepwear was still in tatters. Her gaze was fixed on Chen's face. He was a far cry from the skinny, weak little thing she'd wanted to bully and play with before. The Chen now had a completely different aura, as if he'd transformed from a puppy into a wolfhound. Yeah, Jiang He's throat bobbed. Her legs shifted against each other, but she turned away. You can go now. Chen hesitated slightly. Jiang He scoffed, don't even think about it. I like to play with others, not be played with. No, that's not it. Is there anything to eat? Chen shook his head. The adrenaline from the intense fight was probably wearing off, and he was only now feeling the hunger signals from his body in extreme hunger. Jiang He's expression froze slightly. Clatter. Another porcelain plate was set aside, joining a stack that was already half a person tall. The advancement conditions for a rope master are very simple. You just need a meticulously woven rope and several thousand weaving repetitions. That's basically it. A meticulously woven rope, does it have to be a Tier 1 item? Chen couldn't help but ask. A Tier 1 item? Jiang He scoffed. Not at all. The materials just need to be a little better than average. Tier 1 items are extraordinarily valuable. A rope master could sell themselves and still not be able to afford one. She made no attempt to hide the disdain in her voice. That kind of lower-grade profession has no future. Maybe they get a chance to become an illusionist, or if they're lucky, a puppet master, but that's their ceiling. Chen didn't stop eating, but his panel was already open. Tier 1 lower-grade profession discovered rope master. May take on the profession upon meeting the conditions. Rope master advancement condition 1, obtain 1 meticulously woven hemp rope, no less than 1.5 meters in length. Rope master advancement condition 2, complete 3,000 rope bindings with no fewer than 30 knots each. It really is simple. Isn't there a more powerful profession above puppet master? Chen couldn't help but ask. Jiang He emphasized, a puppet master who advances from a rope master has no future. There should be something above puppet master, but I don't know what it is. Chen's movements paused slightly. He realized there were other secrets to the profession advancement sequences. Burp dash. Putting down his plate, Chen let out a satisfied burp. Thanks for the hospitality. See you tomorrow. He stood up, turned without a moment's hesitation, and left the dining room. The person who brought you here is still outside. Bang! Jiang He's gaze faltered. She stared at the closed door, her expression shifting. A Tier 1 professional, yet he's completely ignorant of so much common knowledge. Just what is the secret behind this Chen? An artificial sun? Outside the door, Chen looked up. A massive, grayish-yellow light source hung in the sky, emitting a somewhat dim glow that barely illuminated the road. Streaks of scattered light crisscrossed the sky. Some kind of track system. But the firmament above the light source was terrifyingly black, without a single speck of light, let alone any stars. It wouldn't be like this even on a cloudy day. Fog. Black fog. Chen frowned, thought for a moment, and then followed the memories in his mind, searching for the way out of this area. Blue fluorescent lights hung from iron poles along the road, illuminating small patches of the area. In a dark corner farther away, a pair of pale blue eyes watched Chen's retreating figure. A voice, tinged with surprise and gradually lowering, spoke. He didn't die. And he's even wearing my clothes. Jiang He lived in the wealthy district, an area filled with detached villas. Lights still shone from many windows, and occasionally, he would see uniformed patrol guards, slender metal batons hanging from their waists. Each time he passed a patrol, Chen could feel their sharp, suspicious gazes on him. But he remained calm, showing no signs of fear. The clothes he wore also suited the area, so no one stopped to question him. Leaving the wealthy district, the streets widened considerably. But they also grew dimmer. The yellow light from the street lamps flickered, and the gaps between them were vast, leaving some areas shrouded in shadows nearly as black as night. His gaze fell on a car parked at the curb. Chen walked up and knocked on the window. The driver glanced at him, looking somewhat puzzled. Chen. That's me, he nodded. The driver looked at his clothes, which seemed familiar. He opened his mouth to speak, then hesitated. The mistress is getting wilder and wilder, he thought to himself. Let's go. The car door opened. Chen sat in the back, looking around. Its design wasn't much different from a regular car. The driver swiped his hand across the dashboard. With a HUM, the vehicle shuddered slightly. The scenery on either side fell away as they lifted into the air. Right, heading to the outer district via Airway C7. It's all clear right now. The driver muttered. Through the window, Chen couldn't see the ground clearly, but the light sources overhead were much brighter. Whoosh! The force of acceleration pressed Chen back into his seat. He glanced out the window and could now see clearly that the ribbons of light were actually steel tracks. Some kind of vehicle must run on them during the day. Outside the city is an endless fog, and anything could be lurking within it: mutated monsters, mechs. He tried to recall what he could about this world, but the body's previous owner hadn't known much either. The strange fog seemed to cut everything off from the outside. Did some cataclysm twist the world into this state, or was it always like this? The original owner's memories held no answers. All he knew was that it had been this way since the day he was born. But Chen's brow furrowed. According to the original owner's memories, he wasn't a native of Southwind City. He came from somewhere else when he was 5 or 6, though the memories of that time are hazy. Which means the outside world isn't completely impassable, but it's still beyond my reach. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when he felt the vehicle shudder slightly as it landed. "We're here." The driver's tone was polite. "Thanks." Chen stepped out of the car, and a rush of cool air filled his lungs. Far from any artificial light sources, it was much darker here. He could barely make out his surroundings. The area was flanked by densely packed, grey shanties, with figures flitting in the shadows. The road was rutted and uneven. This was where he lived. The edge of the outer district, colloquially known as the slums. Following his memory, Chen located a few familiar landmarks and made his way home. Given the harsh external environment, the city didn't allow for freeloaders. Every family and individual had to prove their worth. To be allowed to stay unconditionally until adulthood was already the greatest mercy Southwind City offered. Once you came of age, you became cannon fodder sent to scout the fog. If you were lucky enough to return, you could eke out a living for another 6 months. Chen. A vaguely familiar voice called out from the shadows. Chen stopped. He had arrived at his home. "Why are you dressed like that?" Apparently certain of his identity, a few tattered figures scurried out from the side. They all looked young. Huang Peng. Black Dog. Names surfaced in his mind. Did you get into Southwind Academy?" one of them asked hesitantly. Thoughts raced through Chen's mind. The original Chen had grown up here, but because of their circumstances, his friendships with most of these people had been superficial at best. Seeing his silence, there was a faint sigh of relief from the group. One of them jeered. "I told you before, it's not impossible to sell your body for a better future, but you're a guy. A place like Southwind Academy isn't for the likes of us. No big deal you didn't get in. Didn't you say the woman was hot? It's not a total loss. Yeah, and you got this outfit out of it. It must be pretty valuable. Let me borrow it." As he spoke, one of them reached out and tugged on his jacket, as if trying to rip it off him. Chen frowned. With a slight shake of his arm, the person who had grabbed him stumbled backward and collapsed onto the ground. "OW," he yelped, then roared in anger, "What was that for?" The sudden commotion silenced the group. "Heh. You sleep with that slut for one night and suddenly think you're better than us. Alright, that's enough. He didn't get his wish, so he's in a bad mood. Don't provoke him. Let's go get some sleep." The crowd dispersed, and the surrounding noise gradually faded. Chen's expression was impassive as he located his home in the darkness and pulled aside the ragged cloth that served as its door. Following his memory, he fumbled for a lamp. The faint light that flickered on made him feel a little more at ease. It was a home, in name only, just a few pieces of sheet metal cobbled together. The space was so cramped he had to curl up just to sleep. A small pot on the ground held some congealed porridge. He shook his head, unconcerned, and just crouched there. "Brother Chen." The cloth flap was lifted, and a small figure entered. Her stomach was oddly swollen, and her face was smudged with grime. She seemed to freeze when she saw Su Chen, standing in place without a word. "Xiao Gezi?" Su Chen asked tentatively. "Ah." She jumped. "Brother Su Chen, the way you look, it's really nice." She muttered, then glanced around cautiously before pulling a bundle from under her relatively clean clothes and shoving it into Su Chen's hands. "This is for you," she whispered. "Where did you get this food?" Su Chen asked, looking at the cans inside. Southwind City only handed out 2 meals a day, which was barely enough to survive on. The cans in the bundle, however, were well-packaged, a priceless luxury for them. "I have a secret, but don't tell anyone." Xiao Gezi leaned in, her eyes sparkling, and whispered, "I'm leaving here soon." "Where to?" Su Chen couldn't help but frown. "Sister Xiao Shi is taking me with her." She lowered her head, looking somewhat guilty as she mumbled, "But she can only take me for now." "Sister Xiao Shi?" An image surfaced in Su Chen's mind, a figure with a perpetually grimy face, straw-like hair, and a grim, unsmiling expression. She was another slum dweller, but now she went by the name Bai Fengxi. The girl had gotten ridiculously lucky, catching the eye of some big shot in the city who sent her to Southwind Academy and gave her the new name, Bai Fengxi. This was a secret that almost no one here knew. He didn't know her very well, most of their interactions had been through Xiao Gezi. In fact, Xiao Gezi was the one who had told him all this. His predecessor had kept the secret, but her success had clearly gotten to him. It was probably why he had ended up in Jiang He's bed. "That's good." Su Chen relaxed slightly. "Don't worry. I'll figure out a way to get you out of here too." Xiao Gezi added hastily. "Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself," Su Chen said gently. Xiao Gezi had drifted here with a large group of vagrants a few years ago, and his predecessor had looked out for her. She put on a serious expression, as if to show she meant business, then turned and left. Su Chen chuckled to himself, set the bundle aside, and opened his panel. According to Jiang He, not even students of Southwind Academy were completely exempt from the restriction on leaving the city. The recent assassination attempt meant the mastermind behind it wasn't likely to give up. That, combined with the little game he was playing with Jiang He, made him feel a pressing sense of urgency. Becoming a warrior has at least given me the means to protect myself, but... His gaze fell upon Secret Magic Apprentice. A Tier 1 advanced profession. He had already witnessed how powerful it was. 2 professionals, who had even used poison beforehand. Even without him, they probably would have struggled. As for Rope Master, he thought for a moment with some disdain. When hit by the area of effect mental attack, that old codger's performance was even worse than the big guy's. No wonder Jiang He called it a useless profession. Controlling ropes probably doesn't use spiritual power. It's somewhat useful, but not by much. I need to become a secret magic apprentice as soon as possible. Su Chen made up his mind. But just as he was about to begin the candle fire training, a few more lines of text suddenly appeared on his panel. Detecting the host's inner contempt, Rope Master flew into a humiliated rage. It reached out its demonic claws towards Secret Magic Apprentice, intending to viciously devour it. Secret Magic Apprentice responded with scorn and devoured it instead. Obtained Tier 1 top-level profession Secret Artifact Master. Possesses the combined professional traits of Rope Master and Secret Magic Apprentice. You may take up this profession upon meeting the advancement conditions. Su Chen stared, dumbfounded, as the 2 professions gradually merged. After a long moment, he managed to choke out, "It can do that?" He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what. After all, this is a Tier 1 top-level profession. Jiang He is only a Tier 1 upper secret magic apprentice. This is top level, 2 whole tiers higher than a warrior. I should be excited. But the way he'd obtained it, left him speechless. After studying it carefully, his gaze fell on the 2 words, professional traits. Out of that whole block of text, those were the only words he didn't quite understand. What do professional traits represent? I'll probably have to find the answer at Southwind Academy. His gaze shifted to the advancement conditions. Both Rope Master and Secret Magic Apprentice had 2, but Secret Artifact Master had 3. Secret Artifact Master Advancement Condition 1, obtain a Tier 1 special item, Vein Hemp Rope acquired. Secret Artifact Master Advancement Condition 2, raise the Candle Fire Spirit Training Method to the Master level. Secret Artifact Master Advancement Condition 3, endure the Delirious Words trial for 1 minute. As it inherits from Secret Magic Apprentice, all conditions must be met before taking up the profession. For this reason, an additional reward will be granted. So it's a combination of the two, but with increased difficulty. The item requirement isn't limited to a rope, though. Other Tier 1 items should also work. What an unexpected gain. Chen still had a strange feeling, unsure of what special abilities this new profession possessed. Suppressing his emotions, he decided he couldn't get used to sleeping here anyway. He might as well start his spiritual power training, constructing the candle fire in his mind. After just one attempt, he felt his mind clear slightly, as if some impurities had been wiped away. Candle Fire Spirit Training Method Skilled, 1%. It had already advanced from beginner to skilled. That feels pretty good. Chen savored the sensation, still wanting more, and quickly immersed himself in the training. Dung! A long, reverberating hum made Chen open his eyes. He felt a little tired. Candle Fire Spirit Training Method Skilled, 55%. The progress is really fast. He had returned late in the night, so it had only been a few hours. It was the morning bell, heralding the start of a new day. Chen rubbed his face. He felt hungry. His warrior profession had improved his physical constitution, but it had also increased his metabolism. He couldn't help but open the cloth bag Xiao Gezi had delivered yesterday. After wolfing down most of the contents, he felt much better. Southwind Academy. Chen cleaned himself up a little, preparing to find Jiang He and take care of the enrollment procedures. When he stepped out of his shack, people were already milling about. A few of them stared at him in surprise. The visibility had been poor last night, so they hadn't gotten a clear look at him. Now that they could see him clearly, they couldn't help but look him up and down with a hint of jealousy. Their faces were familiar: Huang Peng, Black Dog, a few of the guys from last night. The group wasn't malicious enough to rush over and mock him, but they weren't friendly, either. They had clearly ostracized him, or perhaps were waiting for him to realize his predicament and come crawling back with an apology. Their group didn't have many ways to make a living, mostly taking on menial tasks posted by the city. The high and mighty professionals certainly wouldn't dirty their hands with such jobs, so they served as supplemental labor. That was why sticking together was so important, otherwise, they wouldn't get a single scrap of opportunity. Is that Chen? He looks completely different. Why does he look so much like one of those upper-class folks? Did he get that lucky? Nah, I heard from Wang Go and his crew that she kicked him out after one night. All he got out of it was a new set of clothes. The chatter grew. If nothing else, his new attire and clean-shaven face were enough to draw everyone's attention. Make way, a brutish voice bellowed. A few men, a full head taller than the crowd and wearing municipal uniforms, pushed their way through. The leader was a brawny man, reminding Chen of the Hulk from last night. It's Captain Zhang. Huang Peng, standing nearby, greeted him enthusiastically. Get lost. The man shoved him aside and walked straight up to Chen. The money. Give it to me. The man was taller than Chen, his shadow blanketing him. He looked Chen up and down before unceremoniously holding out his hand. Chen's eyes narrowed. This was Zhang Man, the man in charge of this area. He was the one who had connected him with Jiang He. The man wouldn't have helped him for no reason. Of course, Chen had nothing of value himself, but Zhang Man had told him that if Jiang He took a liking to him but he still couldn't get into Southwind Academy after sleeping with her, he was to demand a sum of money from her. And Zhang Man would take 80% of it. Chen. Zhang Man said nonchalantly. Seeing no response, he added with a threatening edge, don't get any funny ideas. This wasn't the first time he'd acted as a pimp. A lot of refugees spent one night with an upper cruster and started thinking they were special. Whenever that happened, it was his job to give them a rude awakening. Chen reached into the inner pocket of his clothes, pulled out a black and gold card, and said coolly, "You should recognize this." "You." Zhang Man glanced down, his nonchalant expression instantly replaced with stunned disbelief. He couldn't help but cry out, "You really got into Southwind Academy." The area fell silent, then erupted in a low buzz of whispers. In the distance, Huang Peng and the others stared in shock, their eyes wide. Chen, my friend." Zhang Man's attitude softened considerably. He leaned in, discreetly examining the emblem on the card to confirm it wasn't a forgery. TSK, I knew you were destined for great things, my friend." Zhang Man grew more and more amazed. That vixen, she actually took a real liking to this kid. A student of Southwind Academy already has real value. With a little training, becoming a Tier 1 professional is a sure thing. Hell, I'm only a Tier 1 professional myself. That was why, in his deal with Chen, the payout was different if he actually managed to get into Southwind Academy. "So, about that 500 gold. He whispered, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin. "Do you think I have that on me right now?" Chen retorted calmly. "I'm not in a hurry. Just don't forget, my friend," Zhang Man said, his tone perfectly amicable. Chen remained noncommittal. "I'm going to Southwind Academy to complete my enrollment." "This way." Zhang Man immediately pointed the way, then barked at the onlookers, "Scram. All of you. What are you staring at?" He turned back to Chen with a grin. "Need me to show you the way?" Chen shook his head. He knew the general direction and walked straight through the crowd. Watching Chen depart, Zhang Man couldn't help but click his tongue again. He muttered under his breath, "I've dangled that enrollment chance to scam countless guys, and someone actually made it. Good, very good." These refugees were a resource, but it took a keen eye to spot the valuable ones. He found, for plenty of wealthy clients in the city, both men and women. But these little brats, who knew where they learned it from, all deliberately made themselves look filthy and spoke in pinched, whiny voices. "Boss, what if he goes back on the deal?" one of his men asked. "Go back on it?" Zhang Man snorted. "Then he goes back on it. What can I do? He's under the protection of Southwind Academy now. I already got paid for setting it up, so it's no loss to me. All I did was make an introduction." With that, he glared at the surrounding refugees again and roared, "Stop staring. Get your fucking asses back to work. You envy him? Take a good look at your own damn faces first." The crowd gradually dispersed. Huang Peng and his friends were silent. Seeing someone from their own circle about to skyrocket to success left them deeply unsettled. Southwind City was massive. The previous night, he had someone drive him, and it had taken a very long time. The light at night had been dim, obscuring everything. Only in the daylight could he get a clear look at the strange scenes from his memory. Metal rails crisscrossed in mid-air with orbital trains zipping along them. The closer he got to the city center, the taller the buildings on either side became, reminding him of the towering skyscrapers from his past life. What kind of world is this? Even though his original body's memories contained similar scenes, Chen couldn't help but marvel. He walked slowly through the streets, occasionally asking for directions to get his bearings. The closer he got to the area under the light source, the more prosperous it became. There was even a toll to cross from the outer city to the inner city. Chen didn't have a single coin on him. Thankfully, showing his borrowing letter was enough to get him through. The pedestrian's attire was a motley assortment, as if time itself had become jumbled. He even saw a guy with a mechanical metal arm. As he walked and asked for directions, the various scenes from his original body's memories truly started to become his own. After the better part of a day, he finally arrived at Southwind Academy, located in the Southwind Inner City North District. Its grayish-brown walls stretched far into the distance, standing 3 to 4 meters tall. The magnificent metal main gate was carved with intricate patterns and currently shut tight. Only the smaller gates on either side were open. Quite a few people, all of them young, were coming and going. He spotted Jiang He at once, standing by the small gate on the left. She was simply too eye-catching. Her gray teacher's skirt barely covered her knees, and her purple blouse traced a stunning curve. She was even wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Not a single student coming or going, or even people on the street, failed to cast a glance her way. Jiang He seemed accustomed to it, though her face wore an impatient expression as her eyes continuously scanned the area. Jiang He spotted Chen immediately and walked toward him with a bewitching gait. "What took you so long?" Her expression was grim. She had been waiting for the better part of the day and thought something might have happened. "It's too far. I couldn't help it." "You didn't take the lev rail?" she asked with a frown. "No money," Chen said frankly. Jiang He fell silent, then turned. "Follow me." Their exchange attracted a lot of attention. People started whispering, and the eyes of some male students were filled with envy and jealousy. Jiang He was a well-known teacher at the academy. Rumor had it that many good-looking students had engaged in in-depth exchanges with her, which let everyone's imagination run wild. After they entered the school grounds, this attention became even more pronounced. Some people even took out some sort of device and secretly pointed it at them. Southwind Academy wasn't small, so it took the two of them some time to reach the academic affairs building. A borrowing student. The person in charge of the admissions office was a middle-aged woman. Her voice drew the attention of several middle-aged men in the same office. Their gazes, which already held a certain implication when they looked at Chen, now turned into naked jealousy. "Yes, Teacher Zhao. Please hurry," Jiang He urged. "Oh, and remember to arrange a dorm for him," Chen added, "a single room, preferably." Teacher Zhao glanced at Chen's face, shook her head inwardly, and took the borrowing letter. She began operating a device that projected a grayish-yellow virtual screen in front of her. Identification code. Chen recited a string of characters from memory, and a file loaded onto the virtual screen. "A refugee?" Teacher Zhao's eyes widened. The gazes from around the office grew even more astonished, and the way they looked at Jiang He turned strange. "Just hurry up," Jiang He said impatiently. She clearly had some status. The other woman didn't dare to delay. She quickly operated the device, transferring the file into the Southwind Academy system. "All right. First year, Mysticism Department. He'll be in your classes. His dorm is room 301, building 13, B block. The total for tuition, room and board, and miscellaneous fees comes to 1,246 gold." Teacher Zhao looked up at Chen. Chen looked at Jiang He. Jiang He's face darkened. "I know. I'll pay it for him later." "Okay, and, Teacher Zhao's expression suddenly changed. "Why is he scheduled to leave the city in half a month?" she asked, surprised. "Half a month?" Jiang He was also shocked. She looked at Chen. "Didn't you say you had 3 or 4 months?" "In my memory, it was 3 or 4 months, Chen recalled. The original owner's memory of this was very clear, he shouldn't have gotten it wrong. Jiang He's expression shifted. "I see. Your student ID." Teacher Zhao took a gilded card from a device beside her. It had Chen's photo on it. "You'll need it for most things at the academy." The two left one after the other, and the discussion in the office immediately sparked up. Since when is she into pet projects? And a refugee, no less. TSK. She's even paying his tuition. Who knows? The kid probably has some special talent and knows how to keep her happy. Still, isn't it a bit late to enroll? He has to leave the city in half a month. Even though he's a borrowing student and only needs to do near-city patrols, it's not without its dangers. "Someone altered your file," Jiang He said in a low voice once they were in the hallway. "Can't you change it back?" Chen asked. "If your file were still with the Refugee Bureau, I could find someone to change it. But now that it's in the Southwind Academy system, it's very troublesome." Jiang He was clearly annoyed. They must have acted last night. They're fast. He probably wants to use you to find out what happened last night. Why haven't you killed him yet? Chen asked, knowing who she was talking about. This whole affair is strange. He's not the only one pulling strings behind the scenes. We want to root them all out. Besides, he's not easy to deal with. Jiang He said evasively, then added. But you're a warrior now, so you won't be in too much danger. I've already made the necessary arrangements. I'm going to investigate who changed your file. Maybe I can use it as a breakthrough. She looked rather excited. Chen's usefulness was already apparent. After leaving the building, Jiang He hurried away. Chen looked around, then stopped a student. Excuse me, where's our school library? Seeing the gilded card in Chen's hand, the student's attitude softened considerably, and he pointed him in the general direction. After taking a few steps, Chen stopped abruptly. Forgot to ask for money, he thought with regret. Shaking his head, he headed for the library. He needed to figure some things out as quickly as possible. The artificial sun hanging over all of Southwind City slowly shifted from incandescent white to a grayish yellow. On the fourth floor of the Southwind City Library, Chen let out a long breath and twisted his stiff neck, which let out a series of cracks. He closed the book in his hands, Professional Basic Precautions, and returned it to its shelf. He had been cramming a lot of basic information that even his original body hadn't known, such as the professional sequences. They could be broadly divided into three categories: physical, mental, and miscellaneous. Physical-type professions focused on strengthening the body, emphasizing that great power comes from within oneself. Mental-type professions focused on the mind, allowing one to manipulate the mysterious and unfathomable forces of the outside world. However, the two were not always clearly distinct. According to the book's vague descriptions, some professions could encompass both physical and mental aspects. The categories were merely a method of classification. The miscellaneous category, however, was quite unique. For instance, the rope master was a miscellaneous profession. The book also gave some common examples. A cartographer, for instance, could take someone's description, or even the thoughts in their mind, and turn them directly into a physical blueprint. Or an architect, who could uniformly command building materials to construct large-scale structures in a short amount of time. Many miscellaneous professions were spread throughout all walks of life. Professions within each tier are further divided by strength into lower level, middle level, upper level, and top tier. Lower level and middle level professions are the most common. Upper level ones are quite rare, and top tier professions can only be chanced upon, not sought out. To advance to a higher profession, aside from obtaining information on an upper-tier profession and meeting its advancement requirements, one also needs to develop their current profession to a certain degree. Development level. Chen thought. Jiang He is so powerful. It's probably not just because he's a secret magic apprentice, his profession's development level must be high too. Tiered professions are called main professions. However, the book also mentioned a special type of profession without a tier. These grant all sorts of strange and unique abilities, acting as a supplement to one's main profession. Furthermore, they can grow stronger as the main profession's strength increases. The book didn't say much about them, but it did list one specific profession as an example. Special profession discovered scholar. Can be obtained after meeting the job conditions. Scholar job condition 1, 20 years of diligent study. Scholar job condition 2, study at least 12 different types of knowledge, with no less than 1 year spent on each. Scholar job condition 3, obtain the information for one top-tier profession. Considering that information about professions is almost always kept secret, it was certainly strange that the details for this special profession were just sitting in a library. One reason was that scholar was a purely supportive profession. Another was that the conditions were extremely demanding. Perhaps it was also a way for the academy to show off its prestige. From what he understood, due to physical development, one couldn't begin the various training exercises required for a profession until they were almost an adult. The education system in Southwind City was rudimentary, children only started school in their teens to learn basic knowledge. But everyone wanted to become a professional, so who would have the patience to study all that useless knowledge? After becoming a professional, the focus was naturally on increasing one's profession development level. 20 years of diligent study was practically impossible to achieve. Not to mention studying 12 different types of knowledge and obtaining information on a top-tier profession. However, Chen's expression was rather odd as he looked at the panel. Scholar Job Condition 1, 20 years of diligent study, 17 years completed. Scholar Job Condition 2, study at least 12 different types of knowledge, with at least 1 year spent on each category, completed. Scholar Job Condition 3, obtain the information for one top-tier profession, completed. 2 conditions were already complete, and he had 17 years down for the first one. Could it be because of my past life? Chen mentally calculated. 17 years seemed about right. Still, 3 more years of diligent study is too long. Chen shook his head. This kind of rigid time requirement was a real pain. Why so long? Make it shorter, shorter. Chen concentrated, trying to get some kind of reaction from the scholar profession, but the panel remained indifferent. Fine. Chen gave up. He had no idea how to trigger a human-like response from a profession. As for another point he was curious about, how many professions could one person have? The book's answer was blunt: theoretically, infinite. This wasn't a game world where everyone had profession slots. In theory, as long as one's body didn't reject it, one could keep acquiring them. But in reality, rejection was a common occurrence. The requirements for each profession were mostly different, especially for high-tier professions. Conflicts could be fatal. People also had limited energy. Instead of accumulating more professions, it was better to seek out high-tier professions. Having 10 Tier 1 professions might not even be as powerful as a single Tier 2 profession. Growl. His stomach protested. Chen sighed helplessly. He was hungry again. His metabolism was too fast. The canned food he ate this morning hadn't been nearly enough, it had been almost completely digested before he even reached Southwind City. And now, the hunger was unbearable. I'll check the cafeteria first. There should be something with more nutritional value. Chen went to the first floor and retrieved the student ID he had left as a deposit. It was already getting dark outside when he left the library. He stopped a kind-looking student to ask for directions to the cafeteria. Just as he'd guessed, the cafeteria didn't accept cash. Instead, the student ID served as the payment method. But his student ID had no money on it. I'll just eat later then. Chen walked away from the counter nonchalantly. The staff member almost said something, and the students waiting in line behind him were speechless. Even a hero can be felled by an empty wallet, Chen thought as his hunger grew. He wondered if he should go find Jiang He and freeload a meal off him. He stopped in his tracks as he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure coming down from the second floor. He had asked around, the second floor was where the rich kids ate, and the prices weren't cheap. Although Southwind Academy was a place for training professionals, the vast majority of students were learning miscellaneous professions, the kind that would just let them make a living. Not many of them came from wealthy families. The resources required for more powerful physical or mental type professions were far beyond what they could afford. Without a proper foundation, it was easy to gain nothing in 3 short years, or even pay with one's life. He watched the figure, slender and graceful, with hair falling to her shoulders and a delicate profile. It was someone he knew. He had never seen her this clean, though. The only reason he recognized her was because Xiao Gezi had secretly shown him a picture of her once. Bai Fengxi. Hearing someone call her name, she paused. The few young men and women with her also stopped, turning to look over in confusion. Another admirer? Junior sister Bai is so popular. Well, she became a professional in just 3 months. With that kind of talent, her future is definitely bright. This guy's pretty handsome, but I don't remember him. I feel like I would have noticed a guy that good-looking. Their discussion was quiet, but their gazes, filled with the anticipation of drama, crisscrossed over him. I'm sorry, I just want to focus on my studies right now, nothing else, Bai Fengxi said, her brow furrowing slightly and her expression cold. Su Chen was speechless. It's me, Su Chen. Su Chen. Bai Fengxi froze, her eyes widening in a mixture of embarrassment and astonishment. She looked him up and down, then asked doubtfully, "You're Su Chen?" "It's me." Su Chen nodded. Bai Fengxi studied him closely. His eyes and brows do look a little familiar. So this guy actually cleans up pretty well. Ahem. She coughed twice to hide her embarrassment, said something to the people beside her, and walked over. In a familiar, low voice, she said, sorry about that. It's just a habit." The two of them hadn't interacted a lot before, but it wasn't a little either. At the very least, they had scraped by for food in the same place. After speaking, she finally noticed the student ID hanging on Su Chen's chest and was even more surprised. "You're also a student at Southwind Academy? How did you get in?" "It's a long story. Right now, there's something else," Su Chen said evasively. "Do you have any money? Can I borrow some?" A flicker of wariness was instantly visible in Bai Fengxi's eyes. Su Chen felt helpless. "Not much, just enough for a meal. I just got here today and wasn't prepared." He emphasized his point, trying to dispel her wariness. "A meal, huh?" Bai Fengxi was silent for a moment before pulling a thin glass vial from her pocket. It was filled with a cloudy, milky white liquid. "This is a concentrated nutrient liquid. Mix it with water, and it should last you a few days." Su Chen's mouth twitched. "I asked to borrow money for one meal, and you really give me just one meal. Can this stuff even taste good?" Bai Fengxi explained in a low voice, "To be honest, I'm having a hard time too." What a familiar excuse. Su Chen sighed. Before Bai Fengxi could even hand it to him, he took the concentrated nutrient liquid from her. "Thanks." Not far away, Bai Fengxi's companions were chatting in surprise. "What's going on?" Su Chen. "Someone she knows. Isn't junior sister by the daughter of Vice Principal Yuan's friend? An acquaintance of hers shouldn't be a nobody." "Zhou Zhong, you've got a rival," a doll-faced girl said teasingly to the man standing stiffly to one side. Zhou Zhong stared at Su Chen, his brow furrowed. "Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before?" As they were talking, Bai Fengxi walked back over. The doll-faced girl asked slyly, "Xiao Bai, who was that?" "An old friend," Bai Fengxi said, her cold expression returning. Zhou Zhong's brow, however, relaxed as he said nonchalantly, "I remember now. This afternoon, that friend of yours seemed to have returned from off-campus with teacher Jiang He." "Jiang He?" the doll-faced girl exclaimed. "The Violet? No way." Jiang He's reputation was well known throughout the academy. At this, everyone's minds raced with speculation, and they glanced toward Bai Fengxi. Bai Fengxi's steps faltered. Zhou Zhong stared at her, intending to see a look of shock, disappointment, or something similar. "So bold." Bai Fengxi breathed out the two words, as if in admiration. Everyone was stunned. "Bold?" Zhou Zhong looked completely baffled. "Yes, bold. For a refugee to climb into the bed of a Southwind Academy teacher wasn't that bold." Bai Fengxi continued walking, lost in her own thoughts. "This tastes better than I expected." On his way, Su Chen smacked his lips and corked the glass bottle. The hunger in his stomach had completely vanished, he even felt full. And he still had 2/3 of the nutrient liquid Bai Fengxi had given him left. "It doesn't look like much, but the taste is pretty good," Su Chen thought, putting away the nutrient liquid. After asking for directions a few more times, Su Chen found his dormitory. The security was surprisingly strict, and the guard at the entrance looked fierce. He had to swipe his student ID on a machine before he was allowed inside. Thankfully, he had managed to secure a private room when registering. It wasn't large, but it had everything he needed. At the very least, he could stretch his legs out on the bed. "Ugh, I need to pay back that warrior loan as soon as possible." Su Chen pulled out the hemp rope and the shadow-avoiding robe he had stuffed in his clothes and tossed them under the bed. He immediately got into a stance and began to train, panting heavily. The body-refining trial required him to break his physical limits 10 times. For the people of this world, that wasn't considered too difficult. The harder part was achieving mastery in a physical-type skill, which required constant, persistent training. The trouble was, however, that he was already a warrior. His physical constitution was exceptionally strong, making some of the training methods from his past life highly inefficient. It wasn't until around 8 or 9 in the evening that Su Chen felt his physical strength was nearly depleted. His body was pushed to the point of extreme exhaustion, his heart pounded like a drum, and his skin was slick with sweat. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, he felt his body relax. A warm current surged from an unknown source through his already exhausted frame. He opened his panel and, sure enough, saw that he had broken his limit once. This is too hard. Su Chen lay on the bed, not wanting to even lift a finger. On the panel, a number had appeared after warrior. Warrior, 1%. So this is the profession development progress? It's quantifiable, not bad. Even though he had advanced to his profession early, he still needed to complete the advancement conditions. But now, it also helped increase his profession's development level. It was a win-win. Developing a profession improved one's strength in all aspects. Once developed to a certain stage, one could even unlock other professional abilities. But I still need to find a training technique related to my profession. This brute force method is too slow, Su Chen thought. As one's profession advanced and physical attributes improved, ordinary physical training methods became less and less effective. One needed corresponding high-tier training techniques. From what he had learned in the library, a suitable training technique could multiply the efficiency of profession development, but such techniques were also extremely rare and valuable. High-tier training techniques are secrets. It'll probably be hard to get one under normal circumstances, Su Chen panted, lying on his bed. After resting for a moment, he stripped off his clothes, took a shower, and returned to bed. He then began his candle fire spirit training. Physical and mental fatigue assaulted him simultaneously. A Tier 1 professional was, after all, still human. Going without sleep was clearly not an option. However, just as dawn was breaking, Su Chen's body trembled slightly. He let out a long breath, feeling as if he were reborn. Candle Fire Spirit Training Method, Mastery, 10%. In just one night, he had entered the mastery stage. The resulting improvement washed away the mental fatigue from staying up all night. The night's exertion brought a wave of hunger. After a moment's thought, Su Chen drank half of the remaining nutrient liquid and continued to train. By mid-afternoon, he had broken his limit once again. He lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The exhaustion made him not want to do anything at all. In a daze, a notification suddenly popped up on his panel. The scholar has witnessed your diligent practice and feels pleased. It has decided to reduce the required years of study. Su Chen watched as the 20-year requirement for scholar changed to 19 years and 11 months. It finally reacted. He sat up abruptly, the fatigue in his body seeming to fade slightly. So it seems the harder I work, the more pleased it gets. Su Chen was speechless. Although it was only a 1-month reduction, he had only been training for a single day. At this rate, he could shave off 3 years of the requirement in just over a month. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity about what kind of abilities a special profession might have. Thinking of this, he looked at Secret Artifact Master. He had already figured out what professional traits were. Professional traits determined a profession's advancement path. For example, the warrior profession could only advance into other strength-related professions. The Secret Artifact Master shared the professional traits of both Rope Master and Secret Magic Apprentice, which meant he could choose to advance into the upper-tier professions of either of those two paths. This stuff gets used up so fast. Downing the last of the nutrient liquid, Su Chen let out a satisfied burp. That stuff could sustain an ordinary person for several days, but for him, it only lasted a day and a half. I have to find Jiang He soon, or I'll be starving again, he calculated. Repaying the warrior loan required constant training, which also meant he burned through nutrients faster than usual. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. After resting a little longer, Chen left his dorm. At this time of day, there was hardly anyone in the hallway. He walked to a rectangular device at the end of the hall. It had an iron-brown casing and an LCD screen in the center. Finding a long, narrow slot at the bottom, he inserted his student ID, and a schedule appeared on the screen. It was his class schedule. He didn't have many classes. He had just registered yesterday, so he had no classes today. He only had 3 classes tomorrow. Jiang He's mysticism class was the second period in the morning. Looks like I'll have to find her tomorrow, then. Chen frowned. It's a real pain not having an easy way to contact her. He figured there must be one in this world, but he just hadn't encountered it yet. Tomorrow it is, then. I'll just have to go hungry for one more night, he said, shaking his head, preparing to go back and continue his training. The sound of thumping steps echoed from the stairwell. A young man ran up, glanced at him, and then looked from side to side at the room numbers, muttering, 301, 301. Chen's expression turned strange. Isn't that my room number? He didn't say anything, just followed behind the young man. After finding room 301, the young man knocked on the door. Are you looking for me? A voice suddenly came from behind, making the young man jump. Who? He yelled instinctively as he turned. His gaze turned resentful. You're the owner of this room? Yes. Chen glanced at the student ID on the other person's chest. Li Ming. He then swiped his card to open the door, proving his identity. What's wrong with this guy? He must have heard me muttering just now, but he just followed behind me without saying a word. Li Ming complained inwardly but said aloud, You're Chen, right? Someone's downstairs looking for you. Who? Chen asked instinctively, then immediately corrected himself, a man or a woman? A man, Li Ming answered. He's right downstairs. With that, he tried to leave, only to find himself held in a tight grip. What does he look like? Chen stared at him. If it were a woman, it could be Jiang He or Bai Fengxi. But a man. He's right downstairs, just go down and see for yourself, Li Ming said, a little impatiently. Chen didn't speak, but his grip gradually tightened. Fuck, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Sir. Sir. Li Ming wailed, hurriedly explaining, he's well-dressed, pretty handsome, and had a great attitude. He asked me to come up and find you and even gave me a gold coin. He's not from the school. Oh, right, his eyes are blue. The aggrieved party has come knocking. Chen's eyes flickered, and the strength in his hand relaxed. Then go down and tell him I won't come down unless he gives me 100 gold coins. Wait, I'll give you another gold coin afterward. Li Ming was stunned. Wait, what kind of game are you two playing? I'll go, I'll go. Li Ming felt a phantom pain in his arm and quickly agreed. Fucking psycho. Li Ming muttered, but only after he had gone downstairs. Rubbing his elbow, he exited the building and prepared to leave. He wasn't about to be a messenger for some lunatic. Excuse me, fellow student. Fuck. Li Ming flinched and spun around. The man who had sent him upstairs was standing right behind him, a faint smile on his face. His pair of blue pupils were incredibly deep. Where is the person I asked you to get? He asked gently. He's not here. Li Ming didn't want to get involved. Lying is not a good habit, the man said, seemingly seeing right through him. You should think carefully. Li Ming clearly saw flames burning in the man's eyes. This was a professional. Just my rotten luck, he cursed inwardly before saying helplessly, he told me to tell you that he won't come down unless you give him 100 gold coins. Li Ming noticed the man's expression freeze. The smile vanished from his face, and he glanced up at the building. After a long moment, he took out a special wallet from his coat, poured out a handful of gold coins, and said flatly, tell him this is all I have. I'll be waiting for him. He actually fucking gave them. Li Ming was dumbfounded as he dazedly walked back into the dormitory. A moment later, Su Chen stared at the gold coins in front of him. They were only the size of a fingernail and weren't gold as he understood it. They felt warm and smooth to the touch and faintly radiated a certain glow. He sank into deep thought. The aggrieved party is at my door. What should I do? That's what he said, Li Ming explained cautiously. He was tempted to pocket the money, but the dorms were cleared out at night, so he'd have to leave eventually. After thinking it over, he decided it was best to just pass on the message honestly. I'll have to face him sooner or later. Realizing this, Su Chen felt the situation was becoming troublesome. The guy is up to no good, and who knows what kind of game he's playing against Jiang He. But it's just as I expected. I'm clearly the weak point they're targeting, and Jiang He knows it. She's using me as bait. I understand. Go down and tell him I'll be there in a bit, Su Chen said with a nod. Li Ming looked as if he'd been granted amnesty and immediately turned to leave. Wait. He froze. He desperately wanted to ignore the summons and hurry downstairs, but after a moment of consideration, he turned back with a sigh of resignation. This is for you. Su Chen flicked a gold coin at him. Li Ming fumbled to catch it, looking surprised. Thank you. He managed to force out the words before heading downstairs. Su Chen thought for a moment, then decided to just go back to his room and continue working on his candle fire spirit training method. Since I have to meet him sooner or later, I might as well make it later. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Besides, I'm not hungry right now. As time passed, the artificial lights of Southwind City gradually shifted to a soft, amber glow. Downstairs, Jiang He's cuckolded husband looked up with a cold expression, his eyes fixed on a specific floor of the dormitory. The next morning, Su Chen woke up leisurely and stretched. He had spent the entire previous afternoon and evening training both his body and his spirit, leaving him so exhausted that he had slept like a log. This place was relatively safe. Southwind Academy's headmaster was the city lord himself. The last time a student had died on campus was 3 years ago, and the city lord had personally ordered 3 separate investigations, implicating nearly 100 people before he considered the matter closed. The progress on his panel was clear. Warrior, 3%. Candle Fire Spirit Training Method Mastery, 15%. He had already broken his limits 3 times, and the time required to become a scholar had been reduced by another 3 months. The time reduction wasn't fixed. Once, it had been cut by a full 2 months. I'm progressing much faster than I thought. This visual representation of his progress, where every bit of effort yielded visible results, filled him with motivation. But now I really have to go out. After washing up, Su Chen rubbed his stomach, muttering to himself, he couldn't have actually waited downstairs all night, could he? The moment he stepped out of the dormitory, Su Chen felt a gaze land on him. He followed the feeling and saw a figure standing under a thick-trunked maple tree across the way. The man was dressed impeccably in a custom-tailored, dark brown suit. He was undeniably handsome, with regular features and a captivating pair of blue eyes. He really did wait all night, Su Chen thought with a sigh. Their eyes met. Chi Chuan stared silently at Su Chen. He really is a handsome devil, he thought. No wonder he caught my wife's eye. This kid was intimate with Jiang He in my own home, so he should know what I look like. He tried to find a trace of panic or unease on Su Chen's face, but found only serene calm. When the lover gets caught by the husband, shouldn't he at least look a little guilty? Chi Chuan thought, his mood worsening as he recalled how Su Chen had toyed with him yesterday. Despite his thoughts, he didn't move. He simply stood his ground, waiting for Su Chen to approach him so he could maintain the upper hand. But then, Chi Chuan's expression darkened as he saw Su Chen turn as if to go back inside. Left with no choice, he called out, Su Chen. A few passing students shot them curious glances but didn't pay them much mind. Annoyed, Chi Chuan walked up behind Su Chen and decided to take the offensive. Got something to hide, he said in a low voice. Su Chen turned around slowly. And you are? Stop pretending. I'm Jiang He's husband. Chi Chuan lowered his voice as the dormitory security guard eyed the two of them with suspicion. "Ah, so you're one of us. A pleasure to meet you," Chen said with a look of sudden understanding. Chi Chuan was taken aback for a second before letting out a cold sneer. "You're certainly fearless. You think Jiang he will protect you?" "Not at all. I just figured an elegant gentleman like you wouldn't be the rude type," Chen explained. Chi Chuan's brow twitched. The kid's reaction was completely unexpected, rendering useless the various speeches he had prepared. He maintained his cold tone. "Why did you play games with me yesterday?" "I didn't. I came down, didn't I?" "It just took me a little while," Chen replied, feigning confusion. Chi Chuan was at a loss for words. Done with the nonsense, his tone became menacing. "Kid, don't think you're safe. Aren't you curious why your grace period before being forced to leave the city was shortened from 3 months to just half a month?" "It wasn't always half a month?" Chen asked, his face a mask of confusion. Chi Chuan felt a surge of frustration. This kid didn't act like some backwater refugee who'd never seen the world. He had assumed that revealing his identity as Jiang He's husband would be enough to overwhelm him. Instead, all his threats and attempts at intimidation felt like punching cotton, igniting a nameless rage within him. "Look, buddy, what's your deal? Don't you big shots all have your own fun on the side? You don't have a mistress?" Chen feigned ignorance. "Are you really this pissed off just because I slept with your wife?" A flicker of something passed through Chi Chuan's eyes. "This kid is smarter than I thought. I'll have to try a different approach." The grim look on his face vanished, replaced by a calm indifference. He led Chen to a corner and lowered his voice. "You're a smart man, so I'll be direct. I want to know what really happened that night." "That night?" Chen acted surprised, looking Chi Chuan up and down before hesitating, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Chi Chuan's eyes narrowed. He watched Chen's reaction closely. The kid really does know something. "You big shots are really something else," Chen said, feigning reluctance and looking troubled. He sighed. "But fine. You're Jiang He's husband, after all. I guess I can understand. That night, I went to see her. She took off my clothes. The red wine trickled down. Her face was flushed. I said, and she said. Her voice was so. We had a very good time." At first, Chi Chuan listened intently, but his expression grew progressively uglier until he finally roared, "Enough." His eyes were menacing, blazing with a fire that seemed ready to erupt. Even if he had his own ulterior motives, how could he possibly remain calm while listening to a live recounting of his wife's affair? His eyes can shoot fire. What kind of class is that? Chen wondered. What's wrong? You're the one who asked me to tell you. I thought Instructor Jiang he was just joking when she said you had a special hobby. Chen backed away, putting on an innocent and confused act. I didn't want to say anything. I'm not into that kind of stuff. A special hobby? Chi Chuan's expression shifted as he realized what Chen was implying. Red markings began to appear on his cheeks. No. He took a deep breath, forcing his anger back down. The unusual marks on his skin slowly faded as he tried to speak calmly. That's not what I want to know. Then what do you want to know? Chen asked with a frown. Chi Chuan fell silent. He stared at the young man before him, who was still feigning confusion, and felt that he couldn't see through him at all. He himself had nearly lost control. Southwind Academy is the cradle where Southwind City forges its future pillars of power. From every class, a select group of students is chosen for special grooming. Resources, status, knowledge, they want for nothing, he said, abandoning his interrogation for a new tactic. Since you're a smart man, you should understand that Jiang he can't possibly invest that many resources in you. Tell me what you know, and I can get your name on that special training list. I can even delay your expulsion from the city, giving you more time to gain the strength you need to protect yourself. Chen sighed in exasperation. What is it you actually want to know? Chi Chuan stared at him, not pressing the question any further. He simply tossed him a gilded card. "Think about it," he said coolly. "When you've made up your mind, break it." What a hassle. Chen thought, shaking his head as he watched Chuan disappear. He grabbed a few people to ask for directions to the mysticism classroom, only to be met with a wave of shocked stares. A few of them were even heading the same way. When Chen arrived, he finally understood why those guys had looked so surprised. The classroom was a large lecture hall, already packed to the brim with people sitting and even standing. At Southwind Academy, if Jiang He wasn't a household name, she was pretty close. There are so many people. Chen was stunned. 95% of them were male students, and it was standing room only. Southwind Academy offered quite a few subjects, mostly geared toward miscellaneous professions. Mysticism sounded impressive, but it was really just a theoretical course. It covered general knowledge about certain professions and worldly secrets, nothing too deep. The only reason so many people were here was because of Jiang He's personal charm. The class hadn't started yet, and a low buzz filled the entire room. "I heard Teacher Jiang has a new favorite." "Ugh, why couldn't it be me? It's probably an upperclassman, right? Zhang Hengyu, maybe? I heard he's already become a professional. This time seems different." Teacher Jiang personally handled the guy's enrollment. "It's like she's grooming him or something. Fuck, what a lucky bastard. I wish Teacher Jiang would give me a good whipping." Chen was speechless. How does news travel so fast? Don't these guys have anything better to do? The chatter suddenly rose in pitch before abruptly falling silent. All that could be heard was the click-clack of approaching footsteps. Jiang He had arrived. Sharp intakes of breath could be heard all around. Jiang He had changed her outfit. She wore a form-fitting, sleeveless purple turtleneck sweater and high heels. Her gaze swept across the room, meeting Chen's for a split second before casually moving on as if nothing had happened. Though rumors of her wild and flirtatious nature circulated in private, Teacher Jiang was a woman of few words in the classroom. She projected a cold aloofness, and this contrast, combined with her status, created an unparalleled charm. "Today, we will be discussing the day fog and the night fog." Her voice was crisp. Behind her, various images appeared on a screen. Countless pairs of burning eyes roamed over the teacher's body, but Chen listened intently. The day fog and night fog transition at 6 o'clock, each lasting for 12 hours. During the day fog, the dangers in the wilds are significantly lower. Conversely, the dangers increase during the night fog. However, expeditions to explore ruins or conduct patrols can't be limited to just 12 hours. How to effectively avoid the night fog is a subject of perpetual research. Morning star stone, a material used in the construction of city walls. It can insulate a certain area from the fog's influence, and the monsters within the fog tend to keep their distance from it. This was exactly the kind of theoretical knowledge Chen needed. Elsewhere, Zhou Zhong handed over a bag of gold coins and received a paper document from a middle-aged man. "Remember to burn this after you're done reading," the man instructed before hurrying away. Zhou Zhong's gaze fell upon the paper. As he scanned it, his surprise grew. He's actually a refugee. But how would he know by Fengxi? A friend's daughter, parents are both dead. I think I'm starting to get it, but I'll still need to verify this. After Jiang He's class ended, the students, still basking in the afterglow, watched with longing eyes as their teacher left before finally packing up their things. Chen silently followed her. To the astonishment of several onlookers, he entered Jiang He's private office, where she was alone. "Chuan came to see me," Chen said directly. A flicker of emotion crossed Jiang He's face. He's moving fast. He's not even trying to be discreet anymore. He's a deep one, and he never shows his emotions. I'm afraid he's already guessed that there's more to you than meets the eye. You didn't blow your cover, did you? Never shows his emotions. Chen recalled the man's contorted, furious face and gave a simple reply. It's fine. I managed to bluff my way through. He also tried to tempt me with a spot in the priority development program. A spot in the priority development program? Jiang He scoffed. He's got some nerve making a promise like that. Even I would have a hard time arranging that, let alone. She trailed off, as if a thought had just struck her. Then, her expression turned excited. Do me a favor. No, Chen replied, shaking his head. I have no interest in getting involved in your business. Jiang He added, there's something in it for you. Accept his offer. Let him pull the strings to get you on that priority development list. The academy will pour a ton of resources into you. Chen paused. The importance of resources was self-evident. He had almost no way to acquire the consumables, further body refining methods for the warrior profession, or even information on how to advance to subsequent tiers. But there were risks involved as well. Still, Chi Chuan had clearly targeted him, and he currently had no way of getting out of this situation. His decisive refusal just now had merely been a tactic to see what price Jiang He would offer. What's your objective? Chen asked. Jiang He explained, I want to see who's backing him. We found the person who altered your records, but he was just a hired hand. To actually get you onto the priority development list, that's not something that can be done with money alone. Besides, the price he's willing to pay just to find out what happened that night is a little steep. He'll probably ask you to do other things for him. So, I'm the bait and the mole, Chen thought, his face impassive. And what's your price? Aren't you getting? Jiang He began, but Chen cut her off. That's the outcome, not a benefit you're providing. I'm caught in the middle here. I need more. What do you want? Jiang He asked, intrigued. The advancement method for the warrior's Tier 2 profession, Chen stated his price. I don't know it, Jiang He said, shaking her head. And I can't give it to you. Ask for something else. She looked completely unfazed, confident in her position. Chen remained expressionless. In truth, ever since leaving that villa, it's been difficult for me to gain any advantage over Jiang He. That's why I had to do everything I could back then to get some kind of leverage over her. The blood oath contract was something best left unmentioned unless things turned completely hostile. Chen's expression seemed to sour. He said in a low voice, a physical training technique suitable for a professional. Seeing his reluctant expression, Jiang He's mood brightened. That, I can do. I can finally breathe, Chen thought with relief. The training technique was my real goal anyway. Information on Tier 2 professions is useless to me right now. I only brought it up to make it seem like I was reluctantly backing down. With the terms agreed upon, Chen didn't leave. He puffed out his chest and said, there's one more thing. I'm broke. He emphasized, I don't even have money to eat. So I'm really keeping you now, Jiang He said nonchalantly. Fine. I'll transfer some money to your account. Having gotten what he wanted, Chen left, satisfied. However, he was startled the moment he stepped out. The corridor outside the office was packed 3 rows deep with people. Someone had clearly called their friends over to get a look at the rumored toy boy. Holy shit, it's really him. He was standing right next to me in class, acting all serious. Damn it, I've got just as much charm as he does. The countless stares filled with envy, jealousy, and hate made Chen extremely uncomfortable as he beat a hasty, helpless retreat. Even with the blood oath, I'm still at a disadvantage with Jiang He, Chen thought on his way back. If I could find a way to get out of this, or find a backer of my own, things would be much simpler. Key cultivation. If I reveal that I'm already a professional. No, there would be too much to explain. It might cause even more trouble. Jiang He moved fast. By the time Chen reached the cafeteria, he found that money had already been added to his student ID, 100 gold coins. That wasn't a small amount. In the past, Chen had to work for 10 days just to earn a single gold coin. But it wasn't a lot either. A single tube of that compressed nutrient liquid cost 15 gold coins. This is too expensive. Baifengshi was pretty decent, after all. Chen hesitated. With his high-intensity training, this stuff would only keep him from going hungry for a day or two. Forget it. The whole point is to not go hungry. No longer hesitating, Chen paid at the counter, took 6 tubes, stuffed them into his coat, and headed straight back to his dorm. After drinking a nutrient liquid, Chen first crushed the token Chuan had given him. Then he started training immediately. He trained until he was completely exhausted, then worked on developing his spirit. He pushed himself to the absolute limit, not wanting to move an inch once he lay down on his bed. So he really does know. In a lavishly decorated room, Chuan looked at the equally shattered card in his hand, a strange smile crossing his face. What do you plan to do? Are you really going to put him on the special cultivation list? A deep voice asked. Chuan's expression hardened as he looked at the imposing middle-aged man before him and nodded slightly. That would be giving him too much credit. He's just a low-class refugee. My arrangements that day should have been foolproof. I can't make any more plans until I figure out what exactly happened. Since he almost certainly knows something, we can just grab him and torture it out of him. He's in the academy, the other person emphasized. In about 10 days, he'll have to leave the city, Chuan said with a smile. It seems you've already thought it through. The other person nodded slowly, his voice growing heavy. Handle it as soon as possible. Southwind only gets 1 spot each year. It will be decided in another 6 months, and I don't want any accidents. You can rest assured, Chuan said hurriedly. 3 days passed in a flash. Chen had crushed Chuan's token long ago, but he still hadn't heard from the man. Only 4 more payments on the warrior loan. Chen let out a long breath and looked at his panel. Warrior, 6%. Candle Fire Spirit Training Method Mastery, 25%. The time requirement for Scholar was down to 1 year. Chen estimated that in just a few more days, he would be able to take on this special professional class. It's less than 10 days until I have to leave the city. Chen calculated the days. What's the victim playing at? Is he just going to ignore this, or is he? Knock. 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 A knock sounded at the door. Chen was surprised. What a coincidence. Speak of the devil. The person at the door looked somewhat familiar. He held his head high and had a decent appearance. Is someone looking for me downstairs? He asked tentatively. Zhou Zhong frowned slightly and emphasized, I'm looking for you. You. Chen was surprised and studied the other man closely. Have we met somewhere before? Zhou Zhong said flatly, I've seen your file. A low-class refugee who got into Southwind Academy by luckily climbing into Jiang He's bed. How long do you think Jiang He's novelty interest in you will last? Oh, I remember now. You know Bai Fengxi, right? Chen finally recalled. So he's probably not one of Chuan's men. What's this guy here for? Zhou Zhong said calmly, aren't you going to invite me in to sit down? It's messy inside. If you have something to say, just say it here, Chen said, shaking his head. Zhou Zhong was displeased. I came to give you an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Chen asked, looking at him. A real chance to turn your life around, Zhou Zhong said with a small smile. All you have to do is tell me everything you know about Bai Fengxi, down to the last detail. Slam. The door in front of him was slammed shut. Zhou Zhong's smile froze on his face as he faintly heard the other person's voice drift through the door dash, what an idiot. A vein throbbed on Zhou Zhong's forehead, and his face turned black with rage. Someone's after Bai Fengxi. Chen muttered to himself. Is he trying to hit on her, or scheme against her? Oh well, I'll let her know the next time I see her. Chen didn't pay it much mind, continuing to mull over the victim's situation while he went on with his training. In the mid-afternoon, the door was knocked on again. This time, it was Jiang He. Isn't this the men's dormitory? Chen asked as he let her in. She was once again dressed in her sexy teacher's outfit. Who here wouldn't welcome me? Jiang He retorted. She glanced around the room, sat casually on the bed, and crossed her legs. Has Chen come to see you? Not yet, Chen said, shaking his head. It's been 3 days, Jiang, he said, looking at Chen suspiciously. I crushed the token a long time ago. Chen took out the card, which was wrapped in a tissue. Wind letter paper. Jiang, he nodded, but was still confused. If that's the case, why hasn't he come? Was he delayed by something? I don't know. Chen shook his head and simply held out his hand. The thing I asked for. Jiang, he hesitated for a moment before pulling a thin book from her small bag and handing it to Chen. An F-level refining technique. It should be enough for you. Molten stone refining technique. The large characters on the cover made Chen's heart skip a beat. Training techniques were graded from low to high using standards like F, E, and so on. Although this was the lowest grade, it was genuinely used by professionals. Something like candle fire, on the other hand, wasn't even tiered. Wait for him to find you. Jiang, he was about to leave when Chen stopped her. Add some more money. He said it with such entitlement that Jiang, he retorted irritably, getting addicted to being a freeloader. I'll add another 100. If you run out of money, figure it out yourself. Or, you could beg me. Jiang, he suddenly gave him a seductive smile. I'm begging you, Chen said, his face expressionless. Jiang, he's expression stiffened. You're no fun, she said coldly. She didn't return to her office. Instead, she walked out of the school under the gazes of passers-by, heading deeper into the city. Father. Jiang, he asked the white-haired old man before her, confused. Chen hasn't looked for Chen since then. What do you think is going on? The old man's face was lined with deep wrinkles, but his spirit was vigorous and his eyes glinted. He hasn't. After a brief silence, he couldn't help but praise, as expected of my good son-in-law. We were trying to bait him, but it seems he's baited us instead. What do you mean? Jiang, he asked, not understanding. In Chuan's eyes, what kind of person is Chen? The old man asked in return. Jiang, he didn't react at first, but the old man slowly explained, a low-class refugee. A lucky boy who managed to climb into his wife's bed. Perhaps a little clever, but that's it. For someone like that, if he wants to know something, why would he put him on a special cultivation list? As long as he's sure Chen has information, taking direct action is the simplest and most straightforward method. In 10 days, Chen has to leave the city. Jiang, he mulled it over for a moment before it dawned on her, her expression turning cold. He had it all planned from the start. His previous contact was just a probe. Then, doesn't that mean I gave Chen that thing for nothing? The old man sighed. Don't get hung up on that little thing. The trouble now is that Chen is leaving the city and we can't stop him. Your blood oath contract hasn't been broken yet. You have 10 days to advance to Secret Scholar as quickly as possible. Jiang, his face paled, but she said, but Chen doesn't know Chen is already a warrior. The old man shook his head. Just a tier 1 warrior. Knowing Chuan's personality, he's probably made multiple preparations. He paused, then added, however, this might also be an opportunity. In his dorm room, Chen was studying the molten stone refining technique. This training technique wasn't profound. It just used a special method to make one's blood circulate at high speed, thereby stimulating the body from within to achieve the effect of body refining. Chen assumed a strange posture in his room, following the method from the book. Gradually, he felt his heart begin to pound thump faster and faster. He could even hear a sound like crashing waves in his ears. His blood flowed with increasing speed, his body temperature rose, and his skin slowly turned crimson. Beads of sweat as large as peas trickled down his skin. On his first attempt, Chen only managed to last for half an hour before a burning pain seared his throat. He had to gulp water straight from the tap for over 3 minutes before he felt any relief. Phew! He gasped for air, sensing the changes in his body, and was inwardly astonished. The efficiency of this half hour of training is even higher than my previous 4 or 5 hours. If I'd had this training technique sooner, I wouldn't have needed to huff and puff through hours of training every day just to reach my physical limit. At the same time, a panel popped up. Molten Stone Refining Technique, Novice, 1%. The scholar perceives new secret knowledge and feels joy. Lifespan penalty reduced, 1 year. Ha! Su Chen's mind jolted. A whole year was taken off. It seems I've met all the requirements to become a professional. He scanned downward, and just as he expected, 2 large, brilliant golden words appeared after scholar become professional. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He took a deep breath and decisively chose to become a professional. In an instant, Su Chen's pupils constricted. His mind became active as never before. It was as if fireworks had exploded deep in his mind. Things hidden in the depths of his memory, long forgotten, came rushing back. His thoughts seemed to become much sharper. Scholar class instated. Professional ability gained, Scholar's Stance. Scholar's Stance, proficiency gain rate plus 50%. Su Chen's heart thumped wildly, and he silently clenched his fists. Yes, this is great. The Scholar class truly lives up to its name. A direct boost to proficiency accumulation. Simple and brutally effective. I love it. Of course, this was just the ability shown on the panel. He could feel that his mental acuity and powers of observation had also improved to varying degrees. After waiting for his physical strength to slowly recover, he began his spiritual training. The effects were indeed outstanding. He felt that the speed at which he could outline the candle fire had increased considerably. He continued late into the night, only stopping reluctantly when he was on the verge of mental exhaustion. Candle Fire Spirit Training Method, Mastery, 40%. It really did increase by a lot. Normally, training to the point of mental exhaustion would only increase it by 5 to 7% at most. Su Chen thought, then drifted into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, he was startled awake by a continuous knocking at his door. It seemed the person on the other side wouldn't stop unless he opened it. Throwing on some clothes, Su Chen opened the door. 3 people stood outside, dressed in identical blue and white uniforms. The one in the lead stated expressionlessly, Southwind Academy Inspection Department. Room check. Room check. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he leaned an arm against the doorframe. As I recall, the school rules state that private dormitories are exempt from inspections. The leader's expression flickered with surprise. Before he could speak, someone beside him piped up, "Cut the crap. This is a random spot check. Private dorms are included." As he spoke, he moved to push Su Chen's arm away, but it felt like he was pushing against an iron bar. "You." The man's face changed slightly as he silently pushed harder, but Su Chen remained completely motionless. "Are you sure you want to get involved in this?" Su Chen asked, his words carrying a deeper meaning. The leader's cheek twitched. He watched as his companion's face turned beet red, now using both hands to push, yet Su Chen was still breathing evenly. The leader couldn't help but swallow hard. "Isn't this guy a new student? My friend here is about to become a blacksmith, and his strength is astonishing." I just remembered, there does seem to be such a rule. Sorry to have bothered you." He pulled his companion back and forced a smile as he explained. "It's fine. Just remember it for next time." Su Chen was magnanimous. He watched them walk to the end of the hallway, then suddenly called out, "Tell Zhou Zhong to stop playing these childish games." The 3 of them froze for a moment, then quickened their pace. So it really was him. Su Chen muttered to himself. There weren't many people he had conflicts with. Chi probably wouldn't resort to such low-level tactics, and his relationship with Jiang he was still one of cooperation. Thinking it over, it seemed only Zhou Zhong would use such methods within the academy. TSK. Su Chen turned and went back into his room. He pulled the shadow-avoiding robe from his bed, put it on under his clothes, and followed the 3 from a distance as they went downstairs. After many twists and turns through the academy grounds, they arrived at a secluded grove behind one of the buildings. From afar, he could see that the 3 had already met up with Zhou Zhong. He couldn't tell what they were discussing, but he saw Zhou Zhong yelling loudly, looking extremely annoyed. The three men just listened helplessly. After a long while, they hurried away, leaving Zhou Zhong alone. Astonishing strength? Zhou Zhong murmured to himself. Could it be that his physical talent is good? No wonder Jiang He arranged for him to enter the academy. There's a secret here. His eyes glinted with a sort of excitement. But this is even better. If I can subdue him, it would probably be. Thwack. A sharp pain exploded on the back of his head. Before Zhou Zhong could react, his eyes rolled back, and he fell stiffly to the ground. Chen retracted his hand under the shadow-avoiding robe, inconspicuous in the shadows of the grove. Glancing left and right, he quickly stripped the guy's clothes off. Killing him would be going too far, it would be troublesome if it attracted the attention of the city lord. This is just to teach him a lesson. Not long after, a piercing scream echoed through the grove. Meanwhile, Chen was already back in his dorm, holding two small red glass vials filled with a viscous red liquid. He observed them carefully. This stuff, it looks like. This was what Zhou Zhong had been carrying. The guy was clearly no simple character. He thought hard, and a flash of realization crossed his eyes. Blood circulation potion. He remembered now. He'd seen it mentioned when he was cramming information in the library. He had long since forgotten about it, but after becoming a scholar, his thinking and memory had improved significantly, allowing him to recall it. An F-level potion. It speeds up physical strength recovery and increases the efficiency of physical training. Chen mused. Did Zhou Zhong also choose a physical type class? Good stuff. Chen grinned, then downed one in a single gulp and began circulating the molten stone refining technique. He wasn't sure if it was because he was more skilled or due to the potion's effects, but he entered the state much faster. He even had a long, thin straw in his mouth, leading into a large bucket of water beside him. The training efficiency had indeed increased significantly. Chen trained until the world went dark, for a full 12 hours. He drank both blood circulation potions, and even the remaining nutrient liquid was almost completely consumed. The warrior loan was finally paid off, and the black countdown timer behind his class name disappeared. This truly made Chen feel like he could breathe a sigh of relief. Warrior, 15%. Molten stone refining technique, novice, 55%. Chen could feel a distinct increase in the strength within his body. The development efficiency is on a completely different level now. Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The combination of the training technique and the blood circulation potion was nearly 10 times faster than his previous bitter training. Resources are so important. Chen sighed. He couldn't even find a place to buy something like a blood circulation potion, unlike Zhou Zhong, who could carry 2 bottles with him at all times. I'm so jealous. Chen glanced at his nutrient liquid. His consumption today had been too great, only 1 tube was left. He would have to go buy more tomorrow. I didn't see anything. I just felt a pain in my head, and then I didn't know anything. In the dean's office, Zhou Zhong's face was ashen. He couldn't help but say, "Teacher, this wasn't a prank, it was a robbery. Both of the blood circulation potions I had on me were stolen. I was saving those to become a professional." Teacher. Fury welled up in Zhou Zhong's heart as he shouted, "You have to get justice for me. Do you have any suspects?" The teachers in the dean's office looked at each other. Zhou Zhong's father held a high position, so they couldn't afford to be dismissive. But that particular grove just happened to be one of the few places in Southwind Academy without surveillance cameras. Various figures flashed through Zhou Zhong's mind. There were quite a few suspects, actually. But Zhou Zhong said with near certainty, to be able to knock me out in one blow, it must have been a professional. I suspect. Zhang Hengyu. It must have been him. He was afraid I'd become a professional and take his spot. Chen woke up full of energy, looking refreshed. Candle Fire Spirit Training Method, Mastery, 50%. His progress toward becoming a secret artifact master was advancing steadily. After washing up, he didn't continue his tedious training. Instead, he prepared to head to the cafeteria to buy a few more nutritional potions. However, as soon as he stepped out of the dormitory building, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. There were many more patrolling guards on the academy's paths. Moreover, they weren't the academy's internal security. They were all burly, dressed in dark blue, form-fitting combat suits as a base layer. Thick metal armor protected their shoulders, chests, and thighs, and they carried black submachine guns. Their expressions were hard, and they radiated a dangerous aura. Chen even sensed that there were many professionals mixed in among them. Why are there so many inspector guards? Did something happen? Many students on the path had the same question. I don't know. They showed up yesterday afternoon and supposedly took over all security duties for the school, a student whispered. Yesterday afternoon? Chen's expression flickered. It couldn't be because of Zhou Zhong, could it? I heard the academy was attacked. A mysterious-sounding voice suddenly came from behind him. Chen slowed his pace. It's not because of Zhou Zhong. Attacked? For real? The students who had gathered around gasped in astonishment. Of course it's true. Why else would they make such a big show of force? Chen was listening intently when he was abruptly stopped. It was a dark-skinned inspector guard who, without a word, took Chen's student card and scanned it on a handheld device. He then reached out and rubbed Chen's cheek. After confirming there was no issue, he waved him through. Although a Tier 1 warrior's body was enhanced, it wasn't beyond the scope of a normal human. Such a simple inspection wouldn't reveal anything unusual. You, back there. Stop spreading rumors. He warned. Chen glanced back. The academy was attacked. For real. On the way to the cafeteria, he heard more news. Some said something had been stolen from the school, while others claimed several high-level teachers had died, all of them Tier 2 professionals. All sorts of rumors were flying around. Bai Fengxi. After buying his nutrient liquid, Chen turned and saw Bai Fengxi coming up the stairs. Zhou Zhong was probably still racking his brain over who knocked him out yesterday, so he wasn't with Bai Fengxi. After a moment's thought, Chen walked straight up to her. Old Bai. He called out. What kind of weird nickname was that? A few girls nearby looked completely baffled. Ah, it's him. Jiang He's Xiao Bai, handsome guy. Chen's face was quite memorable, so one of the girls recognized him right away. Bai Fengxi's gaze, however, fell on the small bag Chen was carrying. He has money already. Teacher Jiang He is certainly generous. She looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated, while Chen said bluntly, I have something to tell you. Bai Fengxi thought for a moment, then followed Chen to a table in the corner. Zhou Zhong has his eyes on you. He was asking me about your identity. Chen couldn't help but lower his voice. It seems he doesn't know your background. Zhou Zhong. Bai Fengxi frowned and nodded, whispering, yes, Teacher Yuan altered my records. I'm now officially the orphan of one of his friends. As Bai Fengxi spoke, she didn't show the slightest hint of embarrassment. No wonder. He probably wants to use your background to control you, Chen said with dawning realization. Usually, when an ugly duckling becomes a swan, they don't want anything to do with their old self. For example, Bai Fengxi, you wouldn't want your friends to find out you're actually an inferior refugee, would you? You'd better be careful then, Chen reminded her. He seemed about to get up but then sat back down and asked curiously, who is your teacher? Teacher Yuan. It's Yuan Chenyang. Bai Fengxi's phrasing was a bit strange. The vice principal. The minister of inspection. Chen froze, looking Bai Fengxi up and down. Where did she get such insane luck? Southwind Academy had several vice principals, but this Yuan Chenyang was undoubtedly one of the most powerful. He controlled one of the city's enforcement agencies, the Inspectorate, which was responsible for internal city security. What are his requirements for taking on students? Chen asked, quite curious. How did you get noticed by him? I don't know. Bai Fengxi glanced at him, looking somewhat troubled. I'm not too clear on it either. Be careful. You might have run into a pervert, Chen said, his tone dripping with jealousy. Bai Fengxi just said, oh, not minding his joke. She then added, don't worry about Zhou Zhong. I'll warn him. Besides, he won't have time for anything else for a while. Zhang Hengyu is keeping him busy. Chen raised an eyebrow. Bai Fengxi whispered, yesterday, Zhang Hengyu made a move on him and snatched Zhou Zhong's blood circulation potion. He's furious about it. Zhang Hengyu. A strange look appeared in Chen's eyes. Why does he think it was Zhang Hengyu? Because of a spot to go to Yingfeng Giant City. Bai Fengxi said casually. A spot? Yingfeng Giant City? Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected such a misunderstanding. A suppressed flame of gossip flickered in Bai Fengxi's eyes. I heard he was also stripped stark naked, and someone recorded it with a projection device. Now he's running around warning everyone. Why are you so excited about this? Chen's expression was odd as he asked, how's Xiao Gezi? Bai Fengxi's expression softened. She's doing well. I've already started her on a basic education. She mentions you often. That's good. Chen got up to take his leave. You, want to become Yuan Chenyang's student? Bai Fengxi asked hesitantly. Yes. Chen sat down again and sighed. Jiang he isn't a long-term solution. True. Sooner or later, he'll get tired of you, Bai Fengxi nodded. She wasn't some naive, sheltered girl, she had clawed her way up from the mud, too. Chen didn't explain further. Bai Fengxi simply said, Yuan Chenyang looks for talent. Talent? Didn't you just say you didn't know why he took you in? Chen could see that old Bai was very guarded. Her attitude toward him was only slightly better than it was toward others. He figured she hadn't planned on bringing this up, but for some reason, she had changed her mind. Physical talent, spirit talent. If you have talent, you can progress faster and better than others, Bai Fengxi explained. Chen was lost in thought. So the reason I'm learning the candle fire spirit training method so quickly, is because I have a spirit talent. He looked at Bai Fengxi and said seriously, I think I have a talent, too. You. Bai Fengxi subconsciously sized him up, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Can you help? Chen asked. It's hard to say. I can put in a word, but he. Bai Fengxi hesitated. Chen noticed her strange way of referring to Yuan Chenyang but didn't ask about it. He just said, all right. In any case, thank you. As he returned to his dorm, Chen was still mulling things over. If only I could get in with Yuan Chenyang. Then, Jiang he wouldn't be a problem, Qichuan wouldn't be a problem, and I wouldn't have to be cooped up in my dorm all day, worrying about my next meal. Deep within Southwind Academy. In a high-level office, Bai Fengxi entered without a sound. Yuan Chenyang was massaging his temples, his bald head gleaming. Glancing at Bai Fengxi, he said, you're here. How's the investigation going? Bai Fengxi asked. No clues. The perpetrator is very experienced. However, I've trapped them within the academy. Yuan Chenyang opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them for an instant. I suspect it was an inside job. We were only halfway through deciphering the item when it was stolen. Yingfeng is already demanding answers and will probably send someone over. Bai Fengxi couldn't help but ask, what exactly was stolen? Yuan Chenyang's face tensed. An undeciphered special profession. Yuan Chenyang didn't offer much of an explanation. Is there something I can help you with? He asked gently. I have a friend who says he has talent, Bai Fengxi said, her voice clear and crisp. A friend? Yuan Chenyang's brow furrowed slightly. He hesitated. A refugee? Yes, Bai Fengxi nodded. Yuan Chenyang sighed, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. You're just too kind and don't know how to say no. I'll send someone to the shantytown to warn him. Bai Fengxi shook her head and explained, Zhou Zhong was investigating me. He helped fend him off. Zhou Zhong. Yuan Chenyang frowned, realizing something was amiss. What right does he have to stand up to Zhou Zhong? He's already in Southwind Academy as a visiting student. Bai Fengshi explained. How did he get in? Yuan Chenyang's interest was piqued. Bai Fengshi hesitated for a moment. Jiang He brought him in. Jiang He. Yuan Chenyang was taken aback again. A flicker of disgust crossed his eyes, and his annoyance extended to this nameless boy he had never even met. I'm not taking on any more students, Yuan Chenyang said, shaking his head. Bai Fengshi said nothing in response, simply lowering her head further and taking a silent step back. Seeing her reaction, Yuan Chenyang sighed in resignation. All right, how about this? We'll give him a chance. Let him join this year's special training program. Thank you. Bai Fengshi bowed and added, his name is Su Chen. I understand. I'll have someone arrange it. Also. Yuan Chenyang suddenly recalled something, and his tone turned stern. Don't get too involved with him. Anyone who catches Jiang He's eye is bound to be good-looking. Involved how? Bai Fengshi looked up, seemingly bewildered. It's nothing. You may go. Yuan Chenyang relaxed slightly. Once outside, the bewildered expression on Bai Fengshi's face vanished, replaced by a cool indifference. She knew what her advantages were, and she knew how to use them. Since coming to Southwind Academy, she had never asked Yuan Chenyang for a single thing. She knew that if she ever did, her request would not be denied. The special training program, this is the most I can do. We'll see how far you can go on your own. Bai Fengshi's reasons for helping Su Chen were complex. It was partly because of Xiao Gezi, partly out of a sense of kinship with a fellow countryman, and partly out of sheer admiration for Su Chen's ability to climb into Jiang He's bed. Someone so unscrupulous deserved a chance. Knock. 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 The knocking was gentle. Su Chen was wondering who it could be when he opened the door to find an unfamiliar man in black-rimmed glasses. Judging by his bearing, he clearly wasn't a student. He held a stack of files in his hand. His tone was anything but friendly. You're Su Chen, I take it, he said flatly. I am Wei Zhigao, the head of Southwind Academy's special training program. You've been made a member, and I'm here to inform you of some necessary details. Special training program? Su Chen was stunned. Me? He asked, surprised. What's going on? Did her mark come through for me? Wei Zhigao ignored Su Chen's shock and walked straight past him. He had already looked up Su Chen's file. A classic case of pulling strings, through and through. First Jiang He, now Vice Principal Yuan. He wasn't about to have a good attitude towards someone who just parachuted in halfway through. Yuan Chenyang. Why would that old coot get involved? In the room, the old man behind the desk had his brow deeply furrowed while Jiang He paced back and forth restlessly, muttering relentlessly, why would Yuan Chenyang help Su Chen? Have I offended him somehow? Father, didn't you say this was just Chi Chuan trying to turn the tables on me? So how did Su Chen get put into that program? Troublesome. The old man's frown deepened. If that old coot is involved, then we have to stop here. Stop here? Jiang He stopped pacing, his voice full of disbelief. What do you mean? We just forget about the attempt on my life? Sigh. Yuan Chenyang. The old man sighed. The academy was just attacked. If he decides to make a fuss and implicate us, it will be a huge mess. You should lie low for a while. Just focus on preparing for your promotion to Tier 2 Secret Method Scholar. Is that our only option? Jiang He was still resentful. And what about Su Chen? Forget about Su Chen for now. Let Chi Chuan do whatever he wants. For the time being, this matter is closed, the old man said, his eyes glinting. For the time being. Jiang He latched onto the word. The old man tapped on the armrest, his voice growing deeper. Let me figure out why Yuan Chenyang is backing Su Chen. Also, people from Yingfeng Giant City will be arriving. If Yuan Chenyang can't find the attackers, he'll likely be held accountable. Why would Yuan Chenyang take an interest in a no-name like Su Chen? The voice speaking to him was calm, but it made beads of cold sweat break out on Chi Chuan's forehead. He gritted his teeth. Rest assured, sir. He was only moved to the special training program. He still has to go out on patrol. And if Vice Principal Yuan looks into it, can you bear that responsibility? I'll take it. I'll take full responsibility, Chi Chuan said grimly. That man definitely knows something. So many perks. Su Chen licked his lips, excited. This special training program really was something else. First off, the resources. He would be allocated 3 vials of concentrated nutrient liquid every week. If he used them all up through high-intensity training and needed to buy more, he'd get a 50% discount from the academy. He also gained the right to purchase assistive exercise potions, like the blood circulation potion. However, even with the 50% discount, it would still cost 500 gold. Not to mention tailor-made profession paths and expert instructors. Of course, in exchange, these students were expected to serve Southwind City for free for 3 to 5 years after graduation to repay the resources they consumed. However, the academy-wide talent assessment for the start of the term has already passed, Wei Zhigao said, his face a mask. I don't have the authority to request the equipment for a private test, so I can't determine your area of aptitude. Whether it was physical talent or spirit talent, those at canine rank or higher always showed some distinguishing trait. This guy in front of him looked completely ordinary. No need. Su Chen didn't care. He then thought of a critical question. Do I still have to go outside the city? The requirement to leave the city was set by the city lord. Wei Zhigao sneered inwardly. If this kid's connections reach all the way to the headmaster, then I'll be truly impressed. Guess there's no getting out of it, Su Chen said with a sigh of resignation. Scared of even leaving the city? Wei Zhigao's expression grew even more sour. Vice Principal Yuan has such a forceful personality. Why would he pull strings for someone like this? He pulled out a sheet of paper. Are you taking the physical path or the spiritual path? Once you decide, I'll arrange the corresponding training curriculum for you. Su Chen glanced at it. It was a list of profession names split into 2 columns, physical and spiritual. There were more professions on the physical side, 5 in total, while the spiritual side only had 3. Are there any top-tier professions on this list? Su Chen asked, earning a look from Wei Zhigao that said he was staring at a complete moron. Su Chen paid him no mind. I'll go with physical, then. The physical path at least offered 5 choices. The spiritual path only had 3, and the only upper-tier profession was secret magic apprentice. The physical list, on the other hand, did have a Tier 1 advanced profession. You're choosing Gale Walker. Wei Zhigao frowned, the words, biting off more than you can chew, practically written across his face. He'd seen Su Chen's file. A refugee with no foundational training, trying to qualify for a Tier 1 advanced profession in just 3 years was completely impossible. It would be a total waste of resources, nothing more. He was about to offer a word of caution, but then he remembered the kid's connections and held his tongue. He got in by pulling strings, after all. Saying too much would probably just get him labeled a meddler. Let him do what he wants. Your student ID has been updated. The next physical training session is this afternoon. The instructor will give you the profession materials when you get there. This is a spirit communication device. It's a temporary loan. If you lose it, you'll have to pay for a replacement. Wei Zhigao tossed a palm-sized metal device onto the table and left without a backward glance. Who arranged for me to get in? After Wei Zhigao left, Su Chen studied the spirit communication device in his hand. It came with an instruction manual and looked like one of the old-fashioned cell phones from his previous life, complete with physical buttons. Because of the mist, its communication range was limited to Southwind City. It could be used for short-range, temporary messaging, and for now, it only had one contact, Wei Zhigao. Did I misjudge him? Su Chen examined it closely. The metal casing had a pretty nice feel to it. Whatever. I'll just take the benefits first and figure it out later. Chen could only set aside the things he couldn't figure out for now. At least he could get a lot of good stuff for free. A Tier 1 advanced physical profession was definitely stronger than warrior. According to the simple information Wei Zhigao provided, Gale Walker focused more on speed, with a slight boost to strength. Warrior, on the other hand, purely enhanced strength. Generally, there was no conflict between low-tier professions. In terms of future prospects, Gale Walker was definitely better. After leaving his room, he went to the end of the corridor to check the class schedule. Chen noted down the classroom for the physical training class and then trained for a while. Warrior, 20%. Molten Stone Refining Technique Introductory, 65%. Even though the Molten Stone Refining Technique was an F-level refining technique, his progress was still quite fast at the introductory stage. There were more members of the Inspector Guard in the academy. Everyone entering or leaving had to undergo strict screening, and they were conducting thorough searches of many remote corners inside. These sights made Chen wonder, is the attacker still in the academy? Yuan Chenyang sure reacts fast, that old fox. In a corner of the academy, a pair of sinister eyes scanned the surroundings as their owner whispered. The material of that thing is special. It'll be difficult to get it out in the open. I'll be discovered sooner or later. I need to think of a way. This place is something else. Chen arrived at the top-floor classroom. The room was sealed by a heavy metal door. He swiped his student ID, and with a heavy grinding of gears, the door slid open to the sides. A few people had already arrived. They were all burly and looked at him with surprise and suspicion. Is this a gym? Chen glanced around. The spacious room was filled with all sorts of massive equipment, all forged from metal. Hey, classmate, are you in the wrong place? Someone asked in a booming voice, holding something that looked like a dumbbell, his muscles bulging. Isn't this the physical training class? Chen asked. It is, but... The person nodded and said hesitantly, how come I've never seen you before? I'm new, Chen said casually. The few of them exchanged glances but didn't say anything else. He looked around, then picked up a dumbbell. Both ends were made of black metal, and there was something like a dial on the grip. Chen gave it a tentative turn and saw a blue fluorescent light flow through the patterns on the dumbbell's surface. He felt the dumbbell get a little heavier. Interesting. Chen realized that this equipment was indeed quite effective for physical training. Chen. A somewhat familiar voice called out from behind him. Old Bai. Chen turned around, quite surprised to see Bai Fengxi dressed in workout clothes. Her hair was tied up high, making her look very capable. You're training your body too? Old Bai. The other's eyes widened slightly. This kid knows Bai Fengxi that well. Everyone thought of Bai Fengxi as Yuan Chenyang's student, a sort of second-generation elite, who was naturally in a different league from most people. Just here to learn a few things. Bai Fengxi said evasively. Seeing that she didn't look surprised at all, Chen immediately understood. You were the one who got me in. It was Yuan Chenyang. He doesn't plan on taking on any more students, so he could only give you this chance, Bai Fengxi nodded. Thanks, Chen said. Bai Fengxi accepted his thanks calmly. Clack clack. The metal door opened again. A palpable sense of pressure washed over the room, so strong that even Chen could clearly feel it. A lean but powerfully built man walked in, his muscles clearly defined. Everyone gradually gathered around, their expressions solemn. Instructor. That's the instructor Zhengshi, Bai Fengxi whispered. Zhengshi scanned the room, his gaze landing on Chen. He frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, we have a new member today, Chen. From now on, he will be training with us. Chen. Never heard of him. The crowd murmured. Suddenly, someone gasped in a low voice, fuck, no wonder this kid looks familiar. It looks like he's following instructor Jiang He's path. Jiang He. No wonder he's so handsome. In an instant, a flood of gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and hate fell upon him. Even Instructor Zheng was stunned for a moment. Jiang He. Quiet. Instructor Zheng's brows furrowed as he barked. Let's start training. I'll guide you all later, so think about any questions you want to ask me. Su Chen, come here. Su Chen obediently followed Instructor Zheng to a corner. The man, all business, took out a metal plate that was sealed in some kind of transparent, resin-like material. Look at it here. Memorize it, he said succinctly. Su Chen took it. There was a long string of text on the metal plate inside. He only gave it a single glance before a notification popped up on his panel. Tier 1 Advanced Profession discovered Gale Walker. Fulfill the conditions to acquire the profession. Gale Walker Acquisition Condition 1, accumulate a total of 3 years of running time. 1 year completed. Gale Walker Acquisition Condition 2, raise any basic physical training technique to mastery. Su Chen's brow twitched. 3 years of cumulative running time. His entire previous life only amounted to 1 year, leaving 2 more to go. This is way too troublesome. Even if I don't need to eat, drink, or feel fatigue, it would still take at least 3 or 4 years to complete. No wonder that Wei Zhigao fellow reacted the way he did. This kind of profession clearly wasn't meant for ordinary people. Due to physical development, most people only began high-intensity physical training or spiritual meditation after reaching adulthood. But an activity like running could be built up from childhood. With that thought, Su Chen handed the metal plate back. The information recorded on it was slightly different from what was on his panel, but he was already used to that. Memorized it? Instructor Zheng was surprised to see him hand it back after just a single glance. When other students received their profession information, they wished they could read every word a dozen times over, terrified of missing any detail. Does this guy have such a good memory? He thought about reminding him, but on second thought, he simply put the object away with a blank expression. Go back to training. Su Chen found a corner and casually started hefting a dumbbell. What profession did you choose? Bai Fengxi sidled up to him. Gale Walker, Su Chen said. Tier 1 upper. Bai Fengxi's brow furrowed slightly. She chose her words carefully as she reminded him, this special training class has regular assessments. If your progress isn't up to par, you'll be kicked out. The academy naturally wouldn't let slackers just freeload. How often? Su Chen asked, already calculating in his head. Once a month. Seeing the pensive look on Su Chen's face, Bai Fengxi added, as long as you've thought it through. Instructor Zheng was making his rounds, checking on each student's training progress. The other students didn't have a panel to display such intuitive data, so they could only rely on experience to judge how far they had trained the relevant skills required for their professions. The requirements for a basic physical profession weren't difficult, it was just a matter of increasing physical strength, but achieving a perfect promotion was another story. You idiot! Did you train on your own again? Your abdominal and back muscles are obviously overdeveloped. If you keep this up, you won't be able to achieve a perfect profession acquisition. Instructor Zheng scolded him with bitter disappointment. The burly teenager standing before him kept his head down, not daring to speak. These guys came from all different strata of Southwind City, but none were from backgrounds that could afford to train them from childhood. Many were even from ordinary families and valued this opportunity immensely. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. The warrior profession was so damn considerate. It let me acquire it directly, which saved me so much trouble. Warrior has sensed the host's sincere gratitude. It is in a great mood and has decided to eat Gale Walker. What the hell? The notification popped up abruptly on his panel, and the color drained from Su Chen's face. Bro, don't do it. What if you get counter-killed? Will I even have my warrior profession anymore? Su Chen was genuinely a bit scared this time. His panel would act up from time to time, and he couldn't find any pattern to it at all. Sometimes, he would give it his all, his mind a whirlwind of emotions, yet the professions on his panel wouldn't react in the slightest. But other times, a single, random thought was all it took for the panel to respond. Last time, the rope master tried to challenge its superior and got counter-killed instantly. If the warrior gets counter-killed this time, will the profession even exist anymore? The Gale Walker is bewildered by the sudden ambush. Humiliated and enraged, it immediately counterattacks. The warrior is outmatched, but inspired by its host's expectations, it unleashes a furious burst of power. The Gale Walker is consumed, unwilling to accept defeat. Attaboy, warrior. You didn't let me down. The panel's message made Chen breathe a sigh of relief, but he immediately fixed his eyes on the final outcome, his spirits high. Warrior has devoured Gale Walker, undergoing the ultimate sublimation to evolve into the Tier 1 top-level profession Sky Splitter Warrior. It now possesses the professional traits of both Warrior and Gale Walker. Please complete the remaining profession requirements as soon as possible to unlock more professional abilities. A Tier 1 top-level profession. Chen's eyes lit up. Good warrior, my man. You didn't let me down. He didn't know if the profession would have vanished had the warrior been counterkilled, but this was undoubtedly the best possible outcome. All he had to do was fulfill the remaining conditions to reap the rewards. It would save him a massive amount of time. However, before Chen could get a good look at the remaining conditions, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his body. Fuck, this is bad. The agony he'd felt when becoming a warrior was still fresh in his memory. While this wasn't as intense, its onset was far more abrupt. The pain was concentrated in his legs. It felt as if his major tendons were being forcibly stretched, and his muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. Not only that, but information also began flooding his mind: the profession requirements for the Sky Splitter Warrior. The pain made it hard to support his own weight. He swayed and began to topple over, his arms flailing. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, someone grabbed his left hand. It was Bai Fengxi. He instinctively gripped her hand back, using the leverage to pull himself up. He staggered, and his right hand clamped down on her shoulder for support. He barely managed to stay on his feet. Bai Fengxi eyed him with suspicion. She had noticed just a moment ago how the color of his face had changed rapidly, finally turning pale as he nearly collapsed for no apparent reason. I'm fine, my leg, it's cramping. Chen said through gritted teeth, struggling to stay calm. His legs were shaking uncontrollably, and his forehead was beaded with cold sweat. A leg cramp? Bai Fengxi's eyes shifted, her gaze falling on the hand he had clamped onto her shoulder. The veins on it were throbbing. Her brows suddenly furrowed. Wait, my shoulder really hurts. What's wrong with him? Instructor Zheng asked, surprised as he noticed the two of them. Bai Fengxi was known for being cool and aloof, rarely speaking more than a few words to anyone. Why is she so close to this guy? He has a leg cramp, Bai Fengxi said, her expression tight. A cramp? Instructor Zheng was baffled for a moment. The other students exchanged glances, and one couldn't help but pipe up, from just a few stretches. His conditioning must be terrible. Instructor Zheng was a little speechless, but fulfilling his duty as a teacher, he asked, should I take a look? That won't be necessary. Before Chen could speak, Bai Fengxi refused on his behalf. Her expression was strained, the pain was getting worse. All right, then. Instructor Zheng frowned but didn't press the issue, turning instead to give the others some last-minute instructions. The training session was almost over. Panting, the students left in small groups, still discussing tips they'd picked up from the workout. Click-clack. As the main door opened, the first students to leave stopped in their tracks. A figure was standing outside. One of them greeted him with an odd expression, Senior Zhou. Zhou Zhong replied with a warm smile, asking, where's Fengxi? The students exchanged glances and answered vaguely, she's in the back. Zhou Zhong keenly sensed something was amiss. The students had already parted to form a path, and he immediately saw Bai Fengxi and Chen standing extremely close to one another. Chen stood just behind and to the side of Bai Fengxi, his right hand on her shoulder, their bodies nearly touching. Zhou Zhong's expression froze. Bai Fengxi had always kept her distance from him, he found it difficult to even get within a meter of her. But this guy. I think Chen has a cramp. Someone with a good impression of the senior whispered a reminder. A cramp. Zhou Zhong sneered to himself. He strode into the room and said placidly, "Let me he dash. Get out." Bai Fengxi's voice was cold as ice, her shoulder trembling slightly under Su Chen's hand. The searing pain in her shoulder made it impossible to maintain her composure. Zhou Zhong froze on the spot. The students who hadn't left yet swallowed hard. Wow, are they that serious? No, I just... Zhou Zhong's expression was strained. Get out. Bai Fengxi's voice grew shrill, trembling slightly. It hurts. It hurts so much. Zhou Zhong's face turned ashen. He snorted coldly, then turned on his heel and left without another word. Of course, no one else dared to say a word. They exchanged glances, suppressing their excitement at the fresh gossip, and hurried away. The heavy metal door slammed shut. Instructor Zheng opened his mouth to speak, then thought better of it. A moment later, Su Chen let out a long sigh and removed his hand from her shoulder. Sorry about that, he said with a helpless sigh. My body's not in the best shape. Bai Fengxi stared at him, looking somewhat irritated. It's fine. Well, I'll be going then. Su Chen asked, his skin crawling under her intense stare. Bai Fengxi nodded. Su Chen waited for a moment before cautiously taking a step. He limped out with an uneven gait, as if truly suffering from the aftereffects of the cramp. He reached the door, then turned back as if he had just remembered something. Pulling out his spirit communication device, he asked, "Want to exchange contacts?" Adding contacts with these things was a bit odd, the devices had to be touched together to transfer the information. Su Chen. After watching him leave, Bai Fengxi whispered his name to herself. She held out her right arm and slowly rolled up the sleeve of her uniform. There, on her shoulder, was a distinct handprint, the edges already turning black and blue. She touched it lightly and hissed, snatching her fingers back as if she'd received an electric shock. Such incredible strength. I feel like I could fly. Su Chen thought, trying to control his steps. He felt an unprecedented lightness, as if the slightest push could send him flying several meters. His strength had increased significantly as well. The changes to his body were obvious. He opened his panel again. Sky Splitter Warrior, 25%. Professional ability Wind Erosion, temporarily increases strength and grants an infusion of the wind element. TSK. Not only did the development progress carry over, but it also jumped ahead by a lot. Su Chen couldn't help but grin. Strong evolved into Wind Erosion. Not bad at all. Now this is what a top-tier profession should be. There was only one remaining requirement for the profession. Promotion requirement, raise any physical basic refining technique to the master level. After that whole ordeal with the warrior, the cumulative running time requirement was gone. A physical basic refining technique? Su Chen paused, thinking it sounded a bit tricky. Meltstone should count, right? But, the progress is so slow, and it's obviously an F-level technique. Don't tell me I need to find something even more basic. Just as he was thinking this, the panel changed again. F-level refining techniques only need to be raised to the skilled level. Now that's more like it. Su Chen nodded, trying hard to suppress the urge to spread his wings and fly. Thick as thieves. And here I thought your standards were so high. Treating Jiang He's leftovers like some kind of treasure. In the distance, Zhou Zhong stared coldly at Su Chen's retreating back. Having been publicly humiliated, his composure had completely shattered. Excuse me, student. Seeing his foul expression, a passing inspector guard stepped in to stop him. Don't you recognize me? Zhou Zhong snapped. The patrol guard who had stopped him looked annoyed, but his partner quickly stepped in with a placating smile. It's Minister Zhou's son. Our apologies. Zhou Zhong snorted, straightened his clothes, and walked off. However, just as he rounded a corner, he collided with a shadowy figure. The impact was surprisingly strong, making him stumble and nearly fall. Are you blind? Zhou Zhong's voice was icy, but the person didn't even dare to look back as they scurried away. One damn thing after another. Mumbling Su Chen under his breath, Zhou Zhong disappeared from sight. Need something else? Bai Fengxi asked, puzzled, as she came downstairs and ran right into Su Chen, who had turned back. I need to borrow some money. Su Chen was a little embarrassed. Bai Fengxi's brow furrowed slightly. You're so capable. Didn't Jiang He give you any money? That, capable, is a bit ambiguous, Su Chen thought. He kept his reply simple and direct, not enough. I don't have much on me either. Feeling a sharp pain in her shoulder, Bai Fengxi found her trust in Su Chen had nonetheless increased quite a bit. She fumbled for a small, pale green cloth pouch. I've only got 20 or 30 on me. I'll take it all, Su Chen said, holding out his hand. Bai Fengxi looked up at him. When I dealt with him before, this guy wasn't so shameless, was he? I'll pay you back. Su Chen took it smoothly and turned to leave. Plus what the victim gave me last time, I can scrape together 70 or 80. Su Chen looked down and sent a message to Wei Zhigao. I want to buy a blood circulation potion. Wei Zhigao responded quickly 500 gold coins. I only have 70. 500 is the discounted price. Su Chen thought of a compromise. How about this? I'll forfeit this week's nutrient liquid, and next week's too. Can you give me another discount? Normally, proficiency in the molten stone refining technique increased slowly. To meet the promotion requirements as quickly as possible, he had to rely on external aids. After a long pause, Wei Zhigao finally replied. This one time only. I'll have someone send it to you. Old Wei really has the demeanor of a true teacher, Su Chen remarked with a sigh. Not long after he returned to his dorm, the person Wei Zhigao sent arrived in a hurry. It was a member of the school's Ministry of Internal Affairs. The person was curt and businesslike in exchange of money for goods. The person counted the gold coins, gave Su Chen a speechless look, and left. Downing the blood circulation potion in one gulp, Su Chen felt his body swell as he began to push himself through a grueling training session. The progress of his molten stone refining technique slowly climbed. Spurred on by the blood circulation potion and aided by Scholar, it increased at a visible rate. Early the next morning. Knock. 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 Su Chen's eyes snapped open. A slip of paper had been pushed under his door. He opened the door and only caught a glimpse of a fleeting figure disappearing around the corner of the stairwell. A note? Su Chen looked down at it. After closing the door, he wrapped his hand with the shadow-avoiding robe, held his breath, and carefully unfolded it. A line of small text was written on it. If you don't want Bai Fengxi's secret to be exposed, come find me behind the bright light building. Su Chen was stunned. Bai Fengxi's secret? Why threaten me instead of her? Younger brother Zhou, this has to be you. Su Chen burned the note and continued his training. Since he's already resorting to threats, he must be the one who's anxious. I'm in no rush. Besides, old Bai doesn't seem to care much about this matter anyway. As it turned out, 2 hours later, there was another knock on the door. It was another note, this time with different words. We can talk. It wasn't easy for you to get this far. It's not worth throwing it all away for someone else. What a psycho. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. Late in the afternoon, Su Chen's body began to tremble. His heart rate suddenly accelerated, and molten gold patterns began to spread across the surface of his crimson skin. His sweat evaporated into a white mist, and the temperature in the entire room rose. Molten stone refining technique skilled, 1%. Who, finally? Su Chen let out a long breath. The increase in proficiency brought a noticeable change. The training intensity had risen sharply, which also meant his profession development efficiency had improved. Sky Splitter Warrior, 28%. Su Chen clenched his fists, in high spirits. The promotion requirements had been met, and the second ability of the Sky Splitter Warrior appeared. Wind Walk, passive move with the wind. The faster the wind, the higher your movement speed. Move with the wind. Su Chen mulled over the words. He walked to the window and opened it. The moment the breeze brushed past his body, the feeling of almost being able to fly grew even stronger. I really want to just bolt out there. Su Chen stared out the window, his legs itching to move. The artificial lights gradually turned a dull yellow and began to dim. Due to the recent special circumstances, few students were wandering the academy grounds after 6 in the evening. In the small grove behind the bright light building. Brother Zhou, that kid isn't coming out at all. We've already sent 3 notes. A few guys stood before Zhou Zhong with wry smiles. He must have guessed there'd be trouble waiting for him here. Zhou Zhong's expression shifted, and he said coldly, that idiot Bai Fengxi. Su Chen doesn't care about her at all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch the item in his coat. It had been difficult to obtain, and he had originally planned to use it to get closer to Bai Fengxi. Instead, he had been told to get lost twice that morning. That kid really has his methods. First, he used Jiang He to get into Southwind Academy, and now he's hooked up with Bai Fengxi, one of the young men lamented. Being handsome really does. Before he could finish, he felt Zhou Zhong's murderous gaze and quickly shut his mouth. Maybe our message was too subtle, someone said, changing the subject. Brother Zhou, should we add a little more spice? Zhou Zhong frowned and waved them away coldly. All of you, leave. The men exchanged glances and left. He couldn't be bothered to talk to them any further. A refugee. That identity is a huge potential weakness. As long as I have that, Bai Fengxi will always have a soft spot I can exploit, Zhou Zhong murmured, his eyes glinting. His father was also one of the academy's vice principals and knew that Bai Fengxi's identity was far from simple. His expression grew vicious. Su Chen, I refuse to believe. Before he could finish, a familiar, sharp pain exploded at the back of his head. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Who was that? In the distance, a pair of eyes narrowed instantly, staring intently at the target lying on the ground. This was the target he had carefully selected. The man had a notable background, and the observer had already hidden the item on him, planning to make his escape today. But late in the afternoon, this guy had snuck into this desolate area. A few inspector guards had even come over to ask questions, but he had driven them away. He didn't know what the guy was planning, so to avoid any surprises, he could only follow from a distance. But then, he saw someone knock the guy out from behind. A blurry silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows. Are my injuries that severe? I didn't even notice when they got close. His expression turned ugly as he touched his chest, which throbbed with a dull pain. My dear younger brother. Su Chen arrived as if riding the wind, staring down at Zhou Zhong on the ground. Don't you dare disappoint me. He hadn't originally planned on coming, but then he remembered the haul from his last robbery. Acting on the principle of, might as well take a shot, whether I hit anything or not, he came here. Sky Splitter Warrior, was truly impressive. His speed had increased 2 or 3-fold, and when combined with the shadow-avoiding robe, he could come and go without a trace. But Su Chen still moved quickly, looting him with practiced ease. He was quite surprised, looking at the 4 potion vials in his hand, 2 red, 2 blue. He was very familiar with the red ones. Crimson like blood, they were blood circulation potions. Radiance potions. How did he get his hands on these? Su Chen recalled that they were used to stimulate spiritual activity. They were even more expensive than blood circulation potions, costing 700 gold coins a bottle even after a discount. I'll pocket them for now. Su Chen stuffed the items into his coat. He expertly stripped off the man's clothes. As he was bundling them up, however, something suddenly felt off. Why does it feel like these clothes? Su Chen rubbed the clothes in his hands. As he was folding them, he had clearly felt that something was wrong. He quickly found the source. There seemed to be something in a hidden layer of the clothing, near the right abdomen. Hidden this deep, it must be something good. Su Chen's interest was piqued. He carefully tore it open and found a palm-sized, cicada wing thin, metal sheet. It was smooth and warm to the touch, engraved with rows of complex symbols that were constantly shifting and changing. Just one glance made Chen feel dizzy. But his panel reacted. Special profession discovered space storer. You can assume this profession after meeting the requirements. Requirement 1, 1 spatial precipitation crystal. Requirement 2, pass through 1 spatial rift. Requirement 3, must be at least a spiritual side tier 2 top professional. So he found out. The pair of eyes in the darkness gradually sharpened. Space storer. Chen was stunned by the sudden information. A chill ran down his spine as he snapped back to his senses. This seems really valuable. A special profession involving the spatial element, even if it didn't sound too powerful, was definitely extremely precious to Southwind City. How could it be hidden on Zhou? The object in his hand felt like it was burning him. Chen knew he couldn't take it. Robbing a few potions might not be a big deal, but this thing would definitely bring huge trouble. He shoved it back into place. He'd been careful when removing it, but it was impossible not to leave a trace. He then pulled Zhou's clothes back on. I'll let you off the hook today. Chen took 2 steps back. He put it back. The hidden person's eyes glinted coldly as killing intent began to spread. This person now knew the secret. But the next moment, his heart leaped. The other person had suddenly turned his head and was staring directly at his hiding spot. Bang! The ground beneath his feet exploded as dead leaves scattered. The person's speed was astonishingly fast, startling even him. He was upon him in the blink of an eye. Chen's expression was grave. Thanks to the candle fire spirit training method, his spiritual power had become much more active. The moment he pulled that thin sheet of paper from the clothes, he had sensed something was wrong. Afterward, he had confirmed that someone else was secretly watching, which sent a chill down his spine. Wind erosion activated. His heart thumped powerfully. The muscles in his right arm tensed, veins bulging. He pulled it back to build power, a faint cyan whirlwind coiling around it. His body was like a great bow, his arm and fist the arrow, as he shot it fiercely toward his target. But his opponent's reaction was also extremely fast. From the shadow that seemed empty, a withered arm shot out, looking soft and weak. Bang! With a sound like a muffled firecracker, the 2 fists met and instantly retreated. Chen used the recoil to fly backward, then activated Wind Walk, riding the wind like a sheet of paper and drifting far away in an instant. Such immense force. This must be the attacker. Chen's arm was faintly numb and trembling uncontrollably. From that brief exchange, he knew he was no match for this person. Not a tier 2 professional, but he has elemental power. With that strange movement technique and speed, is he from a tier 1 top-level profession? To think Southwind City has someone with a profession like that in hiding. The other man was even more astonished, staring intently at the retreating Chen. Under normal circumstances, he would have definitely given chase. But now, the hustle and bustle of voices could be heard nearby. He could only turn his gaze to Zhou. I have to get the item back first. Not long after, a wail of despair echoed through the forest. My blood circulation potion. My radiance potion. Zhang Hengyu, I'll F-. The inspector guards who had arrived in high spirits lost their enthusiasm when they learned that a similar attack had occurred once before, prior to the theft at the academy. They weren't interested in dealing with disputes between students. He's so strong. I wonder what level he's at. Back in his dorm, Chen shook his arm, his knuckles stinging. So, that paper with the profession on it was what he got from attacking the academy? Chen mused. But if the academy was that desperate, couldn't they have just recorded the text on it? There must be another secret. I'll ask Old by next time. Then, he eagerly opened his panel. Special profession, Space Storer. The name didn't sound very impressive, but at least it was related to space. The advancement conditions, however, were quite harsh. This space crystal thing he had never even heard of it. He also needed to pass through a spatial rift and be a tier 2 top-level professional on the spiritual side. But my transmigration doesn't count as passing through a spatial rift? Chen wondered, looking over the panel. Strange. Is it because it was a higher grade event? He'd scored some nice loot for free. Chen didn't dwell on it and took out the potions. Compared to that special profession, these things were what he could actually use right now. Sky Splitter warriors are truly powerful, way stronger than warriors. Chen had a better feel for it after a real fight. Under the same conditions, a Sky Splitter warrior would absolutely crush a warrior. This also made him look forward to becoming a secret artifact master even more. His Candle Fire spirit training method was not far from reaching the master level. With these 2 vials of Radiance potion, it would probably be even faster. He opened his mouth and downed a vial. The Radiance potion tasted cool and refreshing, different from the blood circulation potion. Chen could clearly feel the cool liquid travel down his throat and into his stomach. Immediately after, a jolt went through his brain, and his mind felt invigorated. Knowing the potion was taking effect, Chen hurriedly began to visualize the candle flame in his mind, increasing the rate considerably. His proficiency began to rise slowly. Meanwhile, in a luxuriously decorated, dimly lit room elsewhere, Chuan was reporting in a low voice, "Director, the Southwind Academy's upcoming city patrol will be led by Hu Xiang, a second-level patrol captain from the City Patrol Department. He is a Tier 2 professional. I've already made an arrangement with him. At certain times, he will turn a blind eye. Hu Xiang is a stubborn old mule. How did you bribe him?" The person sitting behind the desk was quite surprised. Chuan smiled. Even a stubborn mule has things he cares about. Besides, this is just a transaction. He won't care too much about a mere refugee. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. Chuan continued, "I plan to find 2 Tier 1 professionals to make the move in secret." Professionals again? The director couldn't help but frown. He's just a refugee. Is he worth all this trouble? It's outside the city, after all. Better to be safe than sorry. Chuan used the location as an excuse, but in reality, he was uneasy and wanted to ensure there were no mistakes. The man nodded reluctantly and added a warning, "This Chen is just a minor character. The key is Yuan Chenyang. It's best to handle this quietly." After some inquiries, it seems Yuan Chenyang doesn't think highly of Chen. He just casually assigned this matter to his subordinates, Chuan said hesitantly. However, it seems Zhou Zhong is also targeting Chen and is planning something. What? He asked, surprised and uncertain. How did Zhou Zhong get involved with him? Chuan explained, because of Bai Fengxi. I found out that he wasn't supposed to be on this patrol, but he inserted himself into the roster. Bai Fengxi is on it too. Idiot. He shot to his feet, his face hideous. What an absolute idiot. Once on the list, getting a name removed required going through the city lord, which was extremely troublesome. After cursing a few more times, he took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, "This time, he can't be involved." Chuan nodded. Understood. 3 days before the patrol, Chen received an official notice from the City Patrol Department, informing him of the assembly point and time. Absence will be treated as treason against the city. The personnel from the City Patrol Department had a solemn expression as they emphasized the consequences. Chen nodded silently and accepted the notice. They were to follow the City Patrol Guard on a 15-day patrol, starting from the South City Gate and ending at the East City Gate. It was considered a minor patrol, a grand patrol would take at least a month, and they weren't required to participate in those. This kind of patrol was more for them to gain experience and train. Outside the city, Chen let out a breath as various records he had read came to mind. The boundless mists held countless secrets and were filled with all sorts of unimaginable dangers and opportunities. This time, perhaps he would get to glimpse a small part of it. He glanced at his panel. Candle Fire Spirit Training Method Mastery, 95%. After I become a secret artifact master, I'll probably need a new spiritual training technique. Chen mused, rubbing his temples and planning ahead. The past few days of spiritual training had left him with an indescribable exhaustion. The first person he thought of was Jiang He. He planned to go get some free help from his teacher. He wasn't sure why, but after he entered the special training program, he had less contact with Jiang He, and the teacher didn't seek him out either. It was as if everything that had happened before had simply been erased. He checked the time. It was only mid-afternoon. Chen decided to leave his dorm and head to Jiang He's office, but the door was locked and no one was there. Sigh. It's so inconvenient not being a VIP. Chen sighed helplessly and thought of Bai Fengxi instead. That big shot, and her teacher Yuan Chenyang, must have an advanced spiritual training technique. He could also take the opportunity to ask her about the attack on the academy. But it might be awkward to bring up. Chen thought for a moment. Since he was already out, he decided to try and build some rapport first. He took out his spirit communication device and sent her a message, but a reply was slow to come. Chen thought for a moment and sent another one. I want to pay you back. There was still no response. He was certain Bai Fengxi wasn't intentionally ignoring him. Is she busy? Chen remembered the spiritual training class on the schedule. There was one going on right now. I wonder if old Bai is there. Spiritual training was much stricter than strength training. You could tell just from the price difference between blood circulation potions and radiance potions. Very few people could participate in spiritual training, and none of them were simple. Before long, Chen walked out dejectedly from the building with a sign that read, Meditation. He had wanted to sneak into the spiritual training class to listen in, but he only had clearance for the physical training classes, so he could only wait outside. He sat on the steps without any regard for his image, leaning back on his hands and looking up at the artificial light source in the sky. What kind of world is this, really? Chen had been here for a while, but he always felt that everything was strange. He gave a self-deprecating smile. It seems strange to me, but everyone else is used to it. His eyes lost focus as his mind began to wander. Perhaps due to his extreme mental fatigue, he even thought he saw a giant shadow appear in the sky, as if something was about to fall. Holy shit! Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He leaped to his feet, staring at the sky with wide eyes. It wasn't a hallucination. There really was a fucking shadow. The true sky above the artificial light source was just a hazy white expanse, but a distinct patch had darkened and was slowly moving. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of suffocation pressed in from all sides, as if he were drowning. Many students around him had already collapsed to the ground, unable to resist the suffocating feeling. This familiar yet strange sensation instantly triggered certain memories hidden in the original owner's mind. The body's previous owner had experienced this feeling twice before. This is, a powerful professional passing through. Chen's heart trembled as he stared at the massive shadow in the sky. He could even hear a faint rumbling. The shadow was irregular, as if it had been split in two down the middle. It looks like a pair of wings. Chen swallowed hard. The sensation didn't last long before the shadow gradually vanished. All around, the students who had collapsed to the ground were getting back up. They weren't embarrassed in the slightest, on the contrary, they were discussing it excitedly. What level of professional do you think that was? Such a massive shadow. It must have been a powerful physical professional. It looked like wings. I heard that when some powerful professionals reach a certain point, their bodies can transform. The last time a powerful professional passed through here was 5 years ago, I think. Thank you. Many students bowed in the direction the shadow had disappeared, expressing their thanks. The city wasn't absolutely safe. Dangers from the mist would sometimes attack it. The passage of a powerful professional could act as a potent deterrent to certain things, even eliminating dangers altogether. So, a truly powerful professional can cross through the mist. Chen murmured to himself. His predecessors' memories spanned over a decade, but many of them were hard to recall without a specific trigger. Experiencing it firsthand was far more tangible than just remembering it. Of course. Many things powerful professionals can do are beyond imagination. A voice suddenly spoke from behind him, startling Su Chen. He whipped around to see a middle-aged man with a kindly face. Su Chen sized the man up. He looked unfamiliar, and Su Chen had made a point of memorizing the faces of all the key school administrators. This batch of students in the special training program is quite promising, the disguised Yuan Chenyang said, looking at the young man before him with appreciation. Even the casually radiated presence of a high-level professional was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The vast majority of students had collapsed, yet this young man remained standing ramrod straight. Is class over? Su Chen watched a group of people walk out of the building. They were probably from the spiritual power training class. Does this guy think I'm in that class too? But where's old Bai? Su Chen looked left and right, noticing the bald man nearby was also scanning the crowd, likely looking for someone as well. He opened his spirit communication device and saw that Bai Fengxi had replied at some point. Just hold on to it for now. I'll be busy for the next few days. Since old Bai wasn't coming, Su Chen, feeling mentally exhausted, decided he might as well go back to his dorm and sleep. Xiao Bai didn't come. Yuan Chenyang's thick brows twitched, his expression changing slightly. I've been so focused on investigating that thief lately, I almost lost track of time. Xiao Bai is probably about to ascend to her profession. It's probably already started. There's no point in going now. Yuan Chenyang shook his head in resignation. When he turned back, he saw that the young man from before was gone. He left. He was about to ask the students nearby about the young man, but he saw them staring at him warily. Yuan Chenyang then realized that he had been operating in disguise this whole time while searching for the thief. It would be quite awkward if he revealed his signature bald head, only for these students to crowd around him reverently, calling out, "Principal." It's not like he can run far. Discovering such a promising candidate significantly improved Yuan Chenyang's mood, which had been frayed by his frustrating search for the thief. On second thought, he remembered the Su Chen he had arranged to be placed in the training program, and his expression darkened. Oh well. What if he's also promising material? I'll go take a look. Yuan Chenyang made his way to another academic building and called Instructor Zheng out of his class. Minister Yuan. Instructor Zheng said in surprise, instinctively straightening his posture. Yuan Chenyang had already reverted to his true appearance. He didn't say much, simply stating, "Bring that Su Chen out." Su Chen. Instructor Zheng's eyes darted away. What is it? Yuan Chenyang frowned. He didn't come, Instructor Zheng said helplessly. He didn't come today. Yuan Chenyang's expression turned grim. He's never come, Instructor Zheng said, glancing at Yuan Chenyang. Ever since choosing his profession during the first class, he hasn't shown up once. What? Yuan Chenyang flew into a rage. And you just let a student like that do as he pleases, he berated. Instructor Zheng opened his mouth to speak, then hesitated. He had wanted to do something about it, but after contacting Wei Zhigao, he learned that Su Chen had gotten in through Minister Yuan's connections. He himself had come from the inspectorate, so after some thought, he had decided to let it be. Yuan Chenyang realized this as well. He swallowed his anger and asked, what profession did he choose? Gale Walker. A Tier 1 upper profession. Yuan Chenyang's face sank. He had an instant realization. Don't tell me this kid plans to sell the profession information on the black market. Get him. Yuan Chenyang hadn't expected the boy to use such a trick to deceive Xiao Bai. Information for a Tier 1 upper profession could fetch a good price on the black market. He wanted to expel the boy on the spot, but on second thought, he was the one who had arranged for him to get in. It would be a loss of face to have him expelled just a few days later. Do this, when his review period is up, I want you to hold him to the absolute strictest standards, he commanded. Instructor Zheng was taken aback, unsure if the minister was being sarcastic or serious. Don't overthink it. Just do as I say, Yuan Chenyang added. Yes, sir, Instructor Zheng replied solemnly. Yuan Chenyang left, displeased. He touched the bracer on his arm, pulled up a virtual screen, and sent a message, keep an eye on the city's black market. If any information on the Gale Walker profession goes up for sale, inform me immediately. Yes, sir. Yuan Chenyang thought of a better way to handle the situation and sighed. I'll just use you to teach Xiao Bai a lesson. She's too kind and can't see how sinister people can be. He didn't dwell on the matter for too long. His main priority was still catching that thief. In the middle of the next afternoon, Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, suddenly jolted. His mind felt as if it had been dabbed with mint, and everything around him became unprecedentedly clear. Faintly, he seemed to be able to perceive the outline of his room right through his eyelids. Su Chen opened his eyes, and his panel appeared. Candle Fire, Master. Acquired trait Spiritual Vision, vaguely perceive your surroundings using spiritual power. There were two key pieces of information. First, it seemed proficiency could only be raised to master level. And second, reaching master level granted a trait. Su Chen thought about how basic combat had been absorbed by warrior. Spiritual vision, not bad. Su Chen closed his eyes, savoring the strange sensation. He didn't know if this was a unique feature of his panel or if others could gain this ability by training Candle Fire to its peak. This means there's only one last step to becoming a secret artifact master, the Delirious Words trial. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Up until now, the requirements for his profession had been varied, but none of them involved facing danger so directly. The Delirious Words trial carried the risk of losing control. In severe cases, one could even go insane. But to become a secret artifact master, this trial was unavoidable. With Candle Fire having just reached master level, his mind felt energized. He didn't hesitate for long and immediately began his preparations. He sealed everything: the curtains, the cracks around the door, plunging the entire room into absolute silence and darkness. He considered hanging a "Do Not Disturb" sign on his door but decided against it. He didn't know many people, and normally no one would look for him for a day or two. But if he hung up a sign, someone might knock on purpose just to be a nuisance. Once everything was ready, Su Chen took a deep breath. He stripped to the waist, cut his palm, and used the blood to draw an inverted cross on his chest. The process wasn't difficult. Su Chen even felt a bit skeptical drawing an inverted cross on his chest to hear some low murmurs. In his past life, this would have been immediately written off as some kind of cult ritual. However, he had just finished drawing, his finger not yet lowered, when a sudden rustling sound reached his ears, like the scurrying of mice. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine. He hurriedly held his breath and focused, gaining a much more direct understanding of the dangers of this world. In the darkness, time seemed to slow. The rustling in his ears gradually morphed into a low, chaotic din, as if many people were murmuring right next to his ear. He subconsciously tried to listen closely but couldn't make anything out. The effort only made him dizzy, and his stomach churned. The vertigo intensified. Whether his eyes were open or closed, the darkness before him felt exactly the same. The world spun around Su Chen. The voices in his ears grew louder, and his head began to throb violently, yet he still couldn't make out what was being said. It was as if flames were burning before his eyes, the entire world trembling. He vaguely saw something, an inverted cross, hanging and burning against the horizon. Suddenly, his body went cold, as if he had been enveloped in some viscous fluid. At that exact moment, acting on pure instinct, he snapped his eyes open. He slammed into the window at top speed, the wall thudding with the impact. Ignoring everything else, he viciously tore down the curtain. Rip! Dim light streamed in. Su Chen gasped for breath, leaning against the window, completely drenched in sweat. His heart was pounding. Fuck. He had a gut feeling that if he had remained immersed in that cold sensation for even a moment longer, he would have never come back. Thankfully, his panel had popped up just in time. It wasn't just the feeling of facing death, it was an indescribable terror. So fucking creepy. Su Chen cursed under his breath, venting his emotions. He opened his panel to distract himself. Behind Secret Artifact Master, a large golden word appeared, Ascend. All his hard work had led to this moment. Su Chen chose to ascend without a second's hesitation. In that instant, his body stiffened and his pupils dilated. It felt as if ice water had been poured into his brain as his spiritual power rapidly expanded. The torn pieces of the curtain began to tremble, even though the window was shut tight and there was no wind in the room. Successfully ascended to Secret Artifact Master. Acquired Professional Ability Secret Artifact Control, control selected special items. Acquired Professional Ability Spiritual Spike, can be used to launch a mental attack against a target. A long time later, the transformation ended. Chen struggled to adapt to the new sensation. Everything before his eyes was clearer than ever before. Previously, he could only focus his attention on one or two spots at a time. Now, it felt like he could spread his spiritual power throughout the entire room. This was accompanied by a throbbing ache in his head. He felt it even with his eyes closed. Thanks to his surging spiritual power, everything observed through spiritual vision was also much clearer. At short distances, it was almost no different from seeing with his own eyes. It would probably take some time to get used to. At the same time, the panel popped up again. Extra bonus triggered. Controlled secret artifact, vein hemp rope, has been upgraded to Tier 2 cyan iron lock cable. This was the reward he'd received when the secret magic apprentice had retreated behind him back then. The hemp rope he had hidden under his bed was pulled out by an invisible force, shooting out from its hiding place. The tangled, veinous strands began to disintegrate, breaking down into fine fibers that swirled around him. Then, as if steeped in some mysterious power, their very essence began to transform. A cold, hard luster seeped out from deep within the fibers, rapidly spreading and solidifying. The soft texture of the hemp rope gradually gave way to metallic wires that gleamed. These wires then twisted together to form an alloy cable, no thicker than his little finger. It actually transformed into a Tier 2 item. Chen's heart pounded as he looked at the dense, cold alloy cable shimmering with a faint metallic light. He had a sudden realization. Secret artifact control. It seems it's about more than just making things fly. Geared weapons were extremely rare. Chen had never even seen one at the academy, let alone a Tier 2 item. The cyan iron lock slithered around him, its speed fluctuating. It was faster and more flexible than the abilities of a rope master. But secret artifact control was more than that. Chen extended his arm, and the cyan iron chain suddenly burst apart, transforming into finer metal threads that wound around his arm. They gradually coalesced into a cyan gold arm armor covering his forearm and hand. The toughness of a Tier 2 item far surpassed ordinary steel. Though it looked unassuming, its defensive power was not to be underestimated. After playing with it for a while longer, Chen discovered he could split the iron chain into about 10 threads. However, coordinating them all at once was difficult. In a real fight, he could probably control one or two at most. If I pull them taut and combine that with my own speed, the killing power would be impressive. Numerous applications came to his mind, but such fine control also consumed spiritual power rapidly. As for spiritual spike, without a target, it was hard to test its actual effects. Having successfully become a secret artifact master and now possessing 2 top-tier professions, his strength had increased and his options had multiplied. Chen felt a lot more secure. Chuan and Jiang he were still like thorns in his side. The two had been quiet lately, but he didn't believe the matter was over. I should rest for now. Chen rubbed his temples. He had to go on the city patrol tomorrow. After just going through the delirious words trial and then all this experimentation, he was quite exhausted. You idiot! How could I have a son like you? Voluntarily joining the city patrol. Bang! Zhou Xian, seething with uncontrollable rage, slammed his hand on the table. His dignified face twisted into a ferocious snarl, as if he wished he could stuff this idiot son of his back into the womb. Zhou Zhong's expression was grim. He muttered, volunteering for the city patrol was encouraged by the city lord. Don't try to fool me with that nonsense. Zhou Xian flew into a rage, his eyes wide with fury. I told you to find a way to pursue Bai Fengxi, not to use underhanded schemes. Getting into a jealous spat with a refugee, is that something to be proud of? It only proves your incompetence. Zhou Zhong's expression shifted. He said sullenly, I'm surprised you even care if I live or die. I thought you only had eyes for the city lord's position. Zhang Hengyu knocked me out and robbed me twice, and you did nothing. Is it because his father is the city lord? I told you, it wasn't Zhang Hengyu, Zhou Xian said, suppressing his anger. If not him, who else has the ability and the nerve? Zhou Zhong retorted, full of resentment. Don't tell me it was that thief. Instead of trying to escape, they stole the potion from me. Enough. Zhou Xian's face twitched. He strode forward abruptly. Zhou Zhong's confidence faltered, and he took a step back. Zhou Xian's voice became more restrained. He said in a low tone, tomorrow, I'll see you off. I'll have Hu Xiang look after you. You be careful, too. It's not my first time on a city patrol, Zhou Zhong said dismissively. Besides, a powerful professional just passed through a few days ago. What danger could there be nearby? A powerful professional might intimidate the cunning ones. Zhou Xian said coldly. But the less intelligent mutated creatures nearby will only become more agitated and dangerous. Zhou Zhong froze, clearly not having considered that possibility. Also, once you're outside the city, keep your head down. And stop fixating on that refugee, Zhou Xian said, staring at his idiot son. Why? Zhou Zhong didn't understand. Don't ask why. Zhou Xian snapped impatiently. Just listen to me. Zhou Zhong left resentfully. Zhou Xian's expression was uncertain. Should I place it on him? It's indeed a good opportunity, but... Early the next morning, the plaza at the gates of Southwind Academy was already crowded with people, their discussions buzzing in the air. Fearing something unexpected might happen, Su Chen had arrived early. He observed the city patrol guard before him. Their armor provided much more coverage than that of the inspector guard. It was pitch black and chilling. The weapons slung at their sides were also of higher quality. He roughly estimated there were only 50 or 60 of them, but a grim, murderous aura washed over him, creating a suppressive atmosphere. The Inspectorate, the City Patrol Department, and the Exploration Department were the three major armed forces of Southwind City. The Inspectorate was responsible for the city's interior, while the City Patrol handled routine security. The Exploration Department was the most mysterious, responsible for exploring the most dangerous areas and ruins outside the city. It answered directly to the City Lord, and it was said that every member was an elite professional, with some even being Tier 2 or even Tier 3 professionals. The City Patrol is starting again. TSK, look at the City Patrol Guard's new gear. They're pretty lucky this time. A powerful professional just passed through. Quite a few people were envious. It's not that simple. A more mature-looking student shook his head, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Casualties during the city patrol were rare because the requirements were reduced. Regular patrols had to cover a radius of at least 5 to 10 kilometers outside the city, but students only needed to stay within about 3 kilometers, so the danger was inherently low. But accidents could always happen. The leader of the city patrol guard stood in place like a statue, his expression cold and hard. Before long, the crowd parted to let someone through, and it turned out to be a familiar face. Old Bai. Su Chen, standing in the crowd, was slightly surprised. The newcomer was none other than Bai Fengxi, her expression indifferent, projecting a cold and aloof air. She's leaving the city too. Su Chen thought, surprised. He muttered, she's older than me. The city patrol took place in batches every 3 months. He was supposed to be in the next batch but had been moved up to this one. People continued to arrive, both men and women. Su Chen didn't know most of them, and many wore looks of fear and apprehension. They quickly started talking with people they knew, subconsciously forming small cliques. A few people tried to strike up a conversation with Bai Fengxi but received no response. Su Chen. Bai Fengxi spotted Su Chen, who had quietly slipped into the crowd, and was equally surprised. Seeing the aloof girl take the initiative to speak to someone, many people turned their gazes to Su Chen. Although he was quite handsome, he wasn't one of the school's well-known figures. Him. Isn't that teacher Jiang he's golden silk duck? He's even more handsome in person than in the photo. Some people recognized him and began to discuss him in hushed tones. Chen was speechless. He wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but the leader of the city patrol guard seemed to glance at him too. Does Jiang he have that much influence? Excuse me, please let me through. Someone else entered, instantly drawing even more attention. Although the weather wasn't hot, this girl was dressed in rather revealing clothes. The specially tailored outfit outlined her graceful curves, and everyone's eyes followed her every move, rising and falling with her. Even Chen glanced over a couple of times, marveling at her natural gifts. Ah, Sister Bai! She exclaimed with a delighted expression, jogging toward Bai Fengxi. Chen clearly saw the girl's gaze sweep past him without any intention of greeting him as she got close to Bai Fengxi. TSK. Chen stepped aside, putting a little more distance between himself and the two of them. Ah, Brother Zhou. The well-endowed girl called out again, waving her hand. That guy is here too. Chen was even more surprised to see Zhou Zhong walking out from the crowd. Zhou Zhong. Why is he here too? I remember he already went out once a year ago, in the same batch as me. Someone in the crowd was discussing it, and a glint flashed in Chen's eyes. Zhou Zhong hesitated but still walked toward Bai Fengxi. Her telling him to get lost last time had clearly left him with a bit of trauma. Time's up. Roll call. Suddenly, the leader of the city patrol guard barked the order. His sharp gaze silenced the crowd. He took out a list and quickly finished the roll call. No one dared to be absent, everyone was present. Their total number was about the same as the city patrol guards. Everyone carried a backpack with a tent, food, and other supplies. Move out, he said concisely. They formed up, with the city patrol guard in the front and rear, sandwiching the students in the middle. Wait. But before they could even leave the city, they were stopped by an inspector guard at the gate. Routine inspection. Hu Xiang stared at the man before him, his brow furrowed. Inspect what? No comment, the other man replied, his face expressionless. We are under orders to leave the city for patrol. We are under orders to inspect everyone leaving the city. Limp Ding, we just arrived and have been in the plaza right under your nose this whole time. You still want to inspect us? Are you saying you're blind? Or are you targeting me? Hu Xiang clearly knew the man, and his tone was hostile. The city patrol guards behind him all took a step forward in unison. Limp Ding nodded seriously. We have to inspect. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Some students, eager to watch the drama unfold, gathered closer. Wherever there are people, there is conflict. A pecking order existed among the three armed forces, and the inspectorate, responsible for security within the city, was undoubtedly at the bottom. Captain Ding. A deep voice came from behind. A middle-aged man had appeared at some point. Vice Principal Zhou. Limp Ding said, looking at the newcomer. The city patrol is a routine matter. Don't delay it, Zhou Xian said in a low voice. But Minister Yuan said. Limp Ding hesitated. A trace was found over there, and Minister Yuan is investigating. He couldn't make it. I came because I was afraid you two would clash. Zhou Xian mused. How about this, don't inspect the city patrol guard. We're in public with many eyes watching, so it should be fine. Just check the students. Don't take too long. Just confirm none of them are in disguise. Limp Ding's expression changed. He looked at Hu Xiang's cold, hard face and nodded reluctantly. This time, Hu Xiang didn't stop them. The inspector guard came up, checked everyone one by one, and then opened the temporary transparent shield covering the entire academy, letting them pass. Captain Hu, I'll be counting on you this time, Zhou Xian said cordially to Hu Xiang outside the academy. Among the students, many eyes frequently swept over Zhou Zhong. Zhou Zhong basked in their gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and hate. He then glanced at the silent Chen and sneered inwardly. A transport vehicle was already waiting outside the academy. It emitted a faint blue glow from underneath and hovered 50 centimeters off the ground. The enormous sheet metal compartment was filled with the smell of rust. Everyone found their seats. Boom! Gasps rippled through the vehicle. With a feeling of weightlessness, it took off and merged into the three-dimensional traffic lane above. Three things. Hu Xiang paced back and forth inside the compartment, drawing everyone's attention. His slightly hoarse voice carried an absolute, murderous gravity. First, you will obey every order without question. Outside the city isn't the academy, and it certainly isn't your home. I have the right to kill anyone who disobeys a direct order on the spot. Second, unity is survival. You are never to act alone. Third, the unexpected can happen at any moment. Do not try to be a hero. Chen noticed that as soon as Hu Xiang finished, a good number of the students had turned deathly pale. These were the same warnings written in the instruction manual they'd been given, highlighted in red. He emphasized again, the world outside the city is nothing like the one within. Even a flower could hold a fatal danger. You must report any abnormality. If your actions lead to someone else's death, your family will be held responsible for compensation. His words were laced with death and dire warnings. A few students were already trembling uncontrollably. Hu Xiang shook his head inwardly. These kids have been coddled for far too long. His gaze swept discreetly over the one called Chen, only to find the young man's expression was blank, not even a ripple of emotion in his eyes. As expected of a refugee. These words don't scare him. Hu Xiang held no prejudice against refugees, in fact, he believed their unique experiences were an advantage. A pity he offended someone he shouldn't have, he thought, shaking his head. Hu Xiang wasn't a man of many words. After his warning, he fell silent. The atmosphere grew quiet, and for a time, no one spoke. Zhou Zhong and his friends had already formed a small clique. It included Chen the girl with the exceptionally talented chest and a few others who didn't seem to be ordinary people either. At the very least, Hu Xiang's words hadn't scared them. Due to the seating arrangement, it was hard to tell if Bai Fengxi was part of their group or just orbiting it. In a little while, Zhang Yunqing is hosting a Southwind Academy Alumni Association event. I heard it might have something to do with Yingfeng. Zhou Zhong suddenly brought up. Although they were some distance away, Su Chen's senses were extremely sharp, and he heard them clearly. The people gathered around him looked on eagerly. Sheninga leaned in especially close, frequently hinting that she hoped he would make some introductions for her, but Zhou Zhong just changed the subject. Before long, the transport vehicle came to a stop. The moment Su Chen disembarked, the first thing he saw was the massive city wall before him. It was over 10 meters tall, built from a type of black crystal that faintly shimmered with a white light, and it stretched left and right as far as the eye could see. So this is Morning Star Stone, Su Chen observed. Hu Xiang was speaking with an officer at the main gate. Naturally, they wouldn't open the main gate for them, so they were led to a smaller side gate. Though called a small gate, it was still 3 or 4 meters high. Get ready! Hu Xiang yelled. With a click, the small gate began to open, and a sudden chill crept in. Everyone tensed, unable to resist peeking through the crack at the world outside. Su Chen was no different. It was daytime, the day mist phase, so everything was still cloaked in a hazy, gray color. Desolation, decay, and ruin. Those were the words that came to Su Chen's mind. The visibility wasn't too low, however, he could see quite far. Move out! Hu Xiang shouted, stepping out first. The others followed close behind, filing out in a line. Boom! A huge tremor came from behind them, and everyone's heart skipped a beat. The gate had closed. Mommy! Someone whimpered, their voice trembling. In the boundless mist, their fear seemed to be infinitely amplified. Look back every 10 to 15 steps. If anyone's missing or you notice anything unusual, report it, Hu Xiang issued his first command. Bai Fengxi suddenly fell back to Su Chen's side. She turned her head and whispered, Zhou Zhong shouldn't be on this mission. His presence is a bad omen. Be careful. Su Chen looked up at Bai Fengxi's delicate profile. His mind was highly active, and he felt a strange, inexplicable sensation. It wasn't attraction, but a kind of. It's the feeling of a professional, Su Chen realized, his eyes widening in surprise. This woman, she's already become one. Amidst the students' panic and confusion, the group proceeded deeper into the wilds, and Southwind City gradually vanished into the mist behind them. The mist itself seemed ordinary. It had long since been studied and determined to be completely harmless. However, it could block all sorts of communication devices and even suppress mental perception. Su Chen could feel it, his perception, which normally covered a radius of about 10 meters, was now reduced to only 3 or 4. Su Chen reached out, his palm passing through the thin mist. Hu Xiang periodically pulled up a virtual screen, using a special device to lock in their direction. Careful. Suddenly, a shout came from the front. The ground trembled slightly. Thanks to his Sky Splitter warrior traits, Su Chen keenly sensed the flow of the mist abruptly accelerate, and a shadow faintly appeared in the haze before them. Roar. An ear-splitting beastly roar echoed. The students' faces filled with terror as a dark figure lunged out of the mist, bringing with it a foul wind and a terrifying black mane. It was a giant wolf. Su Chen saw it clearly. The students practically broke and ran, the attack was so sudden, and none of them had ever experienced such a ferocious scene. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. In his peripheral vision, he saw Bai Fengxi's expression turn grim. With a flick of her arm, a metal disc on her forearm expanded, rapidly forming a small shield. Su Chen could hear her slightly ragged breathing as her expression grew more intense. His own expression flickered, and he stepped back to take cover behind Bai Fengxi. Bai Fengxi, beside him, was momentarily stunned. Boom! Just then, a streak of fire shot through the air like a falling star and accurately pierced the black wolf's body. A wave of flame erupted into the air. The giant wolf's body convulsed, pinned to the ground in the middle of its charge. Get back here, all of you! Hu Xiang shouted, leaping onto the giant wolf's body and surveying the scene. Another scare tactic. Su Chen wasn't surprised at all. With this guy around, it's not our turn to be the heroes. The city patrol guards had formed a defensive line at the first sign of trouble. The students were a mess, some were even trembling on the ground, but not a single one had managed to get out of the guard sight. Hu Xiang observed them covertly. Only a few had managed to remain somewhat calm. The only one who truly caught his eye was that girl. There was a faint, crazed look in her eyes, as if she'd been preparing to fight to the death. A professional? He raised an eyebrow. Reaching down, he gripped the crimson spear embedded in the giant wolf's head. With a flick of his wrist, the metal spear retracted segment by segment until it was the thickness of his arm. He slung it onto his back. The students around them gradually calmed down, though they could all feel their legs trembling. None of them dared to look directly at the giant wolf's corpse on the ground. Zhou Zhong's heart was pounding. It took a great deal of effort for him to get his limbs to move again. Why would they use a mutant species for a scare tactic this time? Didn't they usually let a few people wander off on purpose? Head count, Hu Xiang commanded. Bai Fengxi retracted her shield. Only then did he notice Su Chen peeking out from behind Bai Fengxi. The corner of the cold-blooded veteran's eye couldn't help but twitch. He had clearly seen Su Chen duck behind Bai Fengxi. Impressive. No wonder someone wants him dead. Looks like you all are in for a treat tonight, Hu Xiang said, calling some men over to start butchering the giant beast. Boss, what was that all about? Using a mutant species to scare these kids without giving us a heads up, one of his subordinates grumbled in a low voice. You scared the hell out of me. Just wanted to see how much you guys are still worth. Is that a problem? Hu Xiang shot him a sidelong glance. The subordinate chuckled sheepishly and walked away. Hu Xiang, however, looked toward the distance with a hint of worry before glancing back down at the virtual screen in his hand. No one notified me either. The city patrol guards were very skilled. In just over 10 minutes, they had skinned and dismembered the giant wolf's corpse, methodically pulling out black bags they had prepared beforehand. Blue patterns were woven into their surface, and when the bags were opened, wisps of cold air escaped. The students around them grumbled in low voices. The first line of defense, the fort guards, are 10 kilometers outside the city. There are city patrol guards on patrol in between. This gluttonous wolf is only a tier 1 mutant species, it's impossible for it to have broken through all those defenses. This must have been deliberate. They're just trying to scare us. The one who spoke pushed up his glasses, which had a clear crack running across one lens. His analysis seemed sound, but it only earned him a round of laughter. Anyone can talk big after the fact. I wonder who it was that nearly buried his head in the ground just now. The bespectacled young man's face flushed as he explained, "What do you know? A gluttonous wolf hunts mainly by smell. I was masking my scent." The group erupted in laughter. After this sudden incident, their relationships had actually become much more harmonious. They had discovered they were all the same pathetic bunch, no one was any better than anyone else. I've never heard anyone who's left the city mention a mutant species suddenly popping out to scare them. Are they really keeping it that secret? After everything was packed away, the team reformed and set out again. The rest of the journey was uneventful. As time passed, the grayish-white fog slowly darkened to black. Visibility dropped until they could barely see more than 2 or 3 people in front of or behind them. "Halt!" Hu Xiang's powerful voice cut through the fog, reaching everyone's ears clearly. "Prepare to make camp," he commanded in a deep voice. The students, who had been holding their breath in concentration, felt their tense minds finally relax. The city patrol guards were already in motion. They pulled white crystal pillars from their backpacks and arranged them in a hexagon surrounding the entire group. Then, on command, they twisted the knobs at the base of the pillars. VMM. White light flowed like tassels between the crystal pillars before linking together, forming a milky white energy shield that covered the whole group. The fog within the shield gradually dissipated. So these are camp pillars. This is the first time I've seen them deployed. The students discussed this in low voices, feeling as though something from their textbooks had just come to life. The energy shield's perimeter gradually expanded, eventually enclosing a fairly spacious area where small tents were quickly pitched. In the central area, the city patrol guards on logistics duty had already set up a metal furnace. They took out small, crimson crystal blocks, drew flames from within them, and began roasting the meat they had carved from the beast earlier. The fat sizzled audibly. They had been walking for the better part of the day, their minds on high alert. Their physical strength was heavily drained, and everyone was ravenous. Now, smelling the aroma of roasting meat, their eyes lit up. "This stuff is pretty nourishing for you all." Hu Xiang pulled out his black iron dagger, sliced off a piece of roasted meat, and casually tossed it to Zhou Zhong. "Thank you, Captain." Zhou Zhong was inwardly smug but maintained a humble expression. The others secretly pouted, filled with envy and jealousy. Hu Xiang acted as if he hadn't noticed. He cut off another piece, paused in thought for a moment, and then, under the crowd's eager eyes, casually tossed it. Chen caught the large piece of roasted meat, much to his surprise. The other students stared at each other, completely stunned. No one was surprised that Hu Xiang showed special consideration for Zhou Zhong. After all, his father was a big shot in the city. But what about this Chen? What's so special about him that Hu Xiang would single him out? During the gluttonous wolf attack, the guy was obviously hiding behind Bai Fengxi. He seems like a total coward. Hu Xiang saw their exchanged glances and sighed internally. This will be the little guy's last meal. Letting him eat his fill might ease some of this guilt. Hu Xiang cut another piece and popped it into his mouth. The others began taking the meat handed out by the city patrol guards and stuffing it into their own mouths. "This tastes pretty good." Chen took a bite. The meat was tender, and not only that, a pleasant warmth began to spread through his body. "Why does this feel almost like I drank a blood circulation potion?" After a couple more bites, Chen couldn't help but ponder the changes he felt in his body. Don't tell me the ingredients for blood circulation potions come from these mutant species. No wonder those city patrol guards didn't even leave the bones behind. They must be valuable too. Realizing the benefits, Su Chen wasn't about to pass them up. He began to eat voraciously, stuffing one piece after another into his mouth. His hands were slick with grease, and his wild eating style drew more than a few stares. "This guy is really something else," someone remarked. "Lu Yang, we're all classmates here." "Watch your mouth," Zhou Zhong said, feigning displeasure. "Student Su Chen may be a refugee, but everyone has their own way of eating. There's no need to mock him." The student named Lu Yang looked completely bewildered. Who was mocking him? "All I did was make an observation." "Wait, a refugee? A refugee?" Sheninger, who was sitting nearby, looked over in astonishment. "He's a refugee. How could teacher Jiang He possibly take an interest in?" "Oh, you didn't know?" Zhou Zhong feigned surprise, as if he'd let it slip by accident. Su Chen glanced up at him. "A student dying outside the city requires a very detailed investigation report, doesn't it?" He continued to stuff meat into his mouth, appearing completely absorbed in his food. For a moment, the atmosphere grew strange. Everyone could see that Zhou Zhong was targeting Su Chen, but no one said a word. As for Su Chen's identity as a refugee, most of the students present didn't have any strong feelings about it. They weren't from wealthy city families, their backgrounds were average, so they had no reason to look down on refugees. It was more shocking than anything else. Only a few of them looked at Su Chen with a newfound distance in their eyes. Zhou Zhong grew even more annoyed when he realized Su Chen was ignoring him. He had been holding back ever since they left the city, following his father's instructions. Now, when he finally tried to put Su Chen down, it was like punching cotton, completely ineffective. "All right, time to assign the night watch," Hu Xiang said, standing up and cutting off any potential argument. "The city patrol guards will be the primary watchmen, each paired with a student. We'll rotate in 3 shifts." This was an important part of their field experience, so the students weren't surprised, they had heard about it in advance. The shifts were quickly arranged, 3 groups of 15, who would stand guard in a 50 to 100 meter perimeter around the camp, looking out for one another. Su Chen was assigned to the first shift. "Your top priority is to watch for danger. Even if your partner dies right in front of you, you are not to engage." Su Chen was partnered with a veteran soldier named Zhao Lei. He told Su Chen to call him Old Zhao. His temples were already gray, and he calmly and deliberately went over the safety procedures. Everyone else had already returned to their tents to rest. They, however, walked out of the barrier and split up, heading toward their respective watch posts. The fog began to move faster, and the wind moaned. In the night fog, the glow lamp on Old Zhao's back only illuminated a meter or 2 around them. Beyond that was pitch darkness. "This should be the spot," Old Zhao said, anchoring their position with a locating device that displayed a string of numbers. He glanced at Su Chen and asked curiously, "Are you really a refugee?" "Yes," Su Chen admitted openly. "That's impressive," Old Zhao said with genuine admiration. Remembering the incident during the day, he couldn't help but add, "That Zhou Zhong fellow seems to be targeting you because of someone named Jiang He. It couldn't have been easy for you to get into the academy. Just hang in there, and it'll blow over." "Jiang He?" Su Chen paused. "You mean by Fengshi, right? These city patrol guards are quite professional. They didn't pry into our business on the way here. He must have just overheard something when the meat was being handed out this afternoon. He must have overheard Shen Inger's unfinished sentence and assumed the issue was about Jiang He." "That girl's name is Bai Fengshi?" Old Zhao asked, confused. "But the other one, the expressive girl, she said something like, 'How could teacher Jiang He possibly take an interest in you?'" "Jiang He is a teacher at the academy," Su Chen explained. "A teacher?" Old Zhao froze. As if realizing something, his expression as he looked at Su Chen changed several times. "Yes. She's the one who got me into the academy," Su Chen explained, seeing the old man's hesitant expression. Old Zhao held back for a long moment, recalling the advice he'd just given. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a single word, "impressive." Su Chen just smiled and said nothing. The night watch was exceedingly dull, but the two had broken the ice and began to chat on and off. Meanwhile, another point of glowing light was moving through the darkness. The city patrol guard camp should be just ahead. One of them, a gaunt man, said. He was also holding a positioning device and checking the direction. Intel says our guy will be assigned to watch the southeast corner of the camp. At 10 p.m., he'll be there alone. We have 3 minutes to grab him and get out. Fuck, this night is creepy as hell. The other man, who was fat with crowded features, grumbled. Just for some refugee, they're making the two of us come out here and go through this bullshit. The gaunt man with the device frowned. Enough, he snapped. This guy is connected to the deaths of Old Ghost and Dezhuang. We can't afford any mistakes. It's 8 o'clock. We still have 2 hours. Don't get too close, or you'll alert the city patrol guards. Ruins, you ask? Old Zhao said with a wistful sigh. Those things were apparently left behind a long, long time ago. There's plenty of good stuff inside them. Weapons, materials, technology, even information on professions, almost all of it was unearthed from ruins. But they're also incredibly dangerous. 6 or 7 years ago, I was temporarily assigned to a newly discovered ruin. You wouldn't believe it, the ruin was the corpse of a giant beast bigger than a mountain. Every mutant species inside had the power of a professional. Chen listened intently, soaking up the new information. Suddenly, the positioning device in old Zhao's hand began to vibrate in a specific, repeating pattern. His expression flickered. He frowned, fell silent for a moment, and then said, Chen, looks like we've got something. I'm going to check it out. If I'm not back in 3 minutes, you go report it. Shouldn't I go with you? Chen asked. Follow your orders, old Zhao said gravely. Without further explanation, he left the lamp with Chen and crept cautiously into the darkness. A short while later. Old Zhao. A voice suddenly spoke right in front of him, making old Zhao jump. He took a closer look, and after they exchanged the countersign, he finally relaxed. Captain, what are you doing here? Hu Xiang wore a complicated expression and didn't reply. Old Zhao didn't think much of it and turned to leave. I'll head back, so that kid Chen doesn't raise a false alarm. Chen is already dead, Hu Xiang said with a sigh of resignation. Dead? He's dead. Old Zhao stopped in his tracks. He turned back, stunned, and asked anxiously, what happened? What got him? He assumed it was some creature lurking in the dark, but when Hu Xiang remained silent, the truth dawned on him. Captain, it was you? He asked in disbelief. Hu Xiang took a deep breath and shook his head. It was a fog nightmare. You fought with all your might but were overwhelmed. I arrived a step too late and was only able to save you. Do you understand? Captain, how could you? Old Zhao's face contorted, his eyes filled with an unspeakable disappointment. In the end, he could only say dejectedly, I understand. Chen stared into the distant darkness, hesitating. This is my first time out here. It's probably best to follow the rules. Besides, I'm only a Tier 1 professional. But a moment later, Chen's gaze suddenly snapped in a different direction, his expression turning to one of shock and suspicion. Within his blurry mental perception, 2 people were stealthily approaching his position. His perception range had been suppressed to only 3 or 4 meters, which meant they were practically on top of him. Why would 2 people suddenly appear out of nowhere? Chen's heart went cold as his guard shot up. In his perception, the 2 figures split up, closing in on him in a pincer movement. They're coming for me. A cold glint flashed in Chen's eyes. Who sent them? Zhou Zhong. Qi Chuan. Or Jiang He. The attackers seemed certain of his location. After approaching simultaneously to within 3 meters, they paused briefly before suddenly lunging. Swoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air came from the fog. Chen Xing was also a warrior, but his build was well proportioned. He had achieved a perfect class up and possessed a professional ability. His strong ability was already activated. His muscles tensed, his skin taking on a faint red hue. Even though his target was just a refugee, he didn't let his guard down, opting for the safest method, a sudden, explosive assault. The target was right in front of him. It seemed the attack was so sudden that the other party hadn't even reacted, there wasn't even a trace of fear on his face. He really does have a pretty face. He couldn't help but think, subconsciously pulling his punch a little, afraid of killing the target. The goal was to capture, not to kill. But just then, the target tilted his head slightly and looked at him, his eyes completely devoid of fear. Chen Xing's expression changed drastically. Alarm bells screamed in his mind as he realized something was wrong. Chen decisively activated his wind erosion ability. He had been secretly gathering power for a long time. The muscles in his right arm tightened as he clenched his hand into a fist, twisting his waist to drive his upper body forward. The fog was drawn into the whirlwind wrapping around his arm as he smashed his fist toward the attacker on his left. Bang! The two fists collided, sending ripples through the surrounding fog. Rip! Chen Xing's eyelids twitched violently, his face a mask of horror. The sleeve of his shirt was torn to shreds, and dense bloody lines appeared on his skin as if he'd been slashed by a knife, a sharp pain lancing through him. The attack actually carried elemental power. What the fuck kind of professional is this? A refugee? Refugee my ass. The target's performance didn't match the intel in the slightest. Good thing there were two of them this time. Good thing I've always been cautious and we attacked at the same time. Since this guy chose to block me, he's bound to suffer my partners. Before Chen Xing could finish his thought, his eyes bulged. Behind the target, strands of cyan, hair-like fibers seemed to congeal. They appeared to form slowly, but in reality, they solidified into a cyan iron chain at an incredible speed. It straightened out like a spear and, as if controlled by an unseen force, suddenly thrust forward. At the same time, Chen activated Spiritual Spike, mobilizing his spiritual power and condensing it into a fine needle that he viciously jabbed forward. The fatty's face was filled with terror as he felt a heavy blow strike his head, his vision turning black. His body's inertia made it impossible to retreat, it was as if he had thrown himself onto the cyan shaft, his corpulent body sinking into it with almost no resistance. Chen Xing watched helplessly as his companion's eyes widened in a daze, as if he still wanted to struggle. But in the next moment, cyan, fiber-like wires began to poke through the surface of his skin. A chill ran down his spine. He could even imagine the horrific sight of those hair-like things crisscrossing inside his partner's body. You. In that moment of dazed horror, the target didn't stop, smashing a fist toward his head. Chen Xing scrambled to block, but his heart was already filled with fear. All he wanted was to run. Bang! The corpse of his companion on the other side lost its support and fell heavily. Chen Xing's heart jumped, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, a layer of cyan arm armor had appeared on the target's arm at some point, and his knuckles were now covered with sharp spikes like brass knuckles. Pfft! This time, the attack pierced through his skin without any resistance, and a sharp pain instantly shot through his entire body. Chen Xing's eyes widened as darkness consumed his consciousness. The pincer attack was over, and both assailants were dead in the blink of an eye. Such perfect timing. Old Zhao had just left. Chen relaxed his stance, his brow furrowed as he looked at the two corpses on the ground. They were also able to find my position so precisely, confirming I was right here, a coordinated attack from inside and out. Old Zhao. No, if it was him, there would have been no need to leave. He could have just stayed and attacked me with them. The one who assigned the night watch positions and times was Hu Xiang. Could it be? Chen speculated, feeling this was going to be tricky. If it was Hu Xiang, things would be very troublesome. That guy was clearly not a Tier 1 professional. However, since he didn't make a move himself and only made these arrangements, it means he still has some reservations. Chen crouched down and began searching the two bodies. He quickly found a few items, a wallet and several potions. He quickly pocketed them and then tossed the bodies a short distance away. After waiting a little longer, Hu Xiang estimated that the attack was over and said, "Let's go." To the scene. Old Zhao remained silent. The two of them walked one after another toward the watch post. Why are there still bloodstains? Hu Xiang's expression turned ugly as he stared at the traces of blood on the ground. What idiots! Two professionals attacking one refugee, and they couldn't even control their strength. Old Zhao's face was tense. With bloodstains, the fog nightmare story won't hold up. If someone investigates. Fog nightmares were nearly invisible, special creatures that could possess living beings. He watched his captain with a wary expression, afraid that a new story would implicate him as well. Hu Xiang noticed old Zhao's gaze and felt a sense of sorrow. If not for the price the other party had offered this time, which he desperately needed, he wouldn't have done this. He sighed. Then let's go with corpse turtles. Old Zhao, you'll need to have some injuries. The city patrol guard, leading students on patrol, generally didn't go to dangerous places. A detailed report was required for every student death. Southwind Academy would even send people to investigate on-site. Drawing on his experience, Hu Xiang more or less staged the scene. Old Zhao clutched one arm, his face pale. Hu Xiang looked at old Zhao's grim face and was about to say something, but the locator he was constantly gripping in his hand suddenly flashed with a rapid and dangerous red light. The camp. Hu Xiang's expression changed drastically. Not daring to delay, he grabbed old Zhao, and with roaring flames erupting from his body, he tore through the fog. A few breaths later, the camp was in sight. There was no mutant species attack, but all the city patrol guards were in a highly alert, defensive posture. What's going on? Hu Xiang demanded, his expression grave. Captain. Old Zhao clutched his arm, staring in astonishment toward the center of the camp. Hu Xiang followed his gaze, his calm expression nearly breaking as a flash of horror crossed his eyes. He saw Chen, the one he thought had already been captured, standing quietly in the middle of the camp, watching them. How could he? Hu Xiang began subconsciously, then abruptly shut his mouth. Old Zhao. Chen walked over quickly, a look of concern on his face. Are you all right? What happened to your arm? I am fine. Old Zhao didn't dare to meet Chen's eyes and mumbled evasively. Captain Hu, what happened to old Zhao? Did you run into danger? Chen asked, turning to Hu Xiang. Hu Xiang avoided his gaze, and a guilty conscience left him unable to respond for a moment. Chen, what's going on? What danger? Zhou Zhong questioned from a distance. He had been sound asleep when Chen suddenly woke him, and he was naturally annoyed. The others were sleepy-eyed and still a bit dazed. Bai Fengxi stood at the back of the crowd, lost in thought. Shut up. Hu Xiang snapped in a low voice. Old Zhao ran into danger. I scared it off. Chen is right, it's better to be safe than sorry. Zhou Zhong was bewildered. What's with Hu Xiang? Didn't I just complain a little? As long as everyone's okay. Chen said, as if relieved. Then he put on a troubled expression and said, Captain Hu, my legs are still shaking. I'd like to rest for a bit. He definitely wasn't going back to the night watch. Hu Xiang was a tier 2 professional who could kill him with one hand. Before Hu Xiang could speak, Zhou Zhong jumped in and said coldly, your watch isn't over yet. If everyone was scared of danger like you, we might as well not have a watch at all. Alright, you can rest for tonight, Hu Xiang said without hesitation, then pointed at Zhou Zhong. You take his place. Zhou Zhong was stunned. Has Hu Xiang lost his mind? The others were also baffled. How long had it been? Why was Hu Xiang siding with Chen more and more? Chen was also quite surprised. He stared at Hu Xiang. This reaction doesn't seem like a deliberate attempt to frame me. He had originally planned to drop all pretenses if Hu Xiang tried to force him back on watch duty. He refused to believe that the man's control was so absolute that he could make every single person here keep a secret. At the very least, he was fairly confident he could count on Bai Fengxi. But the current situation was becoming more and more confusing. Annoyed, Zhou Zhong went to take over the watch. Su Chen returned to his small tent, and the others gradually went back to theirs as well. What a bizarre situation. Su Chen sighed. Temporarily setting aside his doubts, he took out the items he had looted from the corpses. There weren't many gold coins in the wallet, but there were 2 pale gold cards. Southwind coin storage. Su Chen stared at the words on them. Bank cards. I wonder if they need a password. His predecessor had never come into contact with such high-class stuff. He then turned his attention to the remaining few potions. They clearly weren't blood circulation potions, the color was a deeper, more vibrant crimson, and there was some black sediment inside. Black flame potion? Su Chen wasn't sure. Ever since looting the potion from Zhou Zhong, he had taken the time to go to the library and cram a lot of knowledge about alchemy, precisely to avoid a situation where he got his hands on something good but didn't recognize it. When he turned the potion upside down, the black sediment inside reacted as if stimulated, bursting into a firework-like display of light and flame within the bottle. So it really is. Su Chen couldn't help but grin. Although this thing was also a Tier 1 potion, it was more valuable than a blood circulation potion. It was typically used by professionals whose development had reached a certain point and whose progress had started to slow. Those 2 guys had already developed into the latter half of Tier 1. Su Chen couldn't help but think. I didn't feel much resistance when I made my move. However, when he thought about his 2 top-tier professions, his impressive abilities, and the Tier 2 special item, it made sense that he had crushed them so easily. Black flame potion. Time for a taste. Su Chen licked his lips. The blood circulation potion was long gone. He kind of missed that feeling of high efficiency. He pulled out the cork and took only a small sip. The current situation didn't allow him to let his guard down. It was like swallowing molten lava. The scorching liquid rolled down his throat and gradually spread throughout his body, a stinging pain radiating from the inside out. Fuck, this is intense. Su Chen himself was startled. The potion's effect was beyond imagination, even a small sip was this potent. The molten stone refining technique activated on its own. The 2 types of stimulation didn't stack, instead, they counteracted each other. The stinging sensation gradually faded, but his body grew more and more active. In the municipal government office of Southwind City, City Lord Zhang Hongbao stood before a window, his expression grave as he stared at the horizon. From this high floor, he could faintly see the boundless city walls. Bang! The door was thrown open, and Yuan Chenyang and Zhou Xian walked in, one after the other. Yuan Chenyang looked haggard, his face grim. Zhou Xian was silent, sizing up the people in the room. The City Patrol Department, the Exploration Department, the Research Department, the Inspectorate behind him, and himself, the Minister of Internal Affairs. All the city's top brass are here. This is no small matter. Inspector General Yuan, I heard you found the thief, but you accidentally killed him, and the Holy Word Stone is still missing, the City Patrol Minister said coolly. That was something we painstakingly recovered from the last ruin, something that even Ing Feng is paying attention to. We'd only deciphered half the profession information on it. It involves space and is incredibly valuable. Ing Feng's people are on their way. Have you figured out how you're going to explain this? Yuan Chenyang shot them a cold look. The faces of several people present were tinged with schadenfreude. He snorted inwardly and said flatly, how I explain myself is none of Minister Feng's concern. Despite his words, he couldn't help but feel helpless. There was clearly an inside job, but he hadn't been able to find out who the accomplice was. The timing of the thief's appearance was also strange. After hiding for so long, he had suddenly popped up for no reason. He had clearly held back, yet the man still died, making interrogation impossible. It was a dead end. Forget explaining himself, he hadn't even cleared his name of the suspicion that he'd killed the thief to silence him. It was just that there was no one in Southwind City who could pass judgment on him. But once Ing Feng's people arrived, things would get complicated. The other man snorted and was about to speak when Zhang Hongbao turned around and cut him off. Since everyone's here, I'll begin. Everyone held their breath. Zhang Hongba said grimly, the fort guards in South City's Area A2 have been unresponsive for over 24 hours. We have reason to suspect they've been overrun. The expressions of the crowd changed in shock. How could this be so sudden? We estimate it's an unforeseen situation caused by the passage of a high-level life form, Zhang Hongba said. South City? Zhou Xian suddenly asked, his expression turning sour. That's right. The same direction Nanfeng Academy took for their routine patrol, Zhang Hongba nodded. What? Yuan Chenyang shot to his feet, forgetting his worries about the thief. What are we waiting for? We need to send people to bring them back immediately. No, I'll lead a team myself. Yes, we must send someone quickly. If there's an accident, it could have serious repercussions, especially with Ying Feng's people about to arrive. Zhou Xian's face shifted, and he chimed in, his expression worried. Everyone knew that his son and Yuan Chenyang's student were in that group. Their anxiety was understandable. I'm not finished. Zhang Hongba glanced at the two men and continued, the research department has also detected a sudden surge in the fog's density in the direction of South City. We suspect a ruin has appeared. A ruin? So close. Could it be related to losing contact with the Area A2 fort guards? The others couldn't sit still either. The appearance of any ruin represented enormous benefits. I share that suspicion, which is why I've decided to lead a team personally. Inspector General Yuan, Minister Zhou, you will come with me, Zhang Hongba nodded. I have no problem with that, Yuan Chenyang responded immediately. The group came to an agreement and began to act at once. Zhang Hongba mobilized an elite team from the exploration department to follow him. In less than half an hour, the team was assembled. They departed from South City, following the students' route in pursuit. The purple stone gate before him gradually opened. Seeing the slender figure walk out, Jiang Rong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. A gratified smile appeared on his old face. As expected of my daughter. It was Jiang He, who had been missing for a long time. A strange light flickered in her eyes, and the air around her rippled invisibly. I almost. Jiang He's voice was hoarse, tinged with lingering fear. I almost didn't make it back. As long as the promotion was a success. You're a Tier 2 professional now. The Blood Oath contract won't have much of an effect on you. Jiang Rong also sighed in relief, then added, there's one more thing. The person behind Qi Chuan isn't Yuan Chenyang. Jiang He's gaze sharpened, her pupils glowing with a faint purple light. The reason Su Chen was able to get into the special training class seems to be Bai Fengxi. Jiang Rong wore a strange expression. He hadn't expected Su Chen's connections to be so convoluted, it had taken him some time to figure it all out. Bai Fengxi. Jiang He was blank for a moment, then she remembered. Yuan Chenyang's female student. He's certainly capable, Jiang He's expression was hard to describe. I guess that counts as a connection to Yuan Chenyang, more or less. I'm afraid Yuan Chenyang can't even protect himself right now. Jiang Rong shook his head, his tone profound. The thief was found, but the stolen item wasn't. When Ying Feng comes to hold someone accountable, he'll have to take the blame. Jiang He realized, so we can still use Su Chen to figure out Qi Chuan's situation. He nodded. Correct. There's been an incident outside the city. The people who went out will be back soon. Since it wasn't Qi Chuan who got Su Chen onto the special list, he's bound to make a move outside the city. But he doesn't know Su Chen's background, and there isn't enough time. I doubt he can accomplish much. After Su Chen returns, his curiosity about him will only grow stronger. It took Jiang He some effort to sort out the connections, but she cast the thought aside in the next moment. Su Chen. She licked her slightly chapped lips. Her carnal interest in that little wolf dog was surging again. This time, she was a Tier 2 professional. She would have the upper hand again. Su Chen's eyes snapped open. His skin was flushed, wisps of mist curling around him. His insides felt like they were on fire, but he also had a strange sensation. It feels like, the blood oath contract. Su Chen clutched his chest, murmuring, "Is it broken?" An indescribable sense of urgency rose in his heart. It didn't come from Jiang He, but from the fact that his sense of security had been weakened yet again. He had no real conflict with Jiang He, but he didn't consider her a friend either. Because of the blood oath contract, they might even have become enemies. He glanced at his panel. Sky Splitter Warrior, 30%. Molten Stone Refining Technique, Skilled, 5%. Only the clearly visible progress could bring him a sliver of security. He thought, but I need to put a spiritual side meditation technique on the agenda, or my secret artifact master profession will be stuck here. Troublesome. Over the course of the night, Su Chen finished the entire bottle of Black Flame Potion in small sips, raising his Sky Splitter Warrior profession development to 32%. His Molten Stone Refining Technique, operating at high intensity, also reached 30%. The rate of improvement was slightly lower than at the introductory level. The next morning, the main group assembled. The students weren't in high spirits. Zhou Zhong was in particularly bad shape. He had stood watch for Su Chen the night before and hadn't gotten enough rest. His eyes were shot with blood. Su Chen, on the other hand, was in good spirits. As a secret artifact master, a spiritual side profession, staying up for a few nights wasn't a major issue. The Black Flame Potion contained nutrients sufficient to compensate for his body's exertion. The logistics team distributed breakfast. Compared to last night's roasted meat, breakfast was rather simple, standard compressed nutrient liquid. Hu Xiang patrolled the area, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Su Chen, who was eating with his head down. After calming everyone down last night, he had made a special trip to search the area around Su Chen's watch post coordinates, but he hadn't found the bodies he expected. This made him suspicious. Did Su Chen hide his strength so well that he actually managed to counterkill the attackers? Or did he really just follow old Zhao's instructions, returning to inform the camp when his time was up, while the two attackers were taken out by some unknown danger in the fog? Hu Xiang's gut feeling leaned toward the latter. Otherwise, to be able to take care of two Tier 1 professionals in such a short time with so little commotion. Su Chen's true strength would be hidden far too deeply. But his rational mind told him that Su Chen seemed to have seen right through him, which he found inscrutable. Once preparations were complete, the team set out again. The atmosphere today was somber, hardly anyone spoke on the road, and the path through the fog seemed endless. The group walked from dawn until dusk, and it was once again time to make camp. "Captain Hu, I'm not feeling well. I'm afraid I can't stand for the night watch today," Su Chen said, raising a hand. He clutched his stomach, a helpless, wry smile on his face. "I've made up my mind to stick with the main group. I can't act alone again. Hu Xiang is a Tier 2 professional, after all." Hu Xiang merely gave him a cool glance. "Understood." He agreed so easily. Su Chen wondered inwardly. What on earth is Hu Xiang thinking? Does he have some other trick up his sleeve? "Captain Hu. I stood for 2 shifts in a row yesterday. Can I please rest today?" Zhou Zhong also spoke up, his voice weak. Hu Xiang frowned and barked, "If you can't even handle this little bit of hardship, why did you bother coming along? They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but I'm not so sure. You're on the first shift tonight." Zhou Zhong's face turned deathly pale, and his cheeks burned as if he'd just been slapped. That bastard. Could he make the favoritism any more obvious? In the crowd, squad leader Tang Chen was inwardly furious. That moron. I'll just have to wait for his watch to end before I can get that thing from him. Good thing we won't reach the delivery point for another 3 days. The others were scared into silence, not daring to speak. They could only steal glances at Su Chen, completely baffled. How did he get such special treatment from Hu Xiang? Su Chen turned and returned to his tent, preparing to continue his training. The others, meanwhile, dragged their exhausted bodies to stand watch in shifts with the city patrol guard. "Damn it, Hu Xiang. After we get back, I'll definitely find a way to make you pay." Zhou Zhong cursed. The wind howled around them, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The veteran soldier next to him paid no mind. After they reached the designated watch point, he became as still as a statue. And Su Chen. Zhou Zhong continued to curse. The thought of Su Chen resting comfortably in his tent made his anger boil over. Keep your voice down. The veteran beside him suddenly muttered, startling Zhou Zhong. The veteran stared into the distant darkness, his expression alert. His years of experience with the city patrol had taught him to recognize the scent of danger. Suddenly, a pair of green eyes, each the size of a grown man's head, opened in the darkness. A foul wind rushed over them. This is bad. The veteran's hair stood on end. He lowered his voice. Zhou Zhong, you. Help. Ambush. Help me. A miserable wail sounded from behind him, growing more and more distant. The veteran froze for a moment, a helpless, bitter smile on his face, which then quickly drained of all color. In the darkness, more green eyes opened. Ambush. A piercing, hoarse, and vaguely familiar voice suddenly echoed through the camp. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He shot out of his tent to find the camp in chaos. A panting Zhou Zhong was grabbing Hu Xiang's arm and explaining something. Boom. Sparks flew from the energy barrier outside the camp as the camp pillars were sent flying. The barrier's main purpose was to keep out the fog, it wasn't very strong defensively. Roar. In the night, the figure of a colossal beast emerged. Its huge cyan eyes seemed to be searching for prey to devour. As its silhouette took shape, it was clear it was many times larger than the gluttonous wolf they had encountered before. It stood nearly 10 meters tall, with massive, high-set shoulders. Taut muscles rippled beneath the scale armor that covered its body, and an oppressive chill washed over them. Su Chen watched with a grave expression, his heart beginning to beat faster. A Tier 2 mutant species, a cyan scale lion. Hu Xiang gasped. How could a creature like this get through the defensive perimeter? Positions, he roared. The city patrol guard was already moving, forming ranks and raising their firearms. The professionals took the front, with the students arrayed behind them. His men reacted with extreme speed, but Hu Xiang's expression only grew graver. Following the giant beast was a pack of smaller lions. A pride. Hu Xiang's palms began to sweat. If it were just one lion, he was confident he could kill it. But this was an entire pride. What the hell is going on? What in the world are the fort guards doing? Roar. The giant lion's roar was like a signal to attack. It charged forward like a small mountain, its front paws shattering the rock beneath them. The knotted muscles of its back were taut as a drawn bowstring, its amber eyes reflecting a sea of terrified faces. Hu Xiang gritted his teeth. With a clang, he gripped his weapon as scarlet flames blazed around him. He had no choice but to charge forward to meet the beast. Mama! Help me! The city patrol guard was well trained and held their formation, but most of the students had already burst into tears, crying for their parents in a panicked frenzy. There were only 7 professionals among the city patrol guard. They stood at the front of the formation, their resolve wavering as they watched the pride of lions gradually surround them. Swoosh! A figure leaped out from the crowd. It was Bai Fengxi, taking her place with the other Tier 1 professionals. Everyone jumped, thinking she had lost her mind. But then they noticed a chilling aura emanating from her. She's already a professional. And she has elemental power. The others finally understood. Fire! At the command, muzzle flashes erupted and a torrent of bullets shot out. But they merely ricocheted off the cyan scales of the cyan scale lions with a series of metallic clangs. Boom! A fireball exploded in the middle of the pride, it was some kind of explosive device. Roar! Before the smoke and flames could even clear, shadowy figures charged out from within. The pride numbered at least 20 lions of various sizes. Wreathed in scorching air, they were like a cavalry charge, ferocious and unstoppable. Even if they weren't all Tier 1 mutant species, there were at least a dozen. Spread out, spread out. A city patrol guard yelled, warning everyone not to cluster together. He didn't need to, most of the students were already scattering, screaming and crying. Fuck. Zhou Zhong scrambled away frantically. He'd been targeted by a lion that was at least 5 meters long, definitely a Tier 1 mutant species. He was terrified beyond belief. "Don't chase me, don't chase me." Zhou Zhong deliberately ran toward the densest parts of the crowd, using the people in his path as human shields to slow the beast. He was just one step away from becoming a Tier 1 professional, so his physical condition was excellent. Few people there could resist him, and miserable cries rose one after another in his wake. Su Chen. In his panic, Zhou Zhong spotted Su Chen standing in the distance, seemingly frozen in fear. He had his next target. He fled straight toward Su Chen. "Go die." Seeing his goal within reach, Zhou Zhong's panic seemed to subside. A savage grin spread across his face as he reached for Su Chen's arm, intending to throw him to the lion. Zhou Zhong's expression froze. He stared at the expressionless Su Chen in front of him, veins bulging on his own arm. He should have been able to fling Su Chen aside like a chick. But it felt like he had grabbed hold of a mountain. Even with all his strength, he couldn't move him in the slightest. Boom! The thundering footsteps behind him grew closer. Zhou Zhong had no time to think, his only instinct was to escape. But an iron grip clamped down on his arm. He turned his head and saw that Su Chen had grabbed him in return and was now staring at him coldly. What are you doing?" Zhou Zhong blustered, though he was terrified inside. The giant lion was almost upon them. "You lunatic. If you want to die, let go of me." Crack. A flash of white light shot in from the side. Bai Fengshi descended from above and kicked the charging lion, sending it tumbling. The beast staggered, and tendrils of ice spread across its scales, but they shattered when it just shook its head. It wasn't seriously injured. "You'll be in trouble if you kill him in front of everyone," Bai Fengshi said, her back to them. Zhou Zhong replied instinctively, what kind of trouble could there be? "All right then." Su Chen shrugged and casually tossed Zhou Zhong aside. Zhou Zhong was stunned. "What does that mean?" Bai Fengshi was talking to Su Chen. "He can kill me. Are you just going to stand there and watch?" A furious roar suddenly erupted from the distance. Where crimson flames surged, the ground cracked from the intense heat. Hu Xiang's battle with the giant lion stirred up waves of heat as his long spear and the lion's claws clashed in the air, creating a rumbling boom like muffled thunder. He was fighting the leader of the cyan scale lions, and the two were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. But the camp was clearly at a disadvantage. When comparing low-tier professionals to low-tier mutant species, the latter were stronger due to their size. If this continued, he would still be ambushed and killed once the camp was wiped out. Unless a decisive power intervened. If Su Chen had really killed those two attackers, he would undoubtedly be an incredibly powerful asset in a battle of this level. But he seemed to have no intention of making a move. The sudden roar stunned many of the people fighting the enemy or trying to flee. They didn't know what Hu Xiang meant. Who was he talking to? Su Chen remained unmoved, his expression impassive. "After this is over, I'll give you an explanation," Hu Xiang roared through gritted teeth. Su Chen still didn't move. "I swear on my wife," the voice came again. Su Chen's eyes flickered. He had heard old Zhao mention that Hu Xiang and his wife were deeply in love, a fact well known to everyone. Unfortunately, his wife had been affected by something in the fog and had been in a coma ever since. "In this situation, it's impossible for me to just stand by and watch. When the nest is overturned, no egg stays intact. Forcing Hu Xiang to reveal the person behind the scenes would be an acceptable outcome. I've been at Southwind Academy for a while now. I suppose I can reveal my talent." Bai Fengshi kicked away a cyan scale lion, her gaze sweeping over from time to time. She had a faint suspicion that Hu Xiang was talking to Su Chen. What exactly is he hiding? Pushing off with his feet, Su Chen's body suddenly drifted up as if carried by a gust of wind, kicking up a fine layer of dust. The nearest giant lion only had time to flick the tip of its tail before Su Chen's figure became an afterimage, flashing past its raised front paw. A thin wire snaked out from his clothes, moving close to his body and nearly invisible to the naked eye, piercing through the cyan scale lion's head in one smooth motion. It looked as if Su Chen had done nothing at all, merely drifting past. Yet the giant lion before him seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. One side of its head exploded, followed by the other, and it staggered and fell amidst a blurry mist of blood. An instant kill. Bai Fengxi's pupils contracted, and she couldn't help but take a few steps forward. She had a hard time fighting this giant lion head-on. Its cyan scale armor was natural armor, with a defensive power no less than a low-tier item, and was incredibly tough. She knew Su Chen was hiding his true strength, but at most, she had estimated that he was already a professional. The scene before her now was simply unbelievable. Su Chen's body continued to drift through the camp like a spirit on the wind. One by one, the cyan scale lions fell, offering almost no resistance. Lu Liang braced himself on the ground with both hands, his face pale as he stared at the giant lion that had collapsed in front of him. Its massive, bloody maw was already open, a split second more and he would have been swallowed whole. What? What? How is he so strong? Lying on the ground, Zhou Zhong stared in horrified disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The sight of the giant beasts falling one after another was a violent shock to his mind. Suddenly, a low growl came from behind him. He froze in terror. A cyan scale lion was charging from not far away, apparently frightened by Su Chen and fleeing in a panic. Zhou Zhong reacted quickly, preparing to dodge with a clumsy roll. But a sudden, sharp pain shot through his head, and his whole body froze as if struck by lightning. Thud. With a sickening crunch, half his head was crushed by the fleeing cyan scale lion. Everyone's attention was on that lone figure. No one noticed. The camp gradually fell silent. In just a few moments, more than 10 cyan scale lions lay dead on the ground, with a single figure standing in their midst. Is that Su Chen? The situation had been critical, and not everyone had noticed who was taking action. Coupled with his incredible speed, they only got a clear look once he stopped. Gaze after gaze shocked, horrified, or grateful converged on him. Hugh. Su Chen let out a breath, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. The scene just now might have looked as effortless as a leisurely stroll, but it was actually the result of a combination of Sky Splitter Warrior, Secret Artifact Master, and most importantly, the Tier 2 item Cyan Iron Lock Cable. These ordinary lions were only Tier 1 mutant species. Naturally, they couldn't withstand the lethality of a Tier 2 item. However, that series of moves had also consumed a great deal of his energy. So strong. In the distance, Hu Xiang's focus was split as he watched the camp. His heart trembled, and he was almost struck by a claw. This guy, could he really be a Tier 2 professional? He couldn't help but wonder. Roar. The cyan scale lion leader before him let out a pained roar. Hu Xiang instantly focused his mind, preparing for a desperate, final struggle from his opponent. But instead, the giant lion only glanced toward the camp before ceasing its attack and slowly retreating into the darkness. It's over. Hu Xiang's tension eased, and he let out a long sigh of relief. In the camp, cries of "ouch" rose and fell as everyone helped each other up and treated their wounds. But their minds were far from calm, and some were even distracted, their gazes drifting from time to time toward the figure in the distance. 12 Tier 1 mutant species, and the rest were cubs. Good heavens, that's just monstrous. Lu Liang whispered to his companion. No wonder Bai Fengxi treats him differently. He's too amazing. Isn't he a refugee? How can he be so strong? Someone couldn't help but ask. How should I know? Lu Liang rolled his eyes. And stop calling him a refugee this and a refugee that. The man just saved your life. I know, it's just an expression. The person argued back. What are the casualties? Hu Xiang had returned. His deep voice immediately gave everyone a sense of stability. Not too bad. One of his subordinates reported, his face tense. They were all level 1 mutant species, and we reacted fairly quickly. Su Chen followed up right away, and those students are in good physical shape too. It's mostly just bumps and bruises. However, a few of our guys might end up permanently disabled from saving them. Those useless brats, all they did in the fight was get in the way. Otherwise, old Lu and the others wouldn't have gotten hurt, a subordinate said angrily. And that Su Chen, he's obviously so strong, but he just... Shut up. Hu Xiang shot him a cold glare. Of course, he knew why Su Chen hadn't acted sooner. Not far away, old Zhao couldn't help but look over, shaking his head and sighing. Su Chen was resting with his eyes closed. He spoke with a hint of resignation, "Is it fun to keep staring at me?" Beside him, Bai Fengxi showed no signs of embarrassment and asked directly, "You know what I want to ask?" "Since you know, you should also understand that I'm not going to tell you," Su Chen said, shaking his head. "That's why I'm just staring at you." Su Chen was caught off guard, left speechless. Zhou Zhong. Zhou Zhong is dead. A terrified shout came from the distance. Bai Fengxi's expression faltered for a moment, and she said again, "Killing him will cause a lot of trouble." "You should go tell that to the cyan scale lion," Su Chen said flatly. Everyone gathered around, staring at the corpse on the ground. More than half of its head was crushed, and its single remaining eye was wide open, unable to rest in peace. Did anyone see what happened to him? Hu Xiang's expression was grim as he scanned the crowd. "I think, he was trampled to death by a lion," someone said meekly. "Trampled?" Hu Xiang gave the corpse a deep look. "Bag him." Among the surrounding city patrol guards, Tang Chen's face was pale and his heart was uneasy. Fortunately, the person responsible for bagging the body only gave it a casual glance before putting it into the corpse bag. "There's still a chance. There's still a chance." Hu Xiang pushed through the crowd to Su Chen's side. Looking at the young man before him, he asked, "Care to talk?" The two walked to the edge of the camp. Hu Xiang took out a metal box and pulled out a long, thin cigarette wrapped in brownish-gray paper. Seeing Su Chen shake his head, he stuck it in his own mouth. A flame sparked from his thumb, and he took a deep drag, the embers glowing brighter. After blowing out a smoke ring, he said leisurely, "Zhou Zhong's father is Zhou Xian, the Minister of Internal Affairs. We're in for big trouble." "He should be going after the cyan scale lion," Su Chen said with a frown. Hu Xiang said helplessly, "He can't find the cyan scale lion, so he'll just come after us. He'll blame us for not acting sooner, and for not protecting his son. I was fighting the beast leader at the time, so I have a flimsy excuse. But you had a conflict with Zhou Zhong. He won't let you off easily. It doesn't matter if you weren't the one who attacked him in secret. People like them don't care about evidence." Su Chen's expression wavered, but he didn't dwell on the topic. "Who put you up to it?" Hu Xiang froze for a moment. The cigarette dangling from his lips smoldered, letting off a thin trail of smoke. He seemed surprised that Su Chen would be so direct. Su Chen turned his head to look at him. Silence. "Is that your answer?" "Qi Chuan." Hu Xiang's lips moved, and he uttered a name. "Ah, so it was him." Su Chen wasn't particularly surprised. He thought for a moment, then asked, "What was the price on my head?" "A clue about the fog nightmare pearl." "Just a clue?" Su Chen was stunned. "This clue is very important to me. It might be able to wake up my wife." Hu Xiang snuffed out the cigarette in his hand, a distant look of recollection in his eyes. "Such a devoted husband." Su Chen shot him a surprised glance, then asked, "Then why were you looking out for me before?" Hu Xiang looked a bit uncomfortable. "Guilt, perhaps." "Guilt?" Su Chen grinned. That answer truly caught him by surprise. "I thought you'd say it was to make me lower my guard or something. I never used to do things like this." Hu Xiang argued. Perhaps because he was certain Qi Chuan's plan had failed, he felt a bit of the burden lift. "I don't care," Su Chen cut in. "I have no interest in your inner turmoil. You don't need to tell me about it." Hu Xiang gave a bitter smile. "You're right. No matter how you slice it, I was a part of it. It's only natural for you to resent me." "Resent you?" Su Chen gave him a strange look. Who said I resent you? You were paid to do a job. I can understand that, Su Chen explained patiently. If someone made me an offer I couldn't refuse, I wouldn't hesitate to come after you either. Hu Xiang was dumbfounded. Is the thinking of a refugee always this sharp? But you failed, Su Chen said with a smile. So now you have to pay your debt. Hu Xiang's mind was a mess. He said tentatively, and what if I refuse to settle this account? Su Chen beamed at him. Then for the rest of my life, as long as I'm alive, I'll be watching your wife. Hu Xiang's heart trembled, and a cold dread washed over him. Su Chen chuckled. Of course, you still have a chance. You could kill me right now. Hu Xiang instinctively glanced back at the main group not far away. People were still looking over from time to time, and Bai Fengxi, in particular, was staring without blinking. Hu Xiang shook his head with a bitter smile. Don't mess with me, kid. Hu Xiang was completely resigned to his fate. The whole scheme had left him deeply unsettled from the start. Let's go. They should be about done. The city patrol guards were efficient. The bodies were all piled to one side, and the chaotic camp had become orderly again. When they saw Su Chen and Hu Xiang return, everyone's expressions were still complicated. The pile of bodies, like a small hill, served as a constant reminder that what had just happened was no dream. Su Chen, is this your tent? Sheninger sidled up, hugging an earth-yellow tent and puffing out her chest. It was anyone's guess where she had been hiding just now. Her clothes were a bit tattered, her eyes were slightly red, and she looked at Su Chen with a pitiful expression. If you want it, it's yours, Su Chen said casually. No, I. Sheninger watched Su Chen walk straight past her, regretting that she hadn't tried to build a better relationship with him earlier. What are your plans for these bodies? Hu Xiang asked from his side. They're your spoils of war. Under normal circumstances, 50% of the sale price is yours. He quickly explained, the city patrol guards have to handle the processing, packing, and carrying, so we have to take a portion. This was an unspoken rule, so Su Chen didn't object, just nodded. You can handle it. How about this? Hu Xiang thought for a moment, then added, there's a massive number of bodies this time, and we're short on people. Let's consume them as provisions for now, and we'll reimburse you for their value when we get back. All right. The two settled on it, and the students who were bandaging their wounds and resting couldn't help but shoot them envious glances. Hu Xiang usually berated them at the slightest provocation, his words always harsh. This was the first time they had seen him use such a negotiating tone. Hu Xiang said a few more words. This time, he didn't reprimand the students for their chaotic performance during the battle. Instead, he offered comfort and encouragement, which made many of them feel a little better. The students are excused from night watch tonight. Everyone, go get some rest. We'll shrink the watch perimeter by half. I will be on patrol, Hu Xiang ordered finally. He was a very capable man. Not more than half an hour after the battle, the camp had more or less recovered. The students all went to rest, but low whimpers could be heard from within many of the tents. The recent battle had left Su Chen feeling tired as well. He got a tent from logistics, but after setting it up, he found he couldn't fall asleep. He couldn't completely let his guard down around Hu Xiang. In the latter half of the night, the camp was deathly silent. A figure crept quietly from a tent and moved toward a corner of the camp, where a tightly wrapped body lay. Zip. He carefully pulled open the zipper on the corpse bag. Zhou Zhong, with only half a head remaining, stared out with his single, wide eye. He reached out and began searching the body for something, his movements frantic. Where is it? Where the hell is it? Tang Chen, what are you doing? A voice suddenly called out from behind him. The figure searching the corpse on the ground froze instantly. He turned around cautiously. Captain, aren't you on patrol? I asked, what are you doing? Hu Xiang's tone was cold. I heard a noise over here, so I came to check it out. Tang Chen's throat bobbed as he explained in a hushed voice. What kind of noise can a corpse make? Hu Xiang's expression was indifferent as he tossed out a pair of iron cuffs. Put these on. Tang Chen's expression changed. Captain, I really was just taking a look, he said hurriedly. Don't make me do it myself. Hu Xiang took a step forward, and the surrounding air began to heat up. Tang Chen had no other choice but to pick up the iron cuffs from the ground and fasten them around his wrists. The surface of the cuffs glowed with an electromagnetic light and, with a snap, they forcibly locked together. Someone searching Zhou Zhong's body. Inside the tent, the wariness in Su Chen's eyes slowly faded as he looked at Hu Xiang. When the man suddenly came looking for him, Su Chen had thought he'd figured something out and was about to attack. But instead, he'd furtively told him that someone was searching Zhou Zhong's body. Yeah, something's very wrong with this, Hu Xiang said, his expression grim. Su Chen stared at him. Two things. First, why are you coming to me about this? Second, you said you were patrolling the perimeter. How are you so well informed about what's happening inside the camp? What does that have to do with the corpse? Hu Xiang frowned, but seeing Su Chen's guarded posture, he understood. This kid still doesn't trust me. He could only explain, I came to you because Zhou Zhong's death is more or less related to you. Don't pin that on me, Su Chen said, his face impassive. Hu Xiang ignored him and continued, I was supposed to be patrolling the perimeter, but I was worried about the camp, so I kept an eye on both. Su Chen reluctantly accepted the explanation. A thought suddenly struck him. Let's go see the corpse. I already brought it over. Hu Xiang turned and dragged the corpse bag in from outside the tent. Su Chen was left speechless. You should leave first. Su Chen rubbed his chin as he pulled open the zipper and looked at Zhou Zhong's corpse. Hu Xiang hesitated, but seeing Su Chen staring intently at him, he had no choice but to step out of the tent. A little further. Su Chen called out. Hu Xiang had no choice but to shuffle a bit farther away. Then he saw the light in the tent go out, plunging it into darkness. Fuck, that's creepy. He cursed under his breath. Inside, Su Chen used his mental perception to search Zhou Zhong's corpse. A moment later, he paused, his eyes narrowing. Well, what do you know? There really is something. He took out a small knife. With a RIP, Su Chen tore a thin, paper-like object from the inner lining of the clothes on Zhou Zhong's left chest. Su Chen's expression was a sight to behold. This was the very document detailing the space storer professional ability, the item stolen from Southwind Academy. He smuggled it out just like that. Su Chen's mind raced with possibilities. Yuan Chenyang's inspections were thorough. Under normal circumstances, this item should never have made it out. But the patrol outside the city provided a loophole. On the day they left, Yuan Chenyang just so happened to be away chasing a thief. The one who saw them off was none other than Zhou Zhong's father. Zhou Zhong probably didn't know, or he wouldn't have kept it hidden this long. They have people among the city patrol guard, too. Su Chen felt the situation was becoming thorny. This is clearly a quagmire. But, he murmured to himself, perhaps it's also an opportunity. He was about to turn on a temporary light source when his gaze fell back on Zhou Zhong. He murmured, still, out of all the students, why did it have to be on Zhou Zhong? As he spoke, he reached out his demonic claws again, searching even more meticulously this time. Unbelievable, there's actually more. Su Chen looked astonished, staring at the two small, black metal cubes in his hand. Zhou Zhong had been turned into a mule. These things, hidden in a secret compartment in the heel of Zhou Zhong's shoe, were only the size of a fingernail. This wasn't something that could have been planted on him casually. With a slight twist, the metal casing popped open. Hazy, colorful light seeped from the crack. Su Chen quickly wrapped it in a piece of clothing before carefully opening it completely. It was a small, irregular, multicolored crystal. The panel didn't display any information, it wasn't a finished item. This stuff. He frowned, glancing back at the thin document. A sudden theory formed in his mind. He immediately opened the panel, found the space storer profession, and expanded its acquisition requirements. Sure enough, one of the requirements, space crystal, was now marked as complete. He'd only had a hunch that since this thing was hidden along with the document, it might be related to the space storer profession. This is a space crystal. Chen stared at the crystal in his hand, his heart pounding with excitement. So the most baffling requirement for this profession was fulfilled just like that? And he'd gotten 2 of them, no less. But after a brief moment of excitement, Chen realized that it might be useless for him to have them. Zhou Zhong's father most likely knew about the items hidden on his body. With his son dead and the items missing, everyone would probably be searched, especially him. I can't just throw them away, Chen muttered, unconsciously stroking the metal cubes. It seems my only option is to turn them in. He was extremely reluctant. Who knew when he'd ever see something like this again? Detecting host's intent to discard the space crystals, the space storer profession is willing to accept 2 space crystals as the cost for partial acquisition. The profession can be fully unlocked by completing the remaining requirements later. Huh? Staring at the panel that had popped up, Chen froze. Partial acquisition? Not bad at all. Look at how considerate this profession is. If it's hard to acquire, you can just do a partial acquisition. Get your foot in the door first and pay the rest of the fare later, perfectly reasonable. Chen grinned, directing several compliments to the empty air, but no new notifications appeared on the panel. He pursed his lips. Normal acquisition only required 1 crystal, but partial acquisition cost 2. The 2 space crystals in his hand radiated a dazzling light and began to melt like ice. The space around them rippled faintly as the 2 streams of light merged and then vanished abruptly. Partial acquisition of space storer successful. Acquired professional ability storage space, a personal space concealed within a subdimension. Other professional abilities will be unlocked upon fulfilling the remaining acquisition requirements. Storage space. Chen gulped. He focused his senses, and as his spiritual power rippled, he could faintly perceive a small, empty space. It was only 1 cubic meter, not very large. Chen casually picked up one of the empty metal cubes and tried to mentally will it into the space. The cube vanished from his hand without a sound, reappearing inside the small dimension. It consumes spiritual power. No wonder one of the requirements is to have a Tier 2 top mental profession, Chen noted as he carefully observed the process. Not bad at all. He couldn't help but grin. In his eyes, even the corpse of Zhou Zhong on the floor, missing half its head, started to look quite handsome. He searched the body carefully one more time to ensure he hadn't missed anything, then mangled the shoes beyond recognition before turning on his lamp and calling Hu Xiang back in. Hu Xiang glanced at the corpse on the floor. The zipper was only open around the torso, and he didn't see any obvious changes. Did you figure anything out? He asked. Maybe. Chen answered evasively. Hu Xiang pressed, dissatisfied. What do you mean, maybe? Are you sure you want to know? Chen retorted. Hu Xiang faltered, staring at him suspiciously. The question sent a nervous jolt through him. Forget it. He shook his head decisively. You'd better keep a close eye on the person who was searching his corpse, Chen stressed. Hu Xiang nodded, then asked worriedly, is this serious? Chen's reply was cryptic. Hard to say. Hu Xiang hesitated for a moment before heading over to Tang Chen to tighten the guard. Meanwhile, Chen left his tent and found Bai Fengxi. What is it? Bai Fengxi asked, stepping out of her tent. Chen jerked his chin toward the tent's entrance. Bai Fengxi hesitated for a moment but led Chen inside. The 2 of them sat cross-legged, very close to each other. I want to ask you something. Chen leaned closer, looking into Bai Fengxi's eyes. What kind of person is old Yuan? Bai Fengxi's eyes flashed with suspicion. Just for that? Did you really need to be so secretive to ask me this? Yes, Chen said grimly. Bai Fengxi was silent for a moment, then began, he's. From the shadows, Hu Xiang finished tying up Tang Chen, making sure even suicide was impossible. He turned his head just in time to see the young man and woman disappear into the tent. What a fine girl, he thought with a sigh of pity. He'd asked the other students. It was true that Jiang he had been the one to get Su Chen into Southwind Academy, it wasn't just a rumor. He had also heard of that woman Jiang He's reputation. The image of an unscrupulous Su Chen, one who would stop at nothing and use any means to climb the social ladder, leaped to his mind. That girl, Bai Fengxi, had probably fallen for his trap as well. And she was supposedly Yuan Chenyang's student. Truly impressive, he thought. However, he had a nagging feeling there was more to the story. With Su Chen's level of strength, he shouldn't have needed to rely on someone like Jiang He to get ahead. As he was speculating, his expression suddenly turned grave, and he snapped his head up. Out of the darkness, a city patrol guard on night watch came running over. In a flash, Hu Xiang intercepted him, asking urgently, "What is it? Another attack?" No, the city patrol guard stammered, shaking his head and pointing into the darkness behind him. A low hum grew closer. Several bright, eerie blue lights pierced through the mist, and a number of 5 to 6 meter tall, crimson, tracked war machines emerged from the fog. Their slightly rusted armor plates were inscribed with glowing blue runes. Hu Xiang's brow twitched as a wave of oppressive power washed over him. At the head of the procession, several figures were slowly approaching. Hu Xiang's grave expression twisted into shock. "CI City Lord?" The arrivals were none other than a contingent of Southwind City's top brass, led by Zhang Hongbo, who had clearly rushed to get here. Inspector General Yuan. His eyes swept across the group, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. He stammered, Min. Minister Zhou. Why are you here? Zhou Xian found this baffling. This Hu Xiang seems even more shocked to see me than to see Zhang Hongbo. He didn't even greet the city lord, just asked why I came. Isn't he just asking for Zhang Hongbo to get the wrong idea? Why is a city patrol guard like you being so respectful to me? Hu Xiang's mind raced. Zhou Zhong's corpse was still in Su Chen's tent. The situation was already difficult to handle, and now Zhou Xian would undoubtedly fix his sights on Su Chen. This is a mess, he lamented internally. Why did this whole group of VIPs suddenly show up? The surrounding Crimson War chariots had come to a halt. Fully armed explorer guards disembarked one after another, silently fanning out toward every corner of the camp. Their bodies were completely covered in crimson combat armor. Tisk, Minister Zhou's reputation certainly precedes him, Yuan Chenyang remarked from the side, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Ahem. Zhou Xian coughed dryly, glancing at the expressionless Zhang Hongbo. Hu Xiang finally snapped back to reality. He hurriedly turned to Zhang Hongbo and asked respectfully, "City Lord, what brings you here?" Zhang Hongbo's tone was placid. "I received a report that we've lost contact with the fort guards in Area A2. I was worried you might be in danger." Lost contact with the fort guards. Hu Xiang's heart sank. "No wonder we were attacked twice in a row," he said, the realization dawning on him. "You handled it well," Zhang Hongbo said, now looking at the pile of corpses in the distance with a hint of surprise. A cyan-scale lion group. Their leader must have been a Tier 2 mutant species. Not only did you repel them, but you also inflicted such heavy casualties. Captain Hu, you've been hiding your true strength. The others couldn't help but look toward the pile of bodies on one side of the camp. The expressions of both Yuan Chenyang and Zhou Xian shifted, a look of concern crossing their faces. Hu Xiang's mind raced. He gave a wry smile. "You have a sharp eye, City Lord." The leader was indeed a Tier 2 mutant species. "But these bodies, we owe our thanks to the students from Southwind Academy, especially." "No need to be so modest," Zhang Hongbo interrupted with a wave of his hand, paying it no mind. He knew exactly what that group of students was capable of. "I wanted to pique the city lord's curiosity, then I could bring up Su Chen. That way, it would be harder for Zhou Xian to make a scene." But to his dismay, the city lord seemed to have no interest in the details. "What were the casualties?" Yuan Chenyang couldn't help but ask. Hu Xiang replied resignedly, 12 with minor injuries, 7 with major injuries, and 1 death. Sigh. Zhang Hongbo sighed. Make sure the family is properly consoled. They are all heroes of the city patrol guard. The one who died wasn't a member of the city patrol guard, Hu Xiang said, his head bowed and his Adam's apple bobbing. Not a city patrol guard? A student? Zhang Hongbo's gaze sharpened, but then he shook his head and sighed. You can't be blamed. Losing contact with the fort guards was something no one could have predicted. Who was the student that died? I will personally go and console the family, he asked. Only then did Hu Xiang slowly raise his head, his gaze traveling past Zhang Hongbo. As Zhou Xian saw the man's gaze land on him, his heart skipped a beat. He was suddenly struck with a terrible premonition. It was Zhou Zhong. Hu Xiang forced out the name. What? Zhou Xian's pupils constricted. Blazing lightning erupted from his body as a clap of thunder boomed over the camp, illuminating his contorted features. What did you say? He stared daggers at Hu Xiang, his roar like crashing thunder. My son was just one step away from becoming a professional. He wasn't some ordinary person. How could so many who were weaker than him survive, while he's the only one who died? Hu Xiang, did you do this on purpose? The words had barely left his mouth when the sky lit up. A bolt of lightning, like an arrow from a divine spirit, tore through the mist and shot toward Hu Xiang. Stop! Zhang Hongbo appeared at Hu Xiang's side. With a simple lift of his hand, the lightning bolt vanished into his palm without a trace. City Lord! Zhou Xian bellowed, his hair whipping about like the mane of a frenzied old lion, his eyes crackling with electrical arcs. I said, stop! Zhang Hongbo's eyes were utterly calm. In the end, reason prevailed. The electrical arcs surrounding Zhou Xian gradually dissipated. He panted heavily like an old bull, his pupils threaded with crimson. Once he had calmed down, Zhang Hongbo's tone softened. This matter will be explained. But if you kill Hu Xiang, how can he give you that explanation? Rustling sounds came from the surrounding tents as people began to emerge one by one. The commotion had awakened many, though some hadn't been asleep at all. Principal. One of the students burst into tears on the spot, as if they had found their pillar of support. It's all right now, Zhang Hongbo soothed them gently. A wave of soft sobs spread through the crowd. Zhou Xian's voice was hoarse. Where is my son's body? With another mournful sigh, Hu Xiang pointed to a tent in the distance. Zhang Hongbo nodded to himself. At least Hu Xiang had the decency to arrange a separate tent for the body. His face a mask of grief, Zhou Xian walked inside. But moments later, he stormed back out, his face trembling. He glared at Hu Xiang, his eyes wide with fury, and snarled through gritted teeth, whose tent is this? But deep in his eyes, there was a flicker of well-hidden panic. It's full of personal belongings. It's clearly not a tent set aside for a body. Zhang Hongbo glanced at Hu Xiang, the corner of his eye twitching. The students who had emerged from their tents exchanged uncertain glances. It's mine. A clear voice rang out, and Zhou Xian's gaze instantly locked onto its source. It's you. Zhou Xian roared. Chen was slightly taken aback. He knows me. Even if I had a small run-in with his son, a man of his stature wouldn't normally pay attention to something like that. Yuan Chenyang raised an eyebrow. It's this kid. I remember him. He couldn't make sense of the situation, so he didn't speak rashly. It was already strange for the body to be in this kid's tent. Wait, if this is his tent, then whose tent did he just come out of? Wait a minute. Yuan Chenyang's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw Bai Fengxi emerge from the same tent right behind Chen. Xiao Bai. His eyes widened, and he shot Chen a hostile glare. Teacher. However, before Yuan Chenyang could process his thoughts, the boy turned to him with a solemn expression. Teacher. Who? Who's his teacher? Yuan Chenyang glanced around. It seemed he was the only one it could be. This kid, is he trying to drag me into his mess? Being as shrewd as he was, Yuan Chenyang immediately saw through the boy's scheme, and whatever slight favorable impression he'd had of him vanished into thin air. He sneered inwardly. You may be able to fool Xiao Bai, but you think you can fool me? He's one of your people. Zhou Xian demanded, facing Yuan Chenyang with suppressed fury, while Zhang Hongbo watched with a suspicious gaze. The rebuke Yuan Chenyang was about to utter caught in his throat. The boy before him had just produced a thin metal slate that emitted a faint glow, covered in countless flowing symbols. Holding it up, Su Chen said in a solemn voice, "Fortunately, I have not failed the mission." Zhang Hongba's gaze suddenly deepened, and Zhou Xian's body went rigid. The holy word stone. Yuan Chenyang's face changed dramatically as he stared intently at the object in the boy's hands. That was the very item stolen from Southwind Academy, the holy word stone. The one they couldn't find even after dicing the thief into mincemeat. On your orders, I conducted a secret investigation among the city patrol guard. I have not failed your trust. I have finally found it. Su Chen's voice was loud, ensuring everyone could hear him. Internally, he thought, so this thing is called the holy word stone. It doesn't look like a stone at all. Hu Xiang blinked, completely baffled. Does that guy, Qi Chuan, know about this? The other students stared, their minds reeling. Su Chen is one of the principal's students too. No wonder, no wonder. The words, "Who are you calling teacher?" were stuck in Yuan Chenyang's throat, refusing to come out. The importance of this object to him was self-evident. With this, he would have something to show Ing Feng. Su Chen's words were also remarkably clever. This reframed the narrative. Yuan Chenyang hadn't been made a fool of by a thief, but was instead a shrewd and patient strategist who had long since detected an anomaly and laid an intricate, long-term plan. The price, of course, was bearing the brunt of Zhou Xian's fury. He looked at the young man before him, his gaze flicking past him to Bai Fengxi. She gave an imperceptible nod. Clever boy, Yuan Chenyang suddenly boomed with laughter. He strode forward, gripped Su Chen's shoulder hard, and declared, "You truly are, my student." Su Chen's lips twitched. It felt like his bones were about to crack. This kid's physique, it's impressive. Is he already a professional? Yuan Chenyang was quite surprised. Well done, Chenyang. Such an intricate plan. You truly are worthy of the title of Minister of Inspection for our Southwind City, Zhang Hongba praised, pulling his gaze away from the holy word stone. What does this have to do with my son's body being in your tent? Zhou Xian said coldly. However, everyone could see that his fury had already subsided considerably. Because this was found on Zhou Zhong, Su Chen said, his voice quiet, yet it landed like a thunderclap. Yuan Chenyang, who had been examining the object's authenticity, snapped his head up to stare at Su Chen. The sharp glint in his eyes was practically piercing. You can't make baseless accusations about something like this. Teacher, Captain Hu Xiang can testify. Not only that, but he also found Zhou Xian's mole within the city patrol guard. The man is currently under strict watch, Su Chen explained. Yuan Chenyang gave him a long, hard look. He'd been looking for the thief's inside man, and now one was just delivered right to his doorstep. Hu Xiang snapped out of his daze, moved. Su Chen is a really stand-up guy, not forgetting to give me a piece of the credit even now. He quickly added, that's right. Tang Chen is already in my custody. He's the one who was going through Zhou Zhong's corpse on the night he died. Oh, Zhang Hongba said, his tone hard to read. Bring the man here. This is slander. A bald-faced lie. Zhou Xian roared in fury. Hu Xiang jogged over, dragging Tang Chen with him. The man was bound securely, his mouth gagged. His eyes filled with terror upon seeing the group of powerful figures. Lord City Lord. As the metal gag was removed, Tang Chen's legs went weak. He wailed, you have to stand up for me. I don't know what's going on, Captain Hu Xiang. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Hongba walked up and placed a hand on Tang Chen's head. Tang Chen's eyes rolled back in his head, his expression turning vacant. Did you search Zhou Zhong's corpse? Zhang Hongba asked. Yes, Tang Chen replied in a flat monotone. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine. What kind of twisted profession is that? Who put you up to it? It was. Just as Tang Chen was about to speak, his expression suddenly turned savage. Black patterns emerged on his cheeks, his hair seemed to melt away like snow, and on his now bald head, a black, vertical pupil appeared. Black Tuo. Zhang Hongbao's face fell, and he retreated abruptly. Bang! Tang Chen's head exploded, scattering red and white matter everywhere. Gasps of shock erupted from those around them. The deceitful god sect. Zhang Hongbao said, his back to the others, his voice grave. Black Tuo followers. Yuan Chenyang's gaze darkened as it landed on Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian looked grim as he explained hurriedly, a frame-up. It must be a frame-up. Zhou Zhong himself certainly didn't know. Otherwise, he would have given the item to that guy long ago. Why would he wait until after he was dead for someone to strip his corpse? Agreed. Zhou Zhong probably didn't know, Yuan Chenyang nodded. Then he added meaningfully, but that doesn't mean others didn't. Yuan Chenyang's voice was icy. Hu Xiang, how was Zhou Zhong able to bring the item out? Didn't you check him when you left the school that day? Cold sweat beaded on Hu Xiang's forehead as he realized he had stumbled into a huge trap. He answered carefully, that day, an inspector guard was going to search them, but, we were standing right in front of them the whole time. I thought they were targeting. What about these students? Yuan Chenyang frowned. The grudges between the three major agencies go way back, and it seems to have something to do with Zhang Hongbao. Better not to dig too deep into this. Then Minister Zhou arrived and smoothed things over. The inspector guard's check became a mere formality. Ah! Realization dawned on Yuan Chenyang. I was just trying to keep the peace. Who knew? Who knew Zhou Zhong was carrying that thing? Zhou Xian refuted in a deep voice. Yuan Chenyang bellowed, who knew? You knew. The theft of the holy word stone had run him ragged, he desperately wanted to subject the mastermind to death by 1,000 cuts. Let's finish the investigation before we jump to conclusions. Zhang Hongbao didn't press the issue, instead putting a stop to it. Furthermore, your team should head back as soon as possible. Zhang Hongbao paused in thought. We'll return with you. An explorer guard at his side asked, what about the ruins? Zhang Hongbao waved his hand dismissively. I'll bring another group out. It will only be a few days' delay. That's final. The students were still dazed, unsure of what had just transpired. Still, one of them plucked up the courage to ask, Principal, what about our city patrol? Zhang Hongbao was surprisingly gentle with the students. You've endured 2 attacks, far more intense than any of the other batches. We'll consider your mission complete. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief and thanked him profusely. Time to head back. All told, they had been out for less than 3 days. After that, no one brought up the holy word stone or Zhou Zhong's death. A grief-stricken Zhou Xian opened the corpse bag, his trembling hand stroking the cold body within. When his eyes fell on the shoes, which were mangled beyond recognition, his cheeks quivered even more violently. Tears streamed from his eyes, and his anguished wails echoed throughout the camp, a sound to break any heart. He's starting to play the victim card. What a sly old fox, using even his own son's corpse. Inside the tent, Yuan Chenyang listened to the wails and scoffed. His gaze then shifted to the young man before him, his expression turning sour. You. He started to speak, but then it hit him that he didn't even know the young man's name. We were out there wrangling for so long, and not a single person mentioned it. What's your name? He said, annoyed. Su Chen replied dutifully. Su Chen. Yuan Chenyang was taken aback. So you're Su Chen. He glanced at Bai Fengxi, who was standing to the side. This is Su Chen. Yes, Bai Fengxi nodded. Yuan Chenyang was stunned. I can't believe my dealings with this kid started so long ago. Of all the... He couldn't find the words. He frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion and wariness. You. Aren't you a refugee? How did you know Zhou Xian had the holy word stone? And you're a professional, too. It's complicated. Su Chen began, having already prepared his cover story. The truth is, I've always been one to think things through carefully, even as a child. My profession is Sky Splitter Warrior. My parents left it for me. For years, I've been carefully working to meet the conditions to acquire it. A while ago, I was on the cusp of succeeding. My only option was to get in touch with Jiang He to find the resources I needed. Who would have thought? Su Chen explained at length and in great detail, attributing his profession to parents he'd never met. Since he had migrated to the city, his story would be difficult to verify. He also recounted his dealings with Jiang He, including the assassination attempt that night, in meticulous detail. You actually fought the thief? Yuan Chenyang was astonished. And you found the holy word stone then? Why didn't you report it? Su Chen shook his head. I had no proof. And even though the thief was badly injured, he could have easily killed me. I had to leave the item there. But without it, what could I have possibly said to explain myself? That's true. Yuan Chenyang conceded with a nod, though his gaze on Su Chen remained probing. You really want to be my student? He glanced at Bai Fengxi as he spoke, a peculiar expression flashing across his face for an instant. Yes. Su Chen nodded solemnly. All this maneuvering was just to latch onto this powerful patron. Since you're so determined, I'll accept you as my student. Yuan Chenyang had already given his word outside, so he wasn't going to back out now. He said after a moment of thought. To be able to acquire a profession this quickly, even with years of effort, means your innate physical talent must be quite good. We'll get you tested when we're back. I'd guess you're at least brass level, and you might even have a shot at canine. By the way, what level of profession is that Sky Splitter Warrior of yours? He asked casually. Tier 1 top level, Su Chen replied. Yuan Chenyang's smile froze on his face. Bai Fengxi couldn't help but glance over as well, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Tier 1. Top level? Yuan Chenyang swallowed hard, his eyes once again filled with heavy suspicion. Yes. Would you like to know the requirements? I can tell you. Su Chen seemed to have prepared for this. He had learned the conditions for acquiring the profession right after his own had devoured it. Yuan Chenyang gave Su Chen a complicated look and said hesitantly, but it was your parents' legacy, after all. My parents would have wanted this, Su Chen said without hesitation, his expression earnest. Yuan Chenyang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. You clever kid. Don't worry, I won't take it from you for free. His tone turned serious. And remember, don't reveal this to anyone else. If you're forced to say something, just tell them I was the one who gave you the profession. I know he's not telling the whole truth. A tier 1 top-level profession isn't something you just stumble upon. But for now, I'm not going to press him on it. Su Chen breathed an inward sigh of relief. I've cleared the first hurdle. He had originally planned to connect with Yuan Chenyang after a normal return to the city. But in this unexpected situation, even with old Bai vouching for me, it would have been difficult to dispel Yuan Chenyang's suspicion. The Sky Splitter Warrior profession, at least, could serve as a tangible asset to build a foundation of mutual trust. The only surprise was that a Tier 1 top-level profession was worth far more than he'd imagined, enough to drastically change Yuan Chenyang's attitude toward him. Just then, a shadow flickered outside the tent. All three of them immediately fell silent. An explorer guard's voice called out from outside. Minister Yuan, to check for any latent injuries, the city lord has ordered a detailed physical examination for all city patrol guards and students. A physical exam? Yuan Chenyang asked, slightly surprised. Right now? The explorer guard outside replied, yes. It was Minister Zhou's proposal. I understand. I'll have them go over right away, Yuan Chenyang said gravely. Only after the figure had receded into the distance did he speak. That wily old fox, Zhang Hongbo. I wonder what he's planning now. So they really are going to search us, Su Chen thought. The two had established a tentative foundation of trust, so Su Chen seized the opportunity. Teacher, there's obviously something wrong with Zhou Xian. When we were leaving the academy gates, he was clearly trying to hide something. So eager to make a move. Yuan Chenyang said, annoyed. Who do you think he is? Some random grunt? He's not that easy to deal with. His little ploy having been seen through, Su Chen didn't feel the least bit awkward. He continued, doesn't the city lord have some kind of hypnotic ability? The city lord's power cannot be used lightly. It causes immense mental damage and can't be used without concrete evidence. Besides, Zhou Xian is the Minister of Internal Affairs, appointed by Ying Feng. Yuan Chenyang shook his head, then froze, his gaze turning suspicious as he looked at the pensive Su Chen. Where did this devilishly clever kid come from? His tone shifted. Rest assured, you're my student now. He can't use it on you lightly, either. The words had barely left his mouth when Yuan Chenyang clearly saw the surprise in Su Chen's eyes. He couldn't help but slam his hand on the table. Do you take me for a fool? Of course not. Your insight is heaven sent, Su Chen said hurriedly. Enough. Yuan Chenyang grunted and stood up. I'm heading out. You two can go get checked later. Watching Yuan Chenyang leave, he turned to her. You're giving me that look again. Meeting Su Chen's eyes, Bai Fengxi averted her gaze and said softly, he's a good person. You don't have to be so tense. We're different, Su Chen said, shaking his head. He had been the one to seek them out, so it was only natural for him to take a more humble position. You've finally gotten your wish, Bai Fengxi said with a sigh. The Su Chen before her now was completely different from the one she remembered. Then again, she thought, who isn't wearing a mask? Well, except for Xiao Gezi. Surviving in the cracks, clawing my way out of death's grasp. Su Chen's tone was calm. Then he changed the subject. Right, old Bai, what did the city lord mean when he mentioned Black Tuo and the deceitful god sect? Bai Fengxi considered this for a moment before explaining, Black Tuo is one of the deceitful gods. Before Su Chen could even ask what a deceitful god was, she continued her explanation. Deceitful gods are powerful entities that possess unimaginable strength. By making sacrifices to them, people can gain extraordinary abilities. But it also gradually drives those who come into contact with them insane, to the point where they turn on their own family and friends. So it's just an evil cult, Su Chen realized. Are they the ones responsible for the mist? Su Chen asked after a moment's thought. I don't think I've ever heard that. Bai Fengxi shook her head. Then when did the mist first appear? Su Chen pressed. I don't know about that. It's been around for so long that everyone's just used to it now. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed Bai Fengxi didn't know much either. By the way, what are you supposed to call me now? A mischievous glint appeared in Bai Fengxi's eyes. Heir. Su Chen, unabashed, immediately called out, senior sister. A strange, unreadable smile finally broke through the usual placid calm of Bai Fengxi's face. Who told you I was Yuan Chenyang's student? You're not his student. Su Chen was genuinely stunned. Bai Fengxi stated with a touch of pride, Yuan Chenyang is my senior apprentice brother. He accepted me as a student on behalf of teacher Dai. Huh. Su Chen was truly shocked. Watching Su Chen's reaction, the corners of Bai Fengxi's mouth curled up in a silent smile. This is a secret. Other than you, only the city lord knows. A single, fatal blow. Zhang Hongba said, bent over and examining the wounds on the lion's corpse. The bodies hadn't been dismembered yet, so the tiny wound on its skull was clearly visible. Yes, Hu Xiang said nervously from behind him. Brother Su Chen, the technique he used must be incredible. That's why he was charging up his power at the start of the attack. Incredible indeed. Zhang Hongba straightened up, a half-smile on his face. Charging up. Hu Xiang kept his head down, but the next question made his blood run cold. During the battle, you said you would give Su Chen an explanation. What kind of explanation? Zhang Hongba's tone was flat, but Hu Xiang felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw old Zhao standing nearby, colluding with outsiders to harm the academy's students. That's one of the city lord's greatest taboos. This. Hu Xiang's scalp went numb, and the feeling of being plunged into an icy abyss returned. You performed your duty in protecting him, and Su Chen's words exonerated you. You, in turn, spoke up for him. Your merits and demerits cancel each other out. This matter is now closed, Zhang Hongbo said coolly. Clank. Hu Xiang immediately dropped to one knee, like a drowning man scrambling onto shore. The relief of having survived the ordeal made his voice tremble. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Thank yourself. Zhang Hongbo walked past him, approaching Yuan Chenyang. This student of yours, he's really something, he said, pointing at the pile of lion corpses in admiration. 12 Tier 1 mutant species and 15 ordinary ones, all killed with a single strike. The entire battle took less than 10 minutes. He's that strong. Yuan Chenyang was shocked as well. He didn't know the details of the fight. He had assumed it was a hard-fought victory achieved with the help of the city patrol guards. He never imagined it was all Su Chen's doing. Is his profession really that powerful? Su Chen's talent is quite good. I'm taking special care to cultivate it, he said, his face unreadable. Zhang Hongbo asked nonchalantly, it seems to be one of the physical professions. What's his talent level? Brass? Or canine? Yuan Chenyang's expression remained unchanged. Canine. A future pillar of our Southwind city. A glint flashed in Zhang Hongbo's eyes as he sighed with emotion. Unwilling to dwell on the topic of Su Chen, Yuan Chenyang changed the subject. City Lord, what's to be done about Zhou Xian? Deal with him? Zhang Hongbo frowned. Have you found any evidence? No, Yuan Chenyang said, shaking his head. Zhang Hongbo said, displeased, if the son wasn't involved, why are you so certain the father is? What kind of father would use his own son to transport something so important? I understand, Yuan Chenyang nodded, as if he had expected as much. Zhang Hongbo sighed. Yingfeng's envoy will be here any day now. We're colleagues. We need to help each other out. Yuan Chenyang said nothing, then changed the subject again. Why the sudden body search? Has something new been discovered? Zhou Xian thinks that if Tang Chen was one of them, there's no guarantee there aren't other believers in the group. He wants a thorough search, Zhang Hongbo explained briefly. Is that all? Yuan Chenyang frowned. Zhang Hongbo shot him a look. 4 months ago, we received an investigative request from Yunlon. They lost 3 space crystals, and a lead suggested the crystals ended up here. Didn't we already look into that? Yuan Chenyang was aware of the incident. Zhang Hongbo gazed out at the bustling camp. But what if? If they were willing to move the holy word stone, why not the space crystals? Long lines formed in the camp, men and women separated. Members of the Explorer Guard conducted a thorough inspection, while other figures moved silently through the tents. It involved stripping down and being scanned by some kind of device. Soon it was Su Chen's turn, and nothing unusual was found. Nothing abnormal at all. Zhou Xian listened to the Explorer Guard's report, a muscle in his cheek twitching. Zhang Hongbo shook his head, his voice tinged with disappointment. Let's head back. With everything packed up, the group set off on their return journey. Escorted by one of Southwind City's top figures, the trip back was naturally uneventful. 3 days later. We're finally back. Su Chen gazed at the magnificent city walls ahead as cheers erupted all around him. The group had swelled in size, and accommodating all the students had added several days to their journey. He hadn't been idle, though. With Yuan Chenyang's endorsement, he had been training constantly on the way back and had used up all of his black flame potion. Molten stone refining technique, mastery, 10%. Sky splitter warrior, 36%. Zhang Hongbo granted them a 3-day leave, which sent the other students cheering as they dispersed on their own. Hu Xiang spoke with him, promising to go back, calculate the value of the cyan scale lions, and send him the money after the proper procedures were completed. The news of the students' return immediately caused quite a stir. The patrol had been unusually short, and the fact that the city lord himself had accompanied them back only fueled the speculation. Many well-informed individuals immediately began making inquiries, trying to figure out exactly what had transpired. What the hell do I even pay you for? In the room, Zhou Xian's eyes were bloodshot. Zhou Zhong's body lay on a metal platform, the missing half of his head a gruesome, eye-catching detail. You're telling me that Su Chen is a refugee? Kneeling on the floor, Qi Chuan was drenched in a cold sweat. He still had no idea what was going on. The moment he was summoned, he was met with the sight of Zhou Zhong's corpse and a furious Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's voice was raspy. Qi Chuan, you have gravely disappointed me this time. Sir. A jolt of fear went through Qi Chuan. He asked cautiously, could you please tell me, what exactly happened? Su Chen killed 12 Tier 1 cyan scale lions in under 10 minutes. How is that possible? Qi Chuan cried out, his face a mask of shock. He's just a refugee. How could he possibly? And you still say he's a refugee? Zhou Xian roared, cutting him off. Crackling arcs of electricity filled the air. He is Yuan Chenyang's student. That old bastard must have found a clue somewhere and had Su Chen lie low within the city patrol guard team. Zhou Zhong's death, he must have had something to do with it. Su Chen is Yuan Chenyang's student. Qi Chuan was completely bewildered. He couldn't believe the situation had changed so drastically just from a single trip outside the city. Zhou Xian looked down at Qi Chuan, his voice cold. I want to know everything. Everything about him. This is your last chance. A shadow fell over Qi Chuan. Steeling himself, he replied, please rest assured, my lord. I will give you the answers you seek. I wonder if Su Chen managed to draw out Qi Chuan's people. Having returned to the academy, Jiang He saw Su Chen leaving with Bai Fengxi. She had learned about the appearance of the ruins from her father long ago. This city patrol had only lasted a day or two, so Qi Chuan's people probably hadn't made their move yet. Or maybe they have. I'll find a chance to ask him. Perfect. Jiang He licked her lips. A cyan scale lion group, and their leader was a Tier 2 mutant species. Have you ever seen anything like it? At the most dangerous moment, it was only half a meter away from me. You guys have no idea how dangerous the situation was. It was all thanks to my brother Su, who turned the tide. Jiang He stopped in her tracks. Her gaze fell upon a small group that had just gathered in the distance, where someone was talking up a storm, spittle flying. Lu Liang. Jiang He recognized him as one of the students who had also been on the patrol outside the city. Who's brother Su? Someone asked, confused. You don't even know brother Su. Lu Liang's eyes widened. Su Chen. Oh, teacher Zhang's toy boy, someone else realized. What, toy boy? Show some respect when you speak. Lu Liang snapped angrily. My brother Su, all by himself, just bam, 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 took down the entire cyan scale lion group, except for the leader, in under 10 minutes. What? For real? He's that strong? Gasps of shock rose one after another. Jiang He's pupils constricted. He took down the cyan scale lion group. That kid, he's actually that powerful. And that's not all. Lu Liang said with a mysterious expression. You all know about the theft at our school a while back, right? The crowd nodded like chickens pecking at rice. My brother Su solved that too. Lu Liang declared proudly. Brother Su is a student of Vice Principal Yuan. He was secretly embedded in the patrol team and found the stolen items in one fell swoop. Even the city lord praised him profusely. Jiang He stiffly turned her head. Yuan Chenyang's student. Secretly embedded. What on earth is he talking about? Hey. Lu Liang's eyes focused. He saw Jiang He standing at the edge of the crowd and couldn't help but shout excitedly, Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Jiang He's face darkened, and she hurried away. It wasn't that no one had ever called her sister-in-law, but no one had ever done it from Su Chen's side. She had her pride to think of. The crowd reluctantly tore their eyes away from Jiang He's graceful receding figure. Someone suddenly said, "So, you're saying Su Chen isn't Teacher Jiang's toy boy?" "Bullshit!" Lu Yang retorted furiously. "My brother Su is a dashing rogue. He and Teacher Jiang are thick as thieves. No, I mean, they're madly in love. How could he be a toy boy? From now on, if anyone calls my brother Su a toy boy again, they'll have to answer to me." Yuan Chenyang's home was a detached villa deep within Southwind City. With no mistress of the house, it was empty, spacious, and had many rooms. "Old Bai." Su Chen called out. After learning Bai Fengxi's true status, he didn't mind addressing her by her senior title, but she couldn't seem to accept it and had him call her Old Bai instead. "We're all family here, so I won't be a stranger. Do you have a powerful spiritual meditation technique? Give him an inch and he'll take a mile." Bai Fengxi complained silently to herself, then mused, "You want to cultivate both body refining and spirit professions at the same time? Isn't that standard for a genius? Where does he get these ideas?" Bai Fengxi shook her head. "We should check your spirit talent first. If it's not good enough, it's better not to waste your time." Su Chen was quite curious. "This talent, are there any standards for classifying it?" His predecessor had no memories of this, and it was rarely mentioned at Southwind Academy. He only knew that the concept of talent existed. Standard talents are generally classified by tiers like brass, canine, and red gold. Bai Fengxi explained. "The quality of your talent primarily determines the speed at which you can practice a training technique and also affects the development progress of your profession. There are also some special talents." She paused for a moment before continuing. "For example, some are exceptionally compatible with certain specific professions, but those are very rare." The two of them discussed it for a while. Before long, the door opened. But it wasn't Yuan Chenyang who had returned. It was Brother Su Chen. Xiao Gezi ran over excitedly, then stopped short in front of him. "What are you doing here?" Su Chen grinned and pinched Xiao Gezi's cheek. "Just checking on how you're doing. Living in a big house like this must be nice." Xiao Gezi swatted his hand away, annoyed. Bai Fengxi said gently, "He'll be living here from now on." "Huh?" Xiao Gezi was startled. She looked suspiciously between the two of them and frowned. "Brother Su Chen, what did you go and do with your body this time?" Bai Fengxi's fair cheeks visibly stiffened. Su Chen said irritably, "Kids shouldn't talk nonsense. You didn't think I was a kid when you made me carry bricks, telling me to carry a couple more," Xiao Gezi sniffed. "More bricks, more money." "Miss, sir, will you be staying for dinner?" asked the maid who had come back with Xiao Gezi. Bai Fengxi came back to her senses. "Are you having nutrient liquid too, or should we only prepare Xiao Gezi's portion?" Su Chen closed the mouth he had just opened. He had been planning to ask for the same thing. The three of them chattered for a long time, though it was mostly Xiao Gezi doing the talking. After they ate, Yuan Chenyang still hadn't returned. Bai Fengxi led him to a prepared room. "Do you have any body refining potion?" Su Chen called out to her. Bai Fengxi shot him a look. "Wait here." A short while later, she returned with a bottle of blood circulation potion. "Blood circulation, huh?" Su Chen was slightly disappointed, but still said, "Thanks." Bai Fengxi left, speechless. The room wasn't small. Su Chen gave it a quick look, then assumed his stance. He downed the blood circulation potion, and the familiar surging sensation echoed through his body. For 4 or 5 days straight, Su Chen stayed there. For some reason, Yuan Chenyang never came back. He had drunk 7 or 8 doses of blood circulation potion from Bai Fengxi, to the point that her face would darken every time she saw him knocking at her door. On this day, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the floor. His skin had turned crimson, and lava-like patterns had almost spread across his entire body. He clenched his jaw tightly. Sweat had barely beaded on his skin before it turned to steam and vanished. Suddenly, Su Chen's movements froze. He felt a sharp pain all over as the lava patterns on his skin finally covered his whole body. Then, it felt as if his entire being was submerged in a hot spring. Molten Stone Refining Technique Master. Ability gained, Molten Stone Power, Body of Rolling Magma, Skin as Tough as Stone. Once the Molten Stone Refining Technique reached Master level, the ability it granted had an immediate effect. Su Chen felt an intense tingling in his skin, as if ants were crawling inside his muscles. The sensation lasted for quite a while before it finally subsided. Tough as stone. Su Chen murmured, touching his skin. He could clearly feel the hardening of his epidermis. He casually picked up a dagger and tested it on his skin. It only left a white scratch mark. Even a Tier 1 profession known for its defense is probably only at this level, Su Chen couldn't help but think, his gaze on his status panel growing even more fervent. He had already figured out that it was indeed possible for other training techniques to produce unique abilities. But they all required a huge amount of time to research, and there was no guarantee they would produce one, making it a matter of great chance. But all he had to do was raise a technique to master level, and an ability would naturally be born. This was an unparalleled advantage. In that case, I can gain a unique advantage by learning a large number of training techniques. Su Chen pondered the possibility. Based on what he knew, very few people did this. The abilities gained from training techniques were too unpredictable, whereas mastering a single one to perfection was beneficial for developing one's profession. Unless their profession required it, very few people would learn additional body refining techniques. It's true that training techniques aren't very efficient when you're not proficient with them, but I have Scholar. I can raise my proficiency quickly and bring the cost down to a minimum. Sacrificing a bit of efficiency to gain a new ability. Su Chen considered it a worthwhile trade. It wasn't as if other training techniques couldn't be developed after switching. However, this will require a ton of resources for training techniques. That would have been difficult before, but with old Yuan backing me now, it shouldn't be a major problem. He glanced at his status panel. The development level for Sky Splitter Warrior had reached 41%. Mid-afternoon, a servant came and knocked on the door. Yuan Chenyang was back. In the living room, old Yuan was massaging his temples, looking quite exhausted. Bai Fengshi sat beside him. "Come here, kid." He waved, beckoning for Su Chen to sit. "What took you so long to get back?" Su Chen took the teapot from a servant and poured Yuan Chenyang a cup of tea. Bai Fengshi raised an eyebrow and pointed to the empty cup in front of herself. Speechless, Su Chen poured her a cup as well. "That old son of a bitch." Yuan Chenyang took a sip of tea and started cursing, then sighed mournfully. "Kid, I've let you down." Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. "They aren't going to make me pay for Zhou Zhong's life, are they?" He forcibly suppressed his unease and asked, "What's wrong?" "You have to go to the inspectorate," Yuan Chenyang said, resigned. "The inspectorate?" Su Chen paused, then asked hesitantly, "Your department?" Yuan Chenyang nodded. "Is that supposed to be bad news?" Su Chen was a bit baffled. "Yuan Chenyang is the Minister of Inspection, and I'm his student. Wouldn't I fit right in at the inspectorate, like a fish in water?" "You're hopeless." Yuan Chenyang slammed his cup down, his voice thick with exasperation. "He probably doesn't know about the slot," Bai Fengshi said in a low voice. It was only then that Yuan Chenyang seemed to realize, saying awkwardly, Right. The academy gets one slot to the Yingfeng Judicial Court each year. It's incredibly precious." "The Judicial Court?" Su Chen glanced at Bai Fengshi. "Isn't your teacher one of the chief judges or something?" He had gleaned as much from the snippets Bai Fengshi had let drop. "What do you mean, your teacher?" "That's your grandmaster," Yuan Chenyang said with a dry cough. Su Chen. Yuan Chenyang continued, "The judicial court is the cradle of power. It's the very core of Yingfeng's direct lineage. Only the best and brightest from each city get to go. Originally, the strongest candidate this year was Zhang Hengyu, but then you burst onto the scene and made the city lord wary." "The city lord is wary?" Su Chen caught on. Is Zhang Hengyu his son? Emichim. Yuan Chenyang gritted his teeth. That Zhang Hongba, he may look friendly, but he's cold-hearted. To eliminate you as a potential threat, he wants to have your file sealed. Fuck, what an old bastard, Su Chen cursed as well, but then added, still, it can't be helped. You don't need to feel guilty on my account. Seeing Su Chen's lack of resentment, Yuan Chenyang inwardly nodded in approval. He had only told part of the story, deliberately creating the impression that his hands were tied. He had wanted to see if Su Chen would grow dissatisfied if he appeared unable to fight for the position. They had known each other for too short a time, and Su Chen was a refugee besides, he didn't have a good grasp of the boy's heart. Only then did Yuan Chenyang explain, but it's not that simple. Even if you wanted to go this year, I wouldn't let you. Your records list you as a refugee, which is an inherent disadvantage. The higher-ups discriminate against refugees? Su Chen frowned. It's not discrimination, more of a lingering historical issue, Yuan Chenyang said vaguely. The higher-ups are reluctant to let a refugee become a city lord, for example. But by conceding this time, I've gotten Zhang Hongba to agree to amend your file next year and erase your refugee status. Su Chen finally understood. Because of his refugee status, he never really had a chance at that slot to begin with. But Yuan Chenyang had pulled some strings and struck a deal with Zhang Hongba. What looked like a concession was actually a victory. Thank you for all your trouble, Su Chen said with genuine sincerity. Since I've taken you as my student, and accepted your things, it's only natural I do my best for you, Yuan Chenyang said casually. You're a professional now, there's no point in you staying at Southwind Academy. The inspectorate will be a good training ground for you, too. Air. Su Chen thought for a moment before asking, is it busy over there? He hadn't wanted to attend classes at Nanfeng Academy, and he didn't want to actually work at the inspectorate either. Yuan Chenyang replied irritably, you're my student. Who over there would dare order you around? Just don't give anyone any major dirt on you, and I can pull some strings for you. And of course, it's safer. Here, Yuan Chenyang paused. Any other requests? Su Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately rattled off, a body refining technique, a meditation technique, and some support potions. Oh, right, do you know about the scholar profession? Are there any similar ones? Look at you, ordering from a menu, Yuan Chenyang shot him a glare. Don't you know not to bite off more than you can chew? You have a great profession as your foundation, focus on the physical side. I've looked over the information on your profession that you gave me. I estimate you'll have no problem advancing to the Tier 2 Gale Hunter. As it happens, the inspectorate has the information for that profession in its archives. But I have a feeling my spirit talent is really good, Su Chen insisted. A feeling? Yuan Chenyang shot him a look, annoyed. What damn good is a feeling? Come on. I'll test it for you. As he spoke, he retrieved a metal case from the side. The case opened, and white vapor poured out. Inside were two palm-sized, hemispherical objects, one silver and one black. First, the physical test. Yuan Chenyang pointed to the black hemisphere on the left. Su Chen was amazed. He had no idea what principle it operated on, but he placed his hand on it. A humming sound started, and dense golden lines appeared on the sphere's surface. After about 2 or 3 breaths, a brilliant silver beam of light shot through his palm. Canine, as expected. Yuan Chenyang's expression relaxed, and he broke into a grin. I knew it. To become a sky-splitter warrior at your age, even with years of accumulation, your physical talent couldn't be low. Is that high? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Isn't it the second-to-last rank in the talent hierarchy? Yuan Chenyang explained, it's already quite good. The vast majority of people have no talent at all. With enough resources, even someone with brass talent can grind their way to Tier 3. Zhang Hengyu only has canine talent, and he'll have no problem becoming a Tier 5 professional. Su Chen was surprised. I actually have a physical talent. The previous owner of this body never felt it, in fact, he was much weaker than other people. It's understandable that my spirit talent would increase after I transmigrated, but my physical body couldn't have just improved out of thin air, could it? Could it be? A thought struck him. Scholar. Increasing skill proficiency also increases efficiency, which is basically the same as increasing talent. This device in front of me probably can't tell the difference. Let me test my spirit talent. Chen said quickly, seeing that Yuan Chenyang was about to put the device away. Yuan Chenyang was rendered speechless for a moment. Spirit talent is far more precious than physical talent. And if someone's spirit talent is truly high, there are usually outward signs. Besides, spirit and physical talents tend to conflict. If one is high, the other is usually low. Despite his words, he didn't stop Chen. He could understand. Who didn't secretly hope they were that one in a million? Chen placed his other hand on the silver hemisphere. This time, he felt a cool sensation rush up his arm and into his head. It took only 2 or 3 breaths. Suddenly, a beam of red gold light shot through his palm, dazzling and magnificent. Is this red gold? Chen looked up, uncertain. He saw Yuan Chenyang staring blankly at the beam, muttering to himself, so there really are fucking hidden gems out there. Red gold. Beside him, Bai Fengxi's hand, which was raising a teacup, froze mid-air, her eyes filled with astonishment. Red gold. It's red gold. If Zhang Hongba and his group knew about this, the looks on their faces would be priceless. Yuan Chenyang shot to his feet, his face flushed. He paced back and forth, waving his arms. Teacher. Chen called out, thinking to himself, no wonder practicing with the candle fire was so easy. Oh. Yuan Chenyang realized he'd lost his composure. After calming down, he added, no, this matter can't be exposed for now. The shady old bastards in the city won't necessarily want to see someone with a red gold talent appear. Yuan Chenyang was agitated, trying to sort out his thoughts. Yingfeng, you have to go to Yingfeng. A red gold spirit talent. Wasting even a year is a crime. No, that won't work. His refugee background is still a hidden danger. At this, even Bai Fengxi couldn't help but ask, a red gold talent isn't enough to overcome the issue of being a refugee? You don't understand. Yuan Chenyang shook his head. The vast majority of refugees have no ties. Due to their life experiences, they harbor a deep-seated resentment that's hard to erase. They are easily swayed by the deceitful god sect, and might even seek them out on their own. Take this kid, for example. Yuan Chenyang pointed at Chen, his tone half joking and half serious. I can't for the life of me figure out what he's thinking. For all I know, he might be planning to destroy Southwind City in the future. I'm not a madman, Chen said, shaking his head. I was just saying. Yuan Chenyang casually skipped past the topic. These are lessons from history. Unless they're trained from childhood, if you start training them as adults, 6 or 7 out of 10 will turn out to be a problem. Even if they make an exception and train him because of his red gold talent, the judicial court will never allow him to hold any key positions in the future. Chen understood this phenomenon. Refugees were a unique group. Having lived difficult lives since childhood, they generally had no parental bonds, and their worldview was already set. Investing in them halfway through their lives had a very low rate of return. If I hadn't given Yuan Chenyang that Tier 1 top-level profession, it's hard to say if he would be acting this way now. Unfortunately, his records have already been entered into Southwind Academy. To change them now, we have to go through Zhang Hongbo. Yuan Chenyang's expression was uncertain. If we want to change it this year, we'd need someone with more clout than Zhang Hongbo to step in and alter the records from the source, to eliminate any future trouble. But contacting Yingfeng requires going through Zhang Hongbo. And the person coming from Yingfeng this time isn't my teacher. Due to the fog's influence, long-distance communication and travel were very costly. There's still a chance. Yuan Chenyang clapped his hands together, a sudden thought striking him. The ruins. They should have advanced communication equipment set up at the ruins. When my rotation comes up in a while, I can use it to contact my teacher and ask him to find a way to make a trip here. When that time comes, let's see what tricks Zhang Hongbo dares to pull. The long delay after their return wasn't entirely because of Su Chen. More importantly, it was because of the ruins. With the suspicion hanging over Zhou Xian, it was impossible to take him out again. So, Zhang Hongbo had left him and Yuan Chenyang behind, taking the city patrol minister to inspect the ruins instead. But those two couldn't stay out there forever. They would rotate with him. Teacher, don't rush. At worst, we wait a year. For the sake of stability, it's not a waste, Su Chen said reassuringly. I have my panel. A steady and stable approach is the best way forward. Waiting a year is no big deal. Yuan Chenyang paused slightly, looking at Su Chen. He shook his head and chuckled in spite of himself. I can't believe I'm less calm than you are. You're right. There's no need to be in such a hurry. He felt increasingly pleased with him. This must be kept secret. Your canine physical talent can be revealed, but your red gold spirit talent must remain a secret. He warned again, his expression grave. To be honest with you too, I'm afraid there's a big problem in the city. Black Toa followers have actually infiltrated the city patrol guard. The cockroaches have spread all over Southwind City, and high-level spirit talents are what the deceitful gods love most. Su Chen and Bai Fengxi both nodded. Yuan Chenyang trusted them completely, he was only emphasizing the point to be absolutely safe. Right now, the only decent spiritual profession I have on hand is secret magic apprentice. Yuan Chenyang mused. Teacher, I've already become a secret magic apprentice, Su Chen interjected. Bai Fengxi pressed her lips together slightly. Su Chen, just what other secrets are you hiding? You've taken the profession. Yuan Chenyang paused, but he wasn't too surprised. It was more a moment of realization. No wonder you wanted a meditation technique. I understand. I'll find one of each for you. Yuan Chenyang calculated. However, the information on the Tier 2 profession, secret scholar, is in the research department. The head is Jiang He's old man, so it won't be easy to get it in a short amount of time. If you want to train in two paths, there might be a support profession that's perfect for you. Before Yuan Chenyang could finish, he left in a whirlwind. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It really is nice to have connections. Old Bai. Su Chen suddenly turned his head and met Bai Fengxi's gaze. You're staring at me like that again. Bai Fengxi nonchalantly stood up and returned to her room. If the skull wasn't shattered, there would still be hope. But shattered like this, he can't be revived. In the secret chamber, Zhou Xian's eyes were shot with blood. Before him was a black, vertical pupil from which an intermittent voice emerged. Zhou Zhong had more than just that holy word stone on him. He also had the space crystal. It couldn't have just vanished for no reason. Zhou Xian looked gaunt and had lost a lot of weight. We shouldn't have used Zhou Zhong as the carrier. The voice from the vertical pupil was flat. If Zhou Zhong hadn't been the carrier, the suspicion on you would be even greater. Yuan Chenyang. Zhou Xian hissed in a low voice. That old beast. I want him dead. And that little bastard, too. Of course. The voice from the black pupil said calmly. But I suggest you first figure out every detail of what happened that day and find the whereabouts of the space crystal. Sky Splitter Warrior Profession Development Progress has reached 50%. Professional Ability Awakened Wind Armor, Gale Power, Shield My Body. Su Chen relaxed from the strange posture, feeling as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. A small pool of sweat had formed beneath him. He looked at the line of small text on his panel. A new professional ability. Nearly 10 days had passed since his return from outside the city, and the development progress for Sky Splitter Warrior had reached 50%. He took a breath. With a slight thought, the still air in the room began to move on its own. Air currents gathered and formed a constantly flowing, azure barrier on the surface of his body. It can probably block some small-caliber firearms now. Su Chen poked it with something. It was quite hard. So this is what a top-tier profession is like. It covers speed, strength, and defense. He couldn't help but marvel. A warrior specializes in strength. Even a skyrunner leans towards speed, with a bit of strength, but has no defensive aspect. The Sky Splitter warrior, however, is very comprehensive. According to the records, awakening a professional ability again is a milestone. As my physical strength increases, the development efficiency will drop significantly. Maybe changing my training technique would be beneficial, constantly using new stimuli to train my body. Chen opened his panel. The new training technique, carefully selected by Yuan Chenyang, had been ready 2 days ago. Body refining training technique skilled, 2%. Hellfire meditation technique skilled, 6%. Both were F level. The limit for a Tier 1 professional was F level, and even the vast majority of Tier 2 professionals used F level techniques. Advanced refining techniques were even rarer. The development progress for Secret Artifact Master had also finally advanced, reaching 10%. Chen could clearly feel that due to the influence of his red gold level spirit talent, both the development progress of Secret Artifact Master and the improvement rate of his meditation technique were faster. Of course, the Radiance potions also played a part. He had almost used up all of Old Bai's stock. As for the support profession Yuan Chenyang mentioned, he was still filing the paperwork for it, which also had to go through the proper procedures. He chugged a mouthful of the blood circulation potion he had snatched from Old Bai. As expected, the effect felt much weaker, the stimulating sensation greatly reduced. No wonder the latter half of professional training requires the aid of black flame potions, he thought to himself. Beep beep. His spirit communication device chimed. He opened it and saw it was from old Yuan. The paperwork is done. Your file has been sealed, so no one can view it. Go report to the inspectorate. I've already made the arrangements. Just go through the motions, and it'll be a good chance to give you Gale Hunter. Alright, Chen replied. Southwind Academy only had information on Tier 1 professions. Information on Tier 2 was almost exclusively held by the various major institutions in Southwind City. Although Yuan Chenyang was the Minister of Inspection, Chen didn't naively believe the man had absolute control over the entire department. No matter how much string-pulling happened behind the scenes, it was always best to follow official procedures. Besides, he still had his title as an honorary researcher for the research department. After tidying himself up a little, Chen headed out the door. This was his first time formally venturing out into Southwind City. The weather was the same all day long, hazy and gray, which hardly put anyone in a good mood. Following a servant's directions, he walked through the open entrance of a floating rail station. As he stood on the edge of the slightly worn platform, the metal grating beneath his feet began to vibrate faintly, heralding the approach of some behemoth. A slender, silver metal construct appeared. It didn't run on tracks but was suspended about a man's height above the ground, gliding silently along the path reserved for it between the city's buildings. Its body was covered in a polished metal shell, with several elegant, blue lines of energy flowing along its length. It was high noon, and the car wasn't completely silent. The low, constant hum of the engine provided a backdrop to the passengers' conversations. Some were quietly discussing the price of today's vegetables, while others complained about the recent refugee riots. Beep. Someone sent him a message. It was Hu Xiang, asking where he was, since nobody was at the school. Here to give me money. Chen wondered, replying with a single word, inspectorate. After a long while, Chen finally arrived at the inspector station. Few people disembarked here, so his presence drew some attention. The platform was suspended in midair, docked at one of the middle floors of a tall building. It was patrolled by fully armed guards from the inspectorate, who wore black metal armor over dark blue uniforms, primarily covering their shoulders, chests, and thighs. The moment he stepped off, a few guards approached him. Their captain sized him up. Who are you? What's your business here? Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. A new recruit. The captain looked at him skeptically, his eyes fixed on Chen's remarkably young face. Seeing Chen nod, the captain pulled out a device that resembled a walkie-talkie. HQ, do we have any new recruits reporting in today? None today, a staticky voice replied. The captain's eyes narrowed. But then, another voice crackled over the channel, wait. We are expecting a new recruit sometime soon, though. What is wrong with them? Can't they finish a thought? The captain cursed inwardly, but his expression softened slightly. He knew he couldn't really blame the operator. New members had a fixed reporting schedule. The operator must have checked the list for the day and found no one. But there were special cases, people who could report in whenever they pleased. Those types usually had powerful backing. Soon, the walkie-talkie crackled again. We've notified the Internal Affairs Department. Section Chief Sun is on his way down. Fatty Sun is coming to get him personally. The captain's mind raced. He forced an awkward smile onto his face. If you would please wait just a moment, sir. In no time, a man came bustling out of the doorway. He was built like a ball, all flab and flesh, yet his movements were surprisingly nimble. Ah, you must be Chen. Before he even drew near, the man was already wearing a fawning grin that squashed his features together. You're finally here. Hello, Chen replied reservedly. No need for such formalities. Just call me Old Sunday, follow me. He beamed, leading Chen into the building. Chen. What kind of princeling is he, to have Fatty Sun sucking up to him like that? One of the patrol guards muttered as they watched the pair walk inside. Who knows? Probably just another one here to pad his resume. Section Chief Sun's enthusiasm was so intense that Chen found it difficult to handle. He gave him a detailed tour of the entire building's layout and even arranged a private room for him. Of course, you don't have to live here, but should you ever get the sudden urge, you'll have a place to stay, won't you? Oh, and I've assigned you to Patrol Team 17. The rotation is only once every 3 days. Of course, you don't have to go if you don't want to. I'll see, Chen said with a wave of his hand. Ah, so dedicated to your post. Just like the Inspector General. You're truly cut from the same cloth, he said, his face a mask of deep admiration. Chen was impressed. I'm pretty good at putting on an act myself, but I'm leagues behind this section, Chief Sunday. By the way, did you say the room you arranged for me has a gravity training chamber? Chen inquired. That's right, Fatty Sun nodded. Training chambers are standard issue for section chief level quarters. It works wonders for auxiliary physical training, he added, a hint of surprise unconcealed in his smiling eyes. I've seen plenty of princelings, but this one doesn't seem like the type who's only interested in a life of leisure. I'd like to try it, then. Chen's interest was piqued. Fatty Sun, an absolute master of reading people, immediately offered to take him to try it out. However, just as the two of them stepped out of the office, they saw a squad of fully armed guards hurrying down the stairs. More trouble. Fatty Sun frowned, swiping a finger across a silver ring on his arm. A slightly blurry virtual screen materialized, displaying rows of data. It's nothing serious. He breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Chen beside him, an idea sparked. How about it? Want to get some first-hand field experience? I'll pass. Chen shook his head. He wasn't that curious. Fatty Sun was growing more surprised. He's so patient. Doesn't act his age at all. Despite his inner speculation, he maintained his high level of enthusiasm on the surface and led Chen to his room. The room was even larger than the ones at Old Yuan's villa, complete with floor-to-ceiling windows, a private bathroom, and even a bathtub with a massage function. The gravity training chamber wasn't large and could only be adjusted up to double gravity. Can you handle it, my friend? Fatty Sun asked worriedly from outside. He saw Chen's face was only slightly flushed as he let out a breath. A professional? At his age? He was surprised, but then he thought of Yuan Chenyang and it made sense. To be taken as a student by the minister, he must be extraordinary himself. Chen felt the omnipresent pressure of the increased gravity. This uniform suppression would make his physical training twice as effective. He immediately fell in love with the place. As for old Yuan's villa, I'll go back when I have time. He stepped out of the training chamber in a great mood. Section Chief Sun, do you have a supply of black flame potions here? And radiance potions? A sub-supply? Cold sweat beaded on Fatty Sun's forehead. He looked troubled. The black flame potion is quite expensive. As for a common blood-activating potion, I can probably scrounge up a decent amount for you each week. He said helplessly, the finance department, they're City Lord Zhang's people. It's not good to push things too far. And as for the radiance potion, 95% of the professionals here are on the physical side. Understood, Chen nodded. Then just the blood-activating ones for now. Even though the effect is much weaker, it's better than nothing. Old Sun looked as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He insisted on throwing a welcome dinner for Chen that evening, which Chen naturally declined. After a bit of back and forth, Old Sun finally left, though reluctantly. But just as Chen closed the door, Old Sun came right back. He had a strange look on his face. There's someone downstairs looking for you. They're from the city patrol guard. Hu Xiang? Chen asked immediately. That's him. Fatty Sun nodded. He's already downstairs. Chen nodded. Let him come up. Old Sun issued the instruction. Before long, Hu Xiang arrived via the elevator, looking grim. He walked into the room and uttered 2 words, Zhao Lei's dead. Zhao Lei. Chen froze. He remembered the name. He was one of the city patrol guards who had stood watch with him once. An older man, he had told Chen to call him Old Zhao. His expression shifted. He hadn't had much contact with Old Zhao. After a moment's thought, he asked, what happened? Hu Xiang sighed and explained in detail, this happened yesterday. His wife woke up in the morning and found that Old Zhao had hanged himself. Hanged himself? Chen repeated. It definitely wasn't suicide. Old Zhao had a happy life and was about to become a professional. There was no reason for it. Hu Xiang lowered his voice. Our people dissected his cerebral cortex and found signs of damage. We suspect he was interrogated before he died. But he was just a grunt in the city patrol guard. He wouldn't know any secrets. Unless. Chen understood Hu Xiang's implication and finished his sentence, frowning. You suspect it's because of me? Hu Xiang's attempt to downplay it only made it more obvious. It's just a guess. Don't feel any pressure about it. After all, he only spent a little time with you and exchanged a few words. Even if it was because of you. It's possible. Chen's expression tightened, his thoughts turning to the space crystal. Certain things that happened that day were never fully explained. For instance, besides the holy word stone, did I find anything else? Hu Xiang is almost the only one who might know, but he's a tier 2 professional and not an easy target. That's why they started with someone else. Though he suspected this, Chen said aloud, some madman, bent on revenge, might target anyone connected to me. You mean, it's Zhou? Hu Xiang's heart skipped a beat as he breathed out the name. Stop pretending. You definitely thought the same thing, Chen called his bluff. But would they go that far? Old Zhao was just a small fry. Hu Xiang sighed. Chen remained silent. In all the information he had accessed, there was no mention of a space crystal, which meant its value was undoubtedly immense. Revenge for his son's death, plus recovering the space crystal. They have plenty of motivation to act. Chen's heart tightened. Zhou Xian was a tier 3 professional. If he acted personally, Chen knew he wouldn't stand a chance. But then another thought occurred to him. Since they went after Old Zhao first, they probably don't dare to move against me openly. The suspicion on Zhou Xian hasn't been cleared yet, and Old Yuan is watching him like a hawk. Old Zhao's death might just be about gathering intelligence. Do the city patrol guards offer any compensation in a situation like this? He asked. Yes, it'll be treated as a death in the line of duty. His family will be taken care of, so you don't need to worry. Seeing that Su Chen remembered to ask about this, Hu Xiang's expression relaxed considerably. He couldn't help but add, you should be careful lately. The main reason for his visit was to warn Su Chen and curry some favor. The matter had already been suppressed within the city patrol guard, so no news would leak out. Su Chen glanced at him. You too? Me? Hu Xiang was taken aback. Su Chen grinned, a sight that made Hu Xiang's blood run cold. It seems you've forgotten. Besides old Zhao, there's someone else in the city patrol guard who looks like they're on very good terms with me. Hu Xiang froze for a second, then his expression changed dramatically. Su Chen sighed theatrically. Something happened to old Zhao, and you came to inform me right away. Such touching friendship. Stop it. Hu Xiang's face flushed a deep crimson. He had been too close to the situation to see it clearly, but with Su Chen's reminder, he finally understood. As for your wife. Su Chen began, but Hu Xiang had already turned to leave. He got to the door, then turned back to exchange contact information. Stay in touch. He said hastily before rushing off. The space crystal. Su Chen frowned. It's already been absorbed. There's no way to spit it back out, and no way to explain it. The convenience of the storage space was self-evident. Right, there's still the shadow-avoiding robe at the academy. That thing is a tier 1 item, after all. It should easily sell for 5,000 gold. Leaving it under the bed isn't safe. I'll go back to the academy during the day and get it. Su Chen skillfully plucked a hair and wedged it in his doorjamb. After saying a quick hello to Old Sun, he headed to Southwind Academy. Whoosh! Gale force winds howled. Above, black lightning crackled and twisted, its rumble echoing across the land. It's the mechanical faction. Zhang Hongbao's collar flapped violently in the wind. In his line of sight stood a dilapidated steel fortress. The part merely exposed above the wasteland was nearly 1,000 meters tall. Its surface was welded together from rust-spotted metal plates, etched with countless pits and gashes of varying depths. The dark red rust looked like congealed blood. The metal doors were long gone, leaving only a pitch-black, bottomless entrance that exuded a heart-pounding aura of decay. Let's gather intel first. Zhang Hongbao gave the order. The explorer guards behind him fanned out, carrying various instruments as they began to cautiously approach the fortress. Leaving the dormitory building, Su Chen glanced back one last time. The shadow-avoiding robe was already tucked away in his personal space. There was nothing left for him here. Brother Su, it's really you. A surprised shout came from nearby. Su Chen turned to see a few guys with excited expressions. You're Lu Liang. Under the leader's expectant and nervous gaze, Su Chen finally recalled his name. Lu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. His underlings were standing right next to him, it would have been awkward if Su Chen really couldn't remember his name. What's up? Su Chen asked, confused. Lu Liang strode forward. Instead of trying to cozy up, he lowered his voice. Brother Su, someone's been asking about you recently. Oh. Hearing Lu Liang's words, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Who? It's your lady's husband. Lu Liang said, sounding a bit awkward. Whose? Su Chen was completely baffled. I mean, Teacher Zhang's husband. Lu Liang clarified. Su Chen's face darkened. Qi Chuan, right. So his name is Qi Chuan. Lu Liang scratched his head. Anyway, it was him. He's been secretly asking the few of us for news about you. He asked about everything, right from when we first met. He even asked what you ate. But don't worry, Brother Su. My lips are sealed, Lu Liang said, puffing out his chest. Su Chen looked him up and down, then shook his head. No need. There's nothing to hide about any of that. If he asks you again, you can name your price. That senior is a fool with deep pockets. Huh? Lu Liang stared blankly at Su Chen's departing figure. Brother Liang. A few of his underlings sidled up. "What did Brother Su say to you?" I got the feeling he was a little pissed off. Lu Liang lifted his head and sneered, "What do you know? This just shows how close I am with Brother Liang. Would you get pissy with a stranger?" The inspector guards inside the academy had almost all withdrawn. As Su Chen walked, he mulled it over. Why is the wronged husband still obsessed with that? My power has already been revealed. Can't he figure it out? Wait, could Zhou Xian be behind him? Su Chen stopped dead in his tracks, his expression sinking. That's not impossible. Oh, my dear wronged husband, it seems you and I are truly bound by fate. When he returned to the inspectorate, it was mid-afternoon, and he saw Fatty Sun waiting for him at the door. "Little brother, you're finally back." Fatty Sun greeted him warmly. "Brother Sun, what's up?" Su Chen asked politely. "Inspector General Yuan asked me to bring you something." Fatty Sun's small eyes darted left and right before he pointed toward the room. "All right." Su Chen opened his door, then stopped abruptly. He looked down at his feet, his expression instantly becoming dark and uncertain. "What's wrong, little brother?" Fatty Sun asked from behind. "Nothing." Su Chen walked in, his expression normal. After Fatty Sun followed him inside, he familiarly closed the door and grinned. "First level Inspector Guard Su Chen, on behalf of the inspectorate, I'd like to congratulate you." "Congratulate me?" Su Chen was confused. "That's right. The 17th Patrol Guard Squad, you're part of, busted an underground black market in the South District this morning. The whole squad was awarded a third-class merit." "Huh?" Su Chen was even more bewildered. He listened as Fatty Sun continued, "In light of your outstanding performance, we've specially requisitioned and are granting you the Gale Hunter profession information." Su Chen finally understood. This whole roundabout affair was just to give him the Gale Hunter profession. "But I wasn't there. Is that really okay?" Su Chen couldn't help but ask. "You provided the key intelligence. The reason you weren't on site was that you needed to rest." Fatty Sun frowned, displeased. "This is a collective honor. You deserve it." Su Chen fell silent. "They went through all this trouble just for my sake. With a collective honor like this bestowed upon them, his colleagues from the 17th Patrol Guard, whom he had never even met, probably wouldn't have any objections." With that, Fatty Sun activated his silver wristband, pulling up a virtual screen where lines of text appeared. Tier 2 Upper Profession discovered Gale Hunter. Promotion is possible after meeting the promotion conditions. Promotion Condition 1, hunt and kill one Tier 2 professional without being detected by anyone else. Promotion Condition 2, attain master level in 3 F-level body refining techniques. I actually have to hunt a Tier 2 professional. Su Chen was surprised. Even a Tier 2 subordinate profession was still Tier 2. The difficulty of promoting to a Tier 2 profession had suddenly skyrocketed. The F-level body refining techniques also needed to reach master level 3 of them, no less, but for him, that wasn't the hard part. These were the explicit promotion requirements. There were also implicit ones, such as developing his current profession's progress to 100%. The ideal Tier 1 profession was Gale Walker. At the very least, it had to be a speed-oriented Tier 1 middle profession, and even then, complications could arise during the process. However, if one had a related top-tier profession, compatibility would be much easier. Hunt a Tier 2. Su Chen mused. And without being discovered. It is a Tier 2 upper profession, after all. The difficulty is high, Fatty Sun chimed in. It is. Su Chen said with a chuckle. By the way, Brother Sun, don't have anyone clean my room from now on. Clean your room? Fatty Sun was stumped, then explained awkwardly, we don't offer that service. This isn't a hotel, after all. He thought Su Chen was making a request. Even better that you don't. Su Chen politely saw Fatty Sun out, and his face immediately darkened. Someone had secretly entered his room. The strand of hair he had wedged in the doorjamb was gone. He had confirmed its position with his spiritual perspective before leaving, there was no way he could be mistaken. The inspectorate has their people, too. Chen felt as if a great net was closing in around him, and his expression turned grim. To be able to sneak in here, their position can't be low. I almost forgot. Chen shot to his feet, his eyes shining. I'm not alone in this anymore. I'm a goddamn second-generation heir. This is my teacher's territory. What the hell am I scared of? He hadn't quite adjusted to his new status yet. Realizing this, Chen rushed out of his room and intercepted Fatty Sun at the elevator. Brother Sun, I need to check the security footage. Someone entered my room. Chen said directly. The previously cheerful Fatty Sun's expression shifted. He said in surprise, entered your room? How could that be? This floor is access restricted. I'm certain of it. I want to check the footage. Just for this floor. That shouldn't be a big problem, right? Chen insisted. Fatty Sun's expression flickered. No problem. Come with me. The two went to the surveillance room. Fatty Sun had someone pull up the video feed for the hallway outside Chen's room. From the time he left until Fatty Sun knocked, only a few people passed by. No one entered his room. Fatty Sun pulled him into an empty adjacent room and whispered, "This surveillance system is just a standard model. A lot of professionals can bypass it. If someone really got into your room, it'll be hard to find them. I want to go after someone." Chen wasn't surprised. If the intruder dared to enter, they wouldn't be easy to find. But this shift in his identity had given him a new idea. Who? Fatty Sun jumped. Just this morning, I thought this guy was calm and steady. Is he showing his true colors this afternoon? Chi Chuan, Chen stated the name. Brother cuckold, the tables have turned. It's time to start collecting interest on old and new debts. Chi Chuan, hold on. Fatty Sun swiped at his virtual screen and quickly pulled up a file. Chi Chuan, a level 1 researcher in the relics research department, became a tier 2 professional just 4 months ago. So he really is tier 2, even faster than Jiang He. Chen mused. Married. Wife is Jiang He. Fatty Sun hadn't paid much mind when he saw Chi Chuan was a tier 2 professional, but now his expression shifted slightly. This Jiang He, isn't she the daughter of Jiang Rong, the head of the relics research department? Going after her husband. They have no feelings for each other anymore. Chen explained, then briefly recounted the story of how he had provoked Jiang He to get into Southwind Academy. He omitted some key details, only saying that because of that incident, Chi Chuan had been constantly looking for trouble with him. Gulp. Little brother, you're a real beast. Fatty Sun swallowed hard, that jealousy, in his eyes practically bursting out. Jiang He's reputation wasn't confined to Southwind Academy, it was a popular topic of gossip among the upper echelons of Southwind City. Fatty Sun hadn't expected the young man before him to have such a legendary backstory. But he's still a tier 2 professional. Messing with him a little should be fine. He reminded him. But you can't do anything serious to him, kid. That would be a huge headache. His position in the research department is a protective talisman in its own right. You got it. I'll follow your lead, Chen agreed easily. If I can just get Chi Chuan to talk, things will be much simpler. Seeing that Chen wasn't fixated on it, Fatty Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Well, go join your new colleagues. They should be getting back right about now. They just earned a collective honor, so it's time for a celebration. You're a newly promoted tier 2 professional, so I'll trail you guys in secret to prevent any accidents, Fatty Sun said, his tone casual. Fatty Sun led him downstairs to the garrison hall, a vast, open space spanning 3 floors. It was bustling with inspector guards, some returning from patrol, others preparing to head out, and the air hummed with a low, noisy din. Lounge 0512. Fatty Sun pushed the door open. The excited chatter within abruptly ceased, and several pairs of eyes shot in their direction. Section Chief Sun. A man stood up. He was bare-chested, revealing numerous scars, and had a buzz cut. Old Zhao, this is your new team member, Chen. Get to know him. Fatty Sun stepped aside, revealing Chen behind him. Chen, this is Zhao Xiong, your patrol captain. Zhao Xiong gave him a peculiar look, and the other 6 team members kept glancing over as well. A nepotism hire. They had all gotten a notice yesterday and had initially grumbled about another freeloader joining their ranks. But then, this morning, they had been mysteriously ordered to bust a black market den, and just as mysteriously, they had been awarded a third-class group merit. The smarter ones among them quickly realized it had all been tailor-made for the new guy. With such a windfall, their resentment naturally vanished. In fact, they were even a little grateful. Zhao Xiong, come with me for a moment. Fatty Sun called Zhao Xiong away. Chen, meanwhile, stayed behind to greet his new teammates, 4 men and 2 women. Aside from Zhao Xiong, none of them were professionals, but they weren't ordinary people either. Lily, didn't you say you were going to repay this favor with your body? Someone teased, looking at a woman in a crop top. She had tan skin and well-defined muscles from years of rigorous training. With her shoulder-length hair, she was quite attractive, exuding a valiant and spirited air. Hey handsome, interested? She asked unabashedly, raising an eyebrow at him. Alright, that's enough, Zhao Xiong said, walking back in. His voice was grave. Pop up overtime. Get your gear on. Assemble in 5 minutes. The team members were surprised, and a few of them glanced at Chen, realizing this was probably because of him. But no one said anything more. They just reopened their lockers and pulled out their gear. Chen, your combat uniform hasn't arrived yet. You'll go without it today, Zhao Xiong said. The team was well trained. They finished changing in 4 minutes, boarded the patrol vehicle, and headed for their destination. Captain, what's the mission? A large man with a scar on his face leaned in and asked. They had already introduced themselves earlier, so Chen knew his name was Honda. We received a tip that a location might be holding contraband, Zhao Xiong said, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Oh. Honda pulled back, looking thoughtful. Chen watched the light outside gradually dim. I didn't expect the target to be a Tier 2 professional, he thought. I just wonder what his specific level is. About half an hour later, they finally reached their destination, a high-end apartment building. Their uniforms granted them immediate access, and they went straight up to the 16th floor. Knock. 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 Inspector Guard. Chi Chuan opened the door. He had already seen Zhao Xiong and the others through the peephole and seemed a bit confused. But it was only after opening the door that he noticed Chen standing off to the side. His expression shifted instantly. Chen. It's you. Chen responded with a smile. Mr. Chi Chuan, we've received a tip and suspect you might be harboring contraband. We're here under orders to investigate, Zhao Xiong said, his tone strictly professional. Contraband? Chi Chuan's expression turned cold, and he stared intently at Chen. Out of the way. Honda tried to shove his way inside, pushing against Chi Chuan, but he was the one who ended up stumbling backward. You're going to resist. Honda's expression soured. Step aside, Zhao Xiong said seriously. Chen glanced at Fatty Sun, who was faintly visible at the end of the hallway. Chi Chuan's expression was grim. To think that a lowly refugee from back then can now throw his weight around like this. He knew why they were here and what was about to happen, but there was nothing he could do. Helpless, he stepped aside. Lily, the living room. Honda, the bedroom. Zhao Xiong rapidly issued commands. The team dispersed while he remained in the living room, his eyes fixed on Chi Chuan. TSK. Chen clicked his tongue and surveyed the room. It was spacious and tidy, with a large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city at night. More importantly, a wedding photo of him and Jiang He hung on the wall. You and teacher Jiang must be so deeply in love, Chen said with a sigh, standing before the wedding photo and stroking the image of Jiang He. Zhao Xiong's mouth twitched. In another man's house, caressing a photo of his wife, this is just The muscles in Chen jaw jumped, but he remained expressionless. Chen lowered his hand from the photo, his voice tinged with wistful longing. Your wife, she's so smooth. Flames erupted in Chen pupils, and the temperature in the room shot up. Zhao Xiong's muscles tensed. Beside him, Lily, who had been pretending to search, stared wide-eyed. But it only lasted a moment. Chen reined himself in, his face once again becoming a blank mask. It was because Fatty Sun had appeared at the door. His seemingly flabby body now radiated a terrifying aura, and the killing intent in his beady little eyes sent a chill down Chen spine. He's got some real self-control. Chen thought with a hint of regret. My status is different now. If Chen had actually attacked, it would have been assault on an inspector guard, a crime of a completely different nature. Fatty's son would have been justified in killing him on the spot. Captain, I found it, Honda announced, walking out of the bedroom. He was holding a small glass vial containing a beautiful pink flower. An opium poppy. A hallucinogen and level 1 contraband. I'm afraid you'll have to come with us, sir, Zhao Xiong said gravely. Chen seemed to have expected this. He just gave a cold sneer and held out his hands cooperatively. The electromagnetic shackles clicked shut. The group returned to the inspectorate and tossed him into a temporary holding cell. He's a Tier 2 middle professional A fire refining soldier. Zhao Xiong said, looking through the glass at the silent Chen before glancing down at a data file. His profession development progress is, less than 5%. Chen, at most we can hold him for 7 days, Zhao Xiong said, looking at the young man beside him. I know. Chen nodded. Can we starve him the whole time? We have to supply food. But he's a professional, so his nutritional needs are very high. We can provide low-nutrition meals, which is almost the same as starving him, Zhao Xiong said. Do that, then. With those words, Chen turned and left, deciding to come back in a few days for the interrogation. Captain, what's this rich kid playing at? This isn't much of a punishment, Honda sidled over and whispered conspiratorially. Want us to spice things up a bit? Just do what he said. Don't take matters into your own hands, Zhao Xiong snapped. Honda nodded sheepishly. Qichuan's file was clean. His parents had died in the fog killings over 30 years ago. The only thing he had over Chen was that he wasn't a refugee. Jiang he probably wouldn't stick his neck out for him. Now, all he had to do was wait for someone to make a move on Qichuan's behalf, and he could start following the thread. Black Tua, the deceitful god, Zhou Xian. I just killed your son and took a few things. Do you really have to be so relentless about it? Chen mumbled to himself as he walked. In the hazy mist, a serpent of bluish-purple lightning suddenly ripped through the darkness, its winding arc weaving between the clouds and the ground. It was followed by a shriek powerful enough to rattle one's lungs, like the roar of some behemoth having its chest cavity torn open. The mist twisted and contorted in the sonic waves. Thud. It sounded like something had crashed to the ground, kicking up a vast cloud of dust. Whoosh! A slender, silver-gray flying device shot out of the mist. It's a Tier 3 mutant species, the Crimson Eagle Demon. At the open hatch, wind howled, whipping a black greatcoat about. Beneath a shock of white hair was a cold, hard face. Took you long enough. A dissatisfied voice came from the corner. An old man was swiping at a virtual screen, not even bothering to look up. Chief Judge. The white-haired man's cold demeanor crumbled in an instant, replaced by exasperation. Take a look at this. With a casual flick, the old man sent the virtual projection over to the white-haired man. News from Southwind. The white-haired man glanced over, surprised. The holy word stone was recovered. Yuan Chenyang sent his own student to go undercover, and not only did he recover the holy word stone, but he also discovered a follower of Black Tuo. Impressive, the white-haired man remarked. I really thought he wouldn't escape censure this time. He spooked them, the old man snorted, his tone sharp. The rest will go to ground now. It looks like I came all this way for nothing. That's not entirely fair, the white-haired man countered. They didn't know about your plan, after all. The holy word stone is found, but the space crystal isn't, the old man muttered. Now that Black Tuo's people are on alert, the remaining cultists will likely lay low. Elder Xia, the space crystal was stolen from Yunlan. It's not Southwind City's responsibility, the long-haired woman on the other side of the cabin spoke up. But we have a lead, don't we? Zhou Xian's son was used as a mule. That makes him a prime suspect, the white-haired man said. Indeed. The old man's expression flickered, his withered body looking as if a gust of wind could topple it. The Minister of Internal Affairs, one of Southwind City's top officials, has been corrupted. Can any of their leadership be trusted? Maybe I should just kill them all. I might kill a few innocent ones, but I'm sure they'll understand. Cold sweat beaded on the white-haired man's forehead. Wait. It's just a suspicion. If you kill them all, Elder, there will be massive trouble. Coward. The old man sneered. He walked to the hatch and jumped straight out. As the mist swallowed him, the white-haired man heard his hoarse voice drift back. A Tier 3 mutant species has no business being on this flight path. I'm going to investigate. You two head on to Southwind City. Elder Xia. The white-haired man rushed to the hatch, a wry, helpless smile on his face. The sixth judge has always had a personality like that, the woman sighed. His temper has gotten even more explosive ever since the third judge snatched away that young one with the red gold talent. Good thing it was a physical talent. If it had been a spirit talent, Elder Xia would have definitely started a fight. For the sake of that legendary profession, Elder Xia has. She trailed off, knowing that what she was about to say wasn't pleasant. The white-haired man opened his mouth, then closed it. Even without the third judge in the picture, they never would have chosen Elder Xia, he thought. After all, the man's reputation is infamous. When Su Chen returned to his room, he found an unexpected visitor. Teacher. Su Chen approached the door cautiously. He was surprised when he saw the figure inside. Old Sun was standing beside him, his face a mess of smiling wrinkles. Did someone sneak into your room? Yuan Chenyang asked, getting straight to the point. Yes. Su Chen nodded. I checked the security footage, but couldn't find anyone. Fatty Sun, standing nearby, immediately chimed in. I've already strengthened security on this floor. There are guards posted at both ends of the hall, and patrols every 30 minutes. Old Sun is quick on the uptake, Su Chen thought. No wonder I saw a few burly men in the hallway. He was impressed. When a problem arises, you can't just offer excuses when your superiors ask about it. Yuan Chenyang nodded, satisfied. You can go for now. All right. Old Sun left, pulling the door closed behind him. You captured Chi Chuan, he stated, once they were alone. Su Chen explained, he was conspiring with Hu Xiang to make a move against me. Ah. Yuan Chenyang realized. So that's the information Hu Xiang gave you. As long as you have things under control, that's all that matters. He then stressed, but play by the rules. Don't leave anyone an opening to use against you. Understood. One more thing. This is for engineering apprentice. Take a look. He handed over an engraved metal plate. Su Chen glanced at it. Tier 1 subordinate profession discovered engineering apprentice. May be acquired upon completion of requirements. Requirement 1, repair 1000 ordinary items. Requirement 2, must be a Tier 1 mental professional. This. Su Chen was puzzled. This profession doesn't seem all that special, he thought. Don't underestimate it. With a perfect induction, you can awaken a professional ability called dual tasking. Yuan Chenyang stressed, I'm not talking about the ordinary ability to multitask that you get from practice. This is an ability more akin to a machine. You're not the first person who's wanted to pursue both physical and spiritual side professions. It takes too long to train your body and then meditate afterward. So that's how it is. Su Chen realized. Every profession had its unique uses, he would have to pay more attention in the future. Some professional abilities might not seem like much on their own, but they could be completely different when properly combined. Old Yuan added, "I'll have old Sun get you a position in the logistics department. If you work on it every day, you should be able to acquire the profession within a few months." "Thank you, teacher." Su Chen was genuinely grateful. This was so much better than his time back in the Southern Academy dorms. Of course. Old Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. He handed over a gold-embossed card. "There's one more thing. Zhang Yinqing, that's Zhang Henyu's sister, is hosting a party tonight. The invitation was sent to my house. You should go." "A party?" Su Chen took the invitation, his eyes tracing the intricate patterns on it. He remembered Zhou Zhong had mentioned this before, too. Yuan Chenyang's bald head shone in the light, his gaze unreadable. "It's just a gathering of the city's youth. Besides, his sister spent time in Yingfeng. She knows things. It would be good for you to make contact." "Is that all?" Su Chen was thoughtful. The explanation seemed a bit thin, but he nodded anyway. "Since you're telling me to go, teacher, I'll go." Yuan Chenyang left. After the elevator doors slid shut, he chuckled and cursed under his breath, "Clever little brat. A party, a party." Su Chen murmured, rubbing the card. He couldn't help but sigh. This refugee status is such a pain. He wondered what on earth the refugees before him had done to create such a reputation. He glanced at the time. It was still early. Su Chen turned his thoughts back to the engineering apprentice profession. With resources, it shouldn't take long to meet the requirements. He sighed. But with things so complicated right now, wasting time on this is just. Sensing the host's difficulties, Sky Splitter Warrior and Secret Artifact Master have had a cordial discussion with Engineering Apprentice. Deeply moved by the host's plight, Engineering Apprentice has decided to grant an immediate, perfect induction, only requiring the host to, after induction. Huh. Su Chen's cheek twitched. So Sky Splitter Warrior and Secret Artifact Master ganged up on it, huh? Immediate induction. I guess that works, he thought. I wonder what the time limit to complete the requirements will be. Repairing 1,000 ordinary items was no simple task. However, Su Chen waited and waited, but the words after the ellipsis never appeared. After a moment. Engineering Apprentice has decided that after the host's induction, there is no need to complete the requirements within a limited time. Huh. Su Chen thought he'd grown accustomed to his panel, but this new message still stunned him. For some reason, he could almost feel a sense of grief and indignation coming from the words. Sky Splitter Warrior, Secret Artifact Master, what in the world did you two do? Is this the kind of crushing dominance top-tier professions have over a subordinate one? His feelings were complicated, but Su Chen grinned and gleefully accepted the induction. A flood of familiar yet alien memories poured into his mind. Different mechanical constructs materialized before his eyes, complete with details of their damaged parts and the entire repair process. It was as if he had personally repaired 1,000 broken items. His head throbbed from the influx, and it took him a long moment to recover. Induction as Engineering Apprentice successful. Professional ability acquired, dual tasking. Dual tasking, your mind can process 2 tasks simultaneously. Phew. Su Chen kneaded his temples. This kind of knowledge-based profession feels so strange. He gave it a quick try and immediately felt the difference. It was as if his consciousness had split in 2, each half capable of independent thought. He had been able to multitask before in certain situations, but only for a moment or an instant at most. This, however, was like a computer running 2 separate programs, neither interfering with the other. This is a god-tier skill, Su Chen marveled, his eyes gleaming. Both his meditation technique and his training technique were extremely complex. Normally, even with extensive practice, it would be nearly impossible to perform both at the same time. But a single, ordinary profession had solved that problem for him. He immediately began to experiment, settling into a stance while simultaneously beginning his meditation. As the body refining technique activated, his muscles tensed and a stinging pain spread through his body. At the same time, the prison flame meditation technique began to cycle, making his mind feel warm. The sensation was extraordinary. Like a child with a new toy, Chen practiced for a full half-hour before reluctantly stopping, still hungry for more. I have to go out tonight, so I can't exhaust myself, Chen mused. Still, if I combined this with a potion, the results would be heavenly. I really need to find a way to get some black flame potion. My current blood circulation efficiency is too low. My friend. Fatty Sun knocked. When Chen gave the okay, he gently opened the door and waddled in, beaming. I've already arranged everything with logistics. You'll be in charge of repairing damaged items, and one of the old masters will teach you. Chen was once again amazed by old Sun's efficiency, but he shook his head. There's no rush on that matter. Fatty Sun paused for a second, but his smile didn't waver. All right, my friend. Just let me know whenever you're ready. He was about to leave when Chen stopped him. Brother Sun, I was hoping you could help me sell something. Oh. Fatty Sun watched in surprise as Chen dragged a blurry black garment out from under his bed. He had received 2 of them and planned to sell one. A shadow-avoiding robe, he exclaimed in astonishment. You. He had wanted to ask where it came from, but the words that left his mouth were, you want to sell this thing? Yes, Chen said with a shy smile. I don't know where the black market is. Besides, I'm young, and I'm afraid of getting ripped off. If it's not too much trouble, could you help me buy some black flame potions after you sell it? He's putting on quite an act, Fatty Sun grumbled internally. After a moment of thought, he said, if you need potions, don't sell it on the black market. We'll just say you confiscated it. When you turn in confiscated items, you can get internal inspectorate points equivalent to 50% of the market price. But this thing is contraband, so it doesn't have a normal market price. I can give you a higher rate. When you use internal inspectorate points to redeem potion-type support items, it's also a 50% discount off the market price. Plus, this will count as a minor contribution on your record. 2 birds with 1 stone, Chen thought. Understanding the logic, his respect for the man grew. I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Sunday. It's a small matter. I'll take care of it for you. Fatty Sun left with a broad smile. Everything seems different now that I'm Yuan Chenyang's student. Chen sighed to himself. After a short rest, when it was about time, he left and headed for the address on the invitation. The Chinyan Hotel was located in the center of Southwind City, almost directly beneath the artificial light source. Though it was evening, the area was still brightly lit. Private hover cars of all shapes and sizes came and went, their passengers alighting in magnificent attire. Chen arrived in a car from the inspectorate. As he got out, he looked up, and his gaze fell upon the artificial light source suspended in the sky. Its proper name was the Dome Light. Southwind City lacked the technology to manufacture it, it came from Yingfeng. From what little he knew, much of Southwind City's technology originated from Yingfeng, an immeasurably vast megacity that held dominion over Southwind City and others like it. After he presented the invitation, a waiter led him upstairs. The party was being held in a private suite. As he pushed open the door, soft music drifted out. A number of people had already arrived, and they were all quite young. When they saw the door open, their conversation ceased. All eyes turned to him, filled with a mixture of curiosity, confusion, and surprise. Ah, it's Chen. Someone suddenly called out, approaching him enthusiastically. He then introduced him to the others. This is Inspector General Yuan's new student. He's the one who went undercover, retrieved the stolen Holy Word Stone, and slaughtered the Cyan Scale Lion group. Some faces showed dawning comprehension, others remained indifferent, while a few looked even more surprised. They were not unfamiliar with the name. Almost everyone here knew that Zhou Zhong had died not long ago. Despite their varied feelings, they began to introduce themselves one by one. A student of Yuan Chenyang was qualified to stand among them. Shi Haqiang. Vice Minister Shi of the Exploration Department's second son. Zhu Mingxiu. The eldest son of Minister Zhu of the Patrol Department. Tian Lan. Vice Minister Tian of the Research Department's third daughter. As each person came forward, the young man beside him would whisper their background. After the introductions, the group dispersed. No one lingered to chat with him, except for the fellow at his side. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Du." He had a buzz cut and sharp eyebrows. He lowered his voice. "My father is one of the vice ministers of inspection and an old subordinate of Minister Yuan." "Oh, so based on his background, he should be on my side," Chen realized. "Don't mind them," Du said. "They just don't know you very well." He said this because everyone else was gathered in small groups, leaving the two of them standing alone. Chen didn't mind. These were all scions of powerful families. A few of their fathers were even on par with old Yuan. There was no reason for them to be overly friendly to him. "He's taking it well." Du looked at him, rather surprised. What he didn't mention was that their coldness was also partly due to Chen's status as a refugee. More guests trickled in, and the two of them found a corner to hang back in. "This is good. The meat is really tender." Chen sampled the delicacies non-stop. Since he'd arrived in this world, the best meal he'd had was the one at Jianghe's home. From time to time, secretive glances were cast their way, followed by the subtle shaking of heads. The party's atmosphere remained peaceful, until... "Heng here!" Someone shouted, and the indifferent masks on the faces of the crowd seemed to melt away. They strode quickly toward the entrance, their faces wreathed in smiles. "Zhang Hengyu." Chen couldn't help but look over to get a glimpse of the talented young man who had taken the fall for him twice. He bore a strong resemblance to the city lord, but his demeanor seemed cold. His face was devoid of expression as his eyes scanned the room. Following behind him was a tall woman. She wore a gentle smile, her lips were a fiery red, and her eyes were captivating. Gulp. Chen clearly heard someone gulp beside him. Meeting Chen's knowing gaze, Du gave an embarrassed smile and quickly explained, "That's Zhang Yunqing. She has a nasty personality. We've all been on the receiving end of her wrath before." Of course, for our younger selves, that kind of older sister type was absolutely lethal. However, Du changed the subject, feigning a thoughtful expression. "She left for Yingfeng a long time ago but suddenly came back 4 months ago. No one knows why." With the arrival of Zhang Hengyu and Zhang Yunqing, the party seemed to find its center, and everyone gathered around them. Zhang Hengyu looked uncomfortable, but Zhang Yunqing was completely at ease, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes and keeping the atmosphere lively. As the conversation deepened, Zhang Yunqing brought up Yingfeng, and Chen listened intently. The gap between the people at the bottom and this group wasn't just a matter of wealth, power, or talent. Many of the things Zhang Yunqing spoke of were matters Chen would have had no way of learning about otherwise. He didn't even know about many of the topics the group had been discussing earlier. For example, Tier 1 top-level professions. Chen was only just learning that even in Yingfeng, Tier 1 top-level professions were exceedingly rare, fewer than 5, it seemed. Each one was strictly controlled and could only be obtained after passing numerous screenings. But at Tier 2, they didn't become rarer, in fact, there were more. At Tier 3, however, they became scarce again. Tier 1 is the start of a profession. It's like seeking perfection within a limited scope, which is extremely difficult, Zhang Yunqing explained. By Tier 2 and Tier 3, the stage is much larger, making it easier for top-level professions to emerge. However, this ease is only relative. No wonder old Yuan reacted that way. Chen thought, clicking his tongue. If I hadn't attributed the source of my top-tier profession to Yuan Chenyang, I would have been in a lot of trouble. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but as she spoke about this, Zhang Yunqing's gaze seemed to flicker toward him from time to time. But within any given tier, one shouldn't obsess over achieving a top-level profession. I've seen many people with decent talent strive for those top-tier professions, Zhang Yunqing said, a sad look on her face. In the end, they died trying to meet the advancement requirements. Top-tier professions are powerful, yes, but they are almost twice as difficult to obtain as upper-tier professions. Chen couldn't agree more. He had nearly died when he was becoming a secret artifact master. She couldn't help but emphasize, besides, no matter how amazing your profession is, it's almost impossible to defeat someone with an ordinary profession from the upper tier. Is there something wrong with Zhang Hengyu? Su Chen turned and whispered. Why does he keep staring at me? Du Yu, who had been engrossed in the gentle teachings of the older sister, glanced over and grinned. He's just curious. I heard from my dad that if it weren't for your refugee status, the position to go to Yingfeng might not have gone to him. He's a bit single-minded. He can't accept winning like that. I bet he wants to defeat you in a direct confrontation to prove himself. You guys know about that? Su Chen asked, surprised. Du Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's only known among the top brass, so don't worry. Since the city lord has already given his word, no one will dare to cross him. Doesn't he know I took out the entire Cyan Scale Lion group, aside from their leader? Su Chen asked. That was real. Du Yu was stunned. Su Chen was speechless. Du Yu stared at him in amazement. The rumors circulating outside are just too wild, he explained. They say you wiped out the entire lion group in under a minute and that you scared the leader into fleeing. Only a Tier 2 professional should be capable of that. Su Chen understood. There had been plenty of witnesses, but the outlandish rumors, passed from one person to another, had ironically made the truth seem less believable. He figured that few people here actually believed the stories. A toast to Henyu's future success in Yingfeng. Zhang Yinqing raised her glass. The crowd echoed her sentiment, and waiters moved through the throng, offering drinks. Su Chen and Du Yu didn't want to stand out, so they each took a glass from a passing waiter. But just as they raised their glasses, Su Chen's expression shifted. His left hand shot out and yanked Du Yu. Du Yu looked dazed. Before he could react, he felt an immense force on his body. His vision spun, and he was sent flying backward. At the same moment, Su Chen raised his right hand. Silently, cyan gold metal threads coiled around his forearm. Clang! Sparks flew from the impact. The waiter beside him had produced a slender, sickly green dagger from beneath his metal tray and lunged straight for him. Simultaneously, another waiter across from them launched an attack. You're courting death. A fierce light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he locked onto the target with spiritual spike. The assassin attacking from the front faltered, freezing in place. Twisting at the waist, Su Chen spun and threw a punch. Bang! With the sickening crunch of cracking bone, the assassin behind him crumpled, his chest caved in and his eyes bulging. He was dead before he hit the floor. A single metal thread split off from his arm, wrapped around the dagger, and with a sharp tug, sent it flying like a dart. It struck the other assassin in the head, but with the hilt, not the blade. Thwack! The man fell backward, blood gushing from his forehead. It had all happened in a flash. By the time Du Yu processed what had occurred, he could only see two bodies on the floor. Assassins, he stammered, crying out in shock. As a fellow Tier 1 professional, he had barely been able to react. The other guests finally turned around, bewildered. The sight of Su Chen, his arm dripping blood, and the corpses on the ground, sent a jolt of horror through them. Zhang Hengyu's pupils contracted. Zhang Yinqing narrowed her captivating, almond-shaped eyes. Swoosh! From behind a nearby curtain, a shadow shot out abruptly. It moved like a silent, venomous snake that had been lying in wait for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike. It was so fast that Su Chen could hardly react. A Tier 2 professional, was the only thought that flashed through his mind. But even faster than his thought was the sight of the assassin being sent flying backward. Boom! The man was embedded in the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Su Chen looked at the figure standing before him, his bald head gleaming under the lights. I knew it. He thought, twitching his lips, but still cried out excitedly, Teacher. Black Tua will always be watching you, the figure embedded in the wall roared, his bloodshot eyes locked on Su Chen. You ruined Black Tuo's plan. Black Tua will not forgive you. Just you wait. He broke into a fit of maniacal laughter as blood began to seep from his eyes. His body convulsed, and then he went still. Bang! The doors to the banquet hall burst open, and fully armed inspector guards rushed in to secure the bodies. "This one's still alive," an inspector guard reported, indicating the man who had been struck in the head with the dagger's hilt. "Oh." Yuan Chenyang glanced over. "Take him back for questioning." It was only then that the other guests seemed to snap out of their shock. "Inspector General Yuan, what was that?" Zhang Yunqin came forward to ask, her displeased gaze sweeping over Su Chen. "Nothing. Just an assassination attempt," Yuan Chenyang said, his face impassive. "Just an assassination attempt?" Everyone looked at Su Chen with complicated expressions. Judging by where the bodies had fallen, they knew how close a call it had been. Yet Su Chen had dealt with two of them before they had even turned their heads. His reaction speed and decisiveness were startling, and he looked completely unfazed. "Are all refugees this ferocious?" "Brother Su, thank you." "You said," his heart still pounding with fear. "Let's go." Yuan Chenyang gathered his team to leave, calling Su Chen to come along. Su Chen followed Yuan Chenyang and boarded his ride, a vehicle that radiated prestige. Its deep blue-black finish was like the surface of a calm sea hiding a furious storm within. The two of them sat in the back seat. The windows darkened, and the vehicle ran so quietly that it was almost silent. "I can't believe someone actually tried to assassinate you." Yuan Chenyang finally spoke, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Su Chen pretended not to hear him, running his hand over the armrest between them. "Is there no mini-fridge back here?" Yuan Chenyang's face darkened. "This is just a vehicle." Only then did Su Chen sit up straight, his voice filled with righteous indignation. "For them to make such a brazen move. They clearly have no respect for you." "There are plenty of people who don't respect me," Yuan Chenyang said nonchalantly. As if he hadn't heard, Su Chen continued, "Will you be able to find any clues by investigating the attackers?" "I'm sure we can." Yuan Chenyang seemed a little distracted. Their leader was a Tier 2 professional. He looked vaguely familiar, so he's probably from Southwind City. "But you haven't really done anything. Why would they target you?" Yuan Chenyang seemed to be muttering to himself, yet it also felt like he was questioning Su Chen. Using Su Chen as bait had just been a casual move, but the catch had been unexpectedly large. Of course, Su Chen knew the real reason. "It must be because of those 2 space crystals I absorbed." Outwardly, however, he feigned confusion. "I intercepted the Holy Word Stone, and Zhou Xian still thinks I killed his son. Isn't that motive enough?" "Zhou Xian is only a suspect, and he's being watched very closely," Yuan Chenyang murmured. "Retaliation for intercepting the Holy Word Stone. Is that thing really so important?" Su Chen scratched his head and asked curiously, "So what exactly does the Holy Word Stone do?" Yuan Chenyang explained, "Its main purpose is to record a professional's information. Its secondary function is to act as a medium for communicating with a deceitful god." "What exactly is a deceitful god?" Su Chen pressed. "A deceitful god?" Yuan Chenyang faltered. He rubbed his smooth, bald head and seemed to ponder for a long moment before saying, "A deceitful god is, a deceitful god. It inspires worship and drives people to madness." Yuan Chenyang couldn't explain the true nature of a deceitful god. Seemingly embarrassed, he waved his hand dismissively. "I added a little something extra to the potions you asked old Sun to prepare. I've already had him send them over to you." This was his reward. Su Chen immediately said, "Thank you, teacher." "What is it?" Yuan Chenyang asked, seeing him hesitate. Su Chen asked hesitantly, "Does this mean I can't go outside anymore?" "It's not that serious," Yuan Chenyang said, shaking his head. "Southwind City isn't crawling with a deceitful god's spies just yet. This banquet was planned long in advance, so the guest list was easy to leak. It presented a perfect opportunity for an ambush. Under normal circumstances, no one can predict when or where you'll go out." "That's a relief." Su Chen sighed. The banquet gradually came to an end. As the guests left, they were all still discussing what had just happened. Zhang Hengyu followed Zhang Yunqing to see everyone off. What's wrong? Zhang Yunqing, who was still pondering whether Su Chen was a Gale Walker and thinking about his cyan bracers, glanced over and saw her younger brother frowning deeply. Su Chen, he's stronger than me. He's more qualified to go to Yingfeng, Zhang Hengyu said in a low voice. The fight had been over in a flash. He had considered it carefully. If that had been me, it would have been difficult to escape unscathed. What is father thinking? Zhang Yunqing was momentarily stunned, then said with resignation, that spot would be wasted on him. As a refugee, he'll be subtly ostracized. But father can change his records this year. There's no need to wait another year, Zhang Hengyu argued, still feeling conflicted. And why should he? Zhang Yunqing's gentle smile vanished. Her voice grew icy as she stared coldly at Zhang Hengyu. Political power is a form of strength, too. It's just his bad luck he was born without it. This isn't just about you. If you don't have that kind of awareness, then perhaps this spot really should be given to someone else. Zhang Hengyu stared, stunned, only to see his sister had already turned to leave. He thought he heard her mutter something like, "Stupid little brother." Back at the inspectorate, Su Chen obediently went upstairs while Yuan Chenyang took the bodies and the sole survivor to the interrogation room. His hopes weren't high, these guys were fanatics, and he probably wouldn't get anything out of the survivor. A short man with a grim expression was already waiting in the hallway. "Minister, we've identified the Tier 2 professional. He's from the Exploration Department Chen Wu." The Exploration Department. Yuan Chenyang's expression shifted drastically. He ordered in a low, dangerous voice, "Old Du, lock this information down. If anyone dares to leak it, don't blame me for being ruthless." Old Du nodded solemnly. The two entered a small observation room next to the interrogation cell. On the other side of the glass, Old Du watched the survivor, his face twisted in a ferocious, fanatical rage, screaming something. He asked in a low voice, "Minister, what do we do? They've really dumped a huge mess on my lap." Yuan Chenyang's face was grim. "First, there's a mole in the city patrol department. Then, someone from our own inspectorate sneaks into Su Chen's room. And now the assassin is a member of the exploration department. Southwind City has become a sieve. The people from Yingfeng will be here any day now. If they find out about this, we're all finished. Should we pause the investigation for now?" Old Du asked hesitantly. "The city lord is away with the city patrol minister. If they come back and find us investigating a mole in their own department, then what happens if we actually find something? What a clever move." Yuan Chenyang's brow twitched as he paced back and forth. But what's the goal? This was bound to be exposed. How long can they possibly stall? No. Yuan Chenyang stopped abruptly, his eyes flashing with insight. Perhaps their goal is to stall. We don't know what's happening on the city lord's end. If we wait for them to return before we discuss this, who knows how far things will have escalated by then. Investigate. We have to investigate. Yuan Chenyang roared, the words torn from his throat. Start with the relatives and friends of these guys. Put anyone suspicious under full surveillance. And Zhou Xian, I want eyes on him at all times. A chill ran through Old Du. He answered at once, understood. With the heads of two of the city's three main enforcement agencies absent, there was truly no one left in Southwind City who dared to defy Yuan Chenyang. But this action was like a stab in the back. It didn't matter whether the investigation yielded results or not. When the other two returned, they would be furious. Unaware that a storm was about to break, Su Chen reached the top of the stairs and saw Old Sun standing at his door, smiling. "Brother Sun, why are you waiting outside my door again?" Su Chen asked, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the metal case in the man's hand. "If you need something, you can just send me a message. I'll come to you." "Nothing much to do in the office anyway," Fatty Sun said with a chuckle. He followed Su Chen inside and, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, placed the metal case on the table. He undid the latches, and a cloud of white, frosty mist billowed out. Inside were 3 rows of potions. The top row contained 10 vials of black flame potion. The middle row held 10 vials of a rich, fluorescent blue liquid. At the very bottom, however, were only 3 vials of a pink potion that Chen had never seen before. But this pink potion is something else. It makes me wonder if you're the minister's secret love child, he said mysteriously, his voice tinged with envy. This definitely piqued Chen's curiosity. The man didn't keep him in suspense and began to explain in detail, a tier 3 potion glazed blood. It's a specialty potion of our Southwind City. Tier 3. A specialty? Chen was slightly shaken, his expression inquisitive. Fatty Sun, reading his expression, elaborated, why is Southwind City located here? Why not further south, or further north? It's all because of the glazed blood. Oregon. Southwind City exists because of it. This stuff has to be supplied to Infong. Even Minister Yuan only gets a fixed quota each year. You can't buy it even if you have the money. It has many uses. It aids in the absorption of other potions. For example, with the black flame potion, it might normally take 2 or 3 days to fully absorb it. With this, it only takes 1. It also provides pure nutrients, rapidly mending physical and mental fatigue. More importantly, its properties are gentle, so even Tier 1 and Tier 2 professionals can use it. It really is good stuff, Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Well, I've handed the goods over to you, my friend. Even without the glazed blood, the combined price of these 2 potions is over 10,000 gold. He reminded him. This was far more than the price of the shadow-avoiding robe. Old Yuan is really generous, Chen thought to himself. Then, as if performing a magic trick, Fatty Sun pulled a silver wristband from his clothes and handed it to Chen. Chen raised an eyebrow. This thing looks like it can project a virtual screen. It must be high-end. Fatty Sun explained, it's a smart wristband. Southwind City can't produce these, they're all supplied by Infong and require an application for a quota. It greatly increases communication strength and range. He handed it to Chen while explaining the controls. Besides more convenient communication, its more important function was to connect to the city's various departments, such as the Emergency Response Department, the Inspectorate, the City Patrol Department, and so on. However, it didn't have anything like the online forum Chen had imagined. Too few people in Southwind City owned one of these, so there was no foundation for it. Also, the minister sent a last-minute notice for me to prepare a mimic mask for you. Logistics has been informed, it should be delivered soon, Fatty Sun added. For disguise? Chen asked. After getting an affirmative answer, he couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up for old Yuan's thoughtfulness. After seeing Fatty Sun off, Chen couldn't wait to try out the effects of the Tier 3 potion. It wasn't like a liquid, more like jelly. Chen savored the taste, then immediately felt as if he had eaten too much. He hurriedly downed the black flame and radiance potions and rushed into the gravity chamber. The stimulation surging through his body grew more intense. The downside of rapid absorption was that the potion's effects erupted all at once. Chen's skin turned crimson, and his sweat sizzled, evaporating into white steam. An entire day and night passed. As the sky began to darken the next day, Chen finally emerged from the training room. That was intense. He couldn't help but exclaim as he stretched his body. Thanks to the assistance of the glazed blood, his training efficiency was even faster than before. Sky Splitter Warrior, 55%. Body Strengthening Technique Skilled, 30%. Prison Flame Meditation Technique Skilled, 50%. All his stats had shown significant improvement. As for Secret Artifact Master, which was still in its early stages, the development progress had soared to 30%. After tidying up a bit, Chen heard a knock on the door. Jiang He had arrived, as alluring as ever. Her purple one-piece dress only reached above her knees, outlining her graceful figure, and her slender calves were as smooth as jade. Jiang He leaned against the doorframe, her posture enchanting, and said with a soft, seductive tone, "Waiting for me, were you?" "Come in," Chen said flatly, glancing at her. The reason he had come out of the training room was that someone had informed him Jiang He was here to see him. Jiang He's expression grew reserved, her feelings unavoidably complex. How long has it been, and he's already climbed to such a position? Yuan Chenyang's student. TSK. Even though her father was theoretically on the same level as Yuan Chenyang, the inspectorate was one of the three major enforcement agencies. It was like how she knew Chi Chuan was up to no good but couldn't act rashly. Su Chen, on the other hand, had dared to show up at his door and arrest him directly. She sauntered in with a cat-like grace, hooked the door with her calf, and swung it shut. "What is it?" Su Chen asked calmly. "So cold, little brother." Jiang He sat on the edge of the bed and sniffed the air deliberately. "Can't I just come by to catch up?" "We have nothing to catch up on," Su Chen said, shaking his head. "If there's nothing else, you can leave." So heartless. Jiang He gave him a resentful look. "There's a small matter I was hoping you could help me with. I want to terminate my marital relationship with Chi Chuan." "You want a divorce?" Su Chen was confused. "What's that got to do with me? Isn't Chi Chuan in your custody? So naturally, I have to come to you. You just need to have him sign this." Jiang He pulled a brown leather scroll from her bodice. When unrolled, it revealed a large patch of what looked like a ghost talisman. That's right. In this world, the proof of a marital bond was the marriage contract, created by the marriage contract master profession. Information was difficult to share between cities, so this thing was the hard proof. Through a special method, one could directly identify the other signatory, making it simple and clear. "Why?" Su Chen looked at her. Jiang He explained, "My father said Chi Chuan might be involved in certain matters. Combined with his previous plot, it's best to cut ties with him. The longer we wait, the more troublesome it will become. What I mean is, why should I help you?" Su Chen stressed. Jiang He leaned back, her figure becoming more prominent, supporting herself with her hands on Su Chen's bed. "He won't be locked up for more than a few days anyway. It's a simple favor. At worst, I'm willing to pay a price." Jiang He shivered slightly, feigning aggrievement. She watched as Su Chen slowly approached, his shadow gradually falling over her as he looked down. Jiang He was extremely uncomfortable with this feeling. She didn't like being played, she preferred to be the one playing others. "Just kidding." Jiang He awkwardly shuffled back and pulled a photocopied paper from her clothes. "The advancement requirements for a secret scholar. My father said Minister Yuan might be interested." Su Chen's brow twitched slightly. He reached out, took it, and glanced down. Discovered Tier 2 Superior Profession Secret Scholar. Advancement possible upon meeting requirements. Secret Scholar Advancement Requirement 1, remain in the Delirious Words trial, for 5 minutes. Secret Scholar Advancement Requirement 2, raise 3 F-level meditation techniques to master level. I actually have to stay in there for 5 minutes. Su Chen thought, recalling the so-called Delirious Words trial. Is it really necessary to offer this just for a divorce? He asked, looking up. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. You're not the same person you were before, Jiang He said, tucking her hair behind her ear. Su Chen looked at her beautiful and delicate face, an inexplicable impulse rising within him. Frowning in thought for a moment, he understood where the impulse came from. Then, he raised his hand. Slap. A slap landed squarely on Jiang He's face. A few strands of hair fluttered down as a red handprint gradually appeared on her pale cheek. Su Chen let out a breath, a sense of relief washing over him as if a great weight had been lifted. The lingering resentment from his predecessor's memories, of being toyed with by Jiang He, completely dissipated. Jiang He's face was filled with astonishment. A flicker of rage flashed in her eyes, and the lights in the room began to flicker as some kind of power gathered. What do you think you're doing? She roared in a low voice. I'll make him sign it. Su Chen snatched the leather scroll and walked straight out the door. Jiang He stared at his back, taking several deep breaths before she gradually calmed down. She caressed her right cheek with her delicate hand. The lingering, stinging pain both infuriated her and stirred a strange feeling within. Chi Chuan. Su Chen hadn't forgotten about that guy. He took the scroll and went to the detention cell. "What's his condition?" he asked the guard. "Hasn't said a word. He just sits in the corner and eats when it's time," the man, who recognized that the second-generation heir, explained. Su Chen observed him through the one-way window. Chi Chuan was noticeably thinner, with prominent cheekbones and vacant, unfocused eyes. He looked completely haggard. The metabolism of a Tier 2 physical side professional was very fast. That ordinary liquid food wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. "Has anyone come to see him?" The head and deputy head of the patrol division both came by. "Just asked a few casual questions," the guard recalled. The patrol division made the arrest, so it's normal for their superiors to ask about it. Su Chen pondered for a moment. "When's dinner?" "About 10 or so minutes," the other man replied, glancing at the time. Su Chen waited for a while until dinner arrived, sealed in a plastic container. He took it and opened it. It was a watery, milky white liquid, the same stuff his predecessor used to eat. Asking the guard to block the view, Su Chen dipped his index finger into the soup. A green metal fragment materialized on his fingertip for a moment before vanishing. It was a small shard he had broken off from his attacker's dagger. "Take it to him." Su Chen closed the lid, glancing at the security camera at the end of the hallway. "Have to keep up appearances." The guard took it and walked inside, feeling rather speechless. "Your method of spicing the food is a bit crude, isn't it?" Su Chen watched Chi Chuan wolf down his food. Once he was nearly finished, Su Chen waited a bit longer before slowly walking in. Chi Chuan's shoulders twitched. He looked up, a flash of venomous hatred vanishing from his eyes as he revealed a helpless, bitter smile. "Younger brother Su. I finally get to see you. Did it really have to come to this?" He sighed. "I was just resentful, that's all. I couldn't control Jiang He, which is why I originally thought of murder. Later, when the accident happened, I just wanted to figure out what really went down that night." He immediately brought up the root of their conflict, appearing very sincere as he earnestly apologized for contacting Hu Xiang. "It's just that I saw how young, handsome, and dashing you are, and jealousy got the better of me. That's what gave me the idea to kill you. From now on, I will never harbor any ill intentions toward you again." "Is that all?" Su Chen's reaction was placid. "Brother," Chi Chuan said helplessly. "You've probably looked into my background. I'm just a live-in son-in-law. Jiang Rong keeps me on a tight leash, and I don't make any extra money at the research department." "Who's backing you?" Su Chen asked bluntly. "I." Chi Chuan's eyes darted around, his face troubled. "Please don't ask. It won't be good for anyone if you find out. I haven't contacted him since I was brought in. I'll serve my time quietly for these few days. Consider it my atonement. We're all on the same path. Just give me a chance." He even added a hint of implication as he spoke that last sentence. Su Chen stared at him. He can really bend and bow. Truly impressive. The last time I mentioned we were on the same path, he nearly lost control. This time, to lower my guard, he's apologized, complimented me, and now he's even brought up that same phrase himself. "Jiang He came to save you," Su Chen said with a sigh. "She's just upstairs." "Upstairs?" Chi Chuan gritted his teeth but managed to force a smile. "We were husband and wife, after all. Sign this, and you can leave later tonight." Su Chen took out a leather scroll. Chi Chuan knew what it was, but he wasn't surprised. He sighed. It should have come to this sooner. He acted nonchalantly, taking the scroll and signing his name. The characters on it flashed with a faint light, and the entire scroll disintegrated. Su Chen took it and turned to leave. "Wait until later tonight. I'll let you out then." "I believe you, younger brother Su," Chi Chuan said gently. "It was only for a few days anyway, I was getting out sooner or later." Boom. The cell door boomed shut again. Chi Chuan snorted coldly to himself, but then he suddenly felt his heart clench with a faint, sharp pain. What's going on? He touched his chest, but the feeling quickly vanished. The hunger in his stomach tormented him constantly, and every cell in his body was screaming. Just a few more days to endure at most. However, to his surprise, just 3 or 4 hours later, around 10 at night, Chen actually let him go. I can go. Chuan was still a bit surprised. If you don't want to go, you can keep staying here, the guard said, his face expressionless. I'll go. Chuan was already mad with hunger. He had wanted to retrieve the belongings he had before being jailed. But he was informed that the person in charge had already gone home for the day. If he wanted his things, he'd have to wait until morning. Forget it. Chuan turned and left. The inspectorate was in the inner city, so it would only take 3 or 4 hours to walk back. If he waited until morning, who knew what other trouble might pop up. The night was dim, and by this time, there were very few people on the streets. Why hasn't it taken effect yet? Was the dose too small? From the shadows in the distance, Chen, wearing the shadow-avoiding robe and holding a pair of binoculars, tailed Chuan from afar, but with a different face. It was the mimic mask that Yuan Chenyang had given him. He could use it for disguise whenever he felt unsafe going out. It was even a tiered item. Mimic mask, tier 1 crafted from ghost demon hide. Can be used to make simple changes to one's facial features. I wonder how far the plan has progressed. Chuan subconsciously walked in the shadows, pondering to himself. The original idea was to plot slowly. Jiang he would die, I'd get Jiang Rong's support, then use the theft of the Holy Word Stone as a pretext to take out Yuan Chenyang. Jiang Rong would then back Zhou Xian to take over as Minister of Inspection, and after that, I would just have to wait another year. A pity things went wrong right from the start. He couldn't help but feel enraged. Where the hell did Chen come from? The guy had too many secrets. He didn't believe the rumors that Yuan Chenyang had long ago taken Chen as a student, laying the groundwork for a long con by planting him as an undercover agent in the city patrol. Damn it! The hunger in his stomach, the frustration in his heart, the shame of being cuckolded, and the memory of having to grovel before Chen just now, all of it stoked the flames of Chuan's rage. Sooner or later. Chen, Jiang He, I'll make you wish you could die, but I won't let you. Irk. Suddenly, Chuan, his expression contorting, collapsed to the ground. He struggled to breathe, his heart racked with excruciating pain as green veins began to appear on his arms. This is corpse shadow poison. His pupils contracted. When did I? Antitoxic potion. The sudden mortal danger left Chuan no time for other thoughts. He abruptly turned and rushed toward the outer city. Where is he going? Chen was quite suspicious. He narrowed his eyes and quickly followed. Chuan was a tier 2 professional, but after starving for days and now suffering from a potent poison, he staggered along, his speed slow. Chen could easily keep up. Chuan's face was pale, his forehead drenched in a cold sweat. He ran for 3 or 4 hours before finally reaching the edge of the inner city, just a step away from the outer city. Chen had been worried he would die a miserable death along the way, but somehow, Chuan had managed to hang on. Chuan stopped in front of a dilapidated building and shot straight up to the top floor. Without even taking out a key, he forced the door open. Dust flew everywhere as tables and chairs were knocked over. Bang! He broke open a section of the wall and pulled out a metal box. After hastily verifying his fingerprint, he took out a glass bottle and began to gulp it down. By this point, the green veins had almost reached his neck. Huff. 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 Chuan gasped for air, collapsing onto his back. His body twitched uncontrollably, as if he had just snatched his life back from the jaws of death. As his taut nerves finally began to relax, he subconsciously started to wonder when he could have been poisoned. I've been in the inspectorate this whole time, with almost no contact with anything from the outside, except the inspectorate's food. Chuan quickly sorted through his thoughts. His expression turned incredibly ugly as a name surfaced in his mind. But suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He turned his head to look. He saw only a blurry shadow lunging at him from the doorway. The crackle of a long, thin whip's shadow filled the air, striking terror into his heart. Before he could react, he felt his head suddenly explode, as if needles were being driven into his temples. He could still withstand this level of interference, however. "Who?" he roared, and scorching flames erupted from his eyes, instantly expanding into a curtain of fire. But he was a step too late. The whip's shadow tore through the curtain of fire and was already descending on his head. Chuan instinctively raised his hands, which were wreathed in blazing flames. However, the tip of the whip's shadow suddenly unfurled like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, transforming into countless fine threads that lashed down viciously. "Ah!" Chuan let out a wretched scream. The metallic threads, like high-speed wire saws, sliced brutally into his arms, causing flesh and blood to explode outward. A Tier 2 item? Who? Who on earth wants me dead? Terror filled Chuan's heart. His physical weakness had severely diminished his strength, leaving him with less than a tenth of his usual power. Chen. It must be him. In a flash, Chuan understood. Poisoning, tracking, ambushing, only Chen would do all this. So sinister, he raged inwardly, but it was already too late. Two iron threads, winding like venomous snakes, slipped through the gaps between his arms and plunged straight into his eyes, churning viciously inside his brain. Splat! Fragments of eyeballs mixed with blood sprayed out. Ugh! His body went rigid. Chuan made no further sound as the flames surrounding him gradually dissipated. Promotion Requirement 1, Hunt and kill one Tier 2 professional without being detected by anyone else. Completed. The first promotion requirement for the Gale Hunter was complete. Chuan had died a gruesome death. He lay on his back, two bloody holes where his eyes should have been. The spiritual resilience of a Tier 2 professional is really high, Chen thought, rubbing his temples as a throbbing pain pulsed through his head. Professionals on the physical side didn't specialize in training spiritual power, but promotion still increased their spiritual resilience. It was impossible for someone from a low-tier mental profession to instantly kill a professional from a high-tier physical profession. After confirming that Chuan showed no signs of life, Chen's gaze fell upon several small glass vials scattered beside the body. They had been in a metal box but had spilled during the fight. A targeted antitoxic potion. Chen picked them up and examined the hazy, light purple liquid swirling inside. There were labels on them. 2 vials were left, and he stuffed them both into his personal space. He grunted softly, carefully closing the door. Expanding his spiritual senses and using his spiritual vision, Chen remained constantly aware of the situation outside. Iron wires snaked through the air around him. Thanks to his dual-tasking ability, he could now control more than half of them at once. Swoosh! The iron wires pulled taut, darting back and forth within the walls and creating a continuous series of muffled thuds like a frantic drumbeat. Clang! The sharp clang made Chen look toward the left wall. Just as I thought, there's something else here. With a little effort, he pried another metal box out of the wall. It was heavy and exquisitely crafted, with a black and yellow finish. Intricate, intersecting lines were embossed on its surface, weaving together to form. Chen scrutinized the pattern, trying to identify it. Is that a vertical pupil? Click. The metal box opened on its own. A cross-shaped seam split open in the center, the panels retracting to the sides as black smoke billowed out. What the hell is this? Startled, Chen scrambled backward, but the black smoke was faster than he had imagined. It had already wrapped around his body and was boring its way inside him. A delicious soul. A voice, both real and illusory, echoed in his ears. Chen's eyes lost focus, and he seemed to see an old man, his figure as gaunt as withered wood. The figure's head was bowed, its scalp bald except for a single vertical pupil that appeared to be its only eye. I shall bestow upon you a blessing, the voice said. Become my most devout believer. What is this thing? Chen thought. Cyan wind armor swirled around him, but it was powerless to stop the black smoke from pouring into his body. The panel suddenly displayed a notification. Unknown external force detected. Eroding host's professions. Eroding my professions? A chill ran down Su Chen's spine. The Sky Splitter warrior perceives the danger and rises to the challenge. The secret artifact master observes from the sidelines. The engineering apprentice frets helplessly. The Gale hunter joins the fray. The space storer rushes to the scene. The scholar cries for help. A stream of notifications scrolled past. It was the first time Su Chen had ever seen them so active. Crisis threatening all professions detected. Taming external force. You. Your body. How can it be like this? The illusory voice in his ear suddenly turned to one of shock and uncertainty. Vaguely, Su Chen thought he saw the withered figure raising its head, but it was already starting to fade. I will remember your scent. Clatter. The metal box fell to the floor and snapped shut. Taming successful. Acquired low-tier deceitful god's power, can be used on unclaimed professions below tier 3, causing them to undergo peculiar changes. His heart hammered against his ribs, and his forehead was covered in a cold sweat. Just a moment ago, he had been almost completely paralyzed. Thankfully, the crisis is over. A deceitful god can actually erode one's professions. Su Chen murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the so-called low-tier deceitful god's power. Since the panel has already tamed it, any hidden dangers should be gone. After taking a moment to calm down, he looked at the black and yellow metal box on the floor, not daring to touch it just yet. No wonder they're called deceitful gods. They're certainly bizarre. Does this mean Jiang He's murder, the theft of the Holy Word Stone, and all these other inexplicable incidents are really the work of a deceitful god moving in the shadows? This thing is definitive proof that there was something wrong with Chi Chuan. If that's the case, I don't have to hide this killing. Su Chen immediately pulled his wristband from his storage space, turned it on, and scrolled through his contacts until he found Old Yuan. Chi Chuan had to die. He had bribed Hu Xiang and sent people to kill him. It didn't matter whether he was one of Zhou Xian's men or had connections to a deceitful god. The only difference was that if there were no connection to a deceitful god, Su Chen would have had to clean up the mess himself. But now, he could have someone else handle it. Teacher, I've found something. Please come as soon as you can. He kept his message vague. Who knew if Southwind's data hub could intercept these conversations? The signal was weak, so Su Chen had to lean out the window to send the message. On the floors below, lights had begun to switch on. Old Yuan's reply came quickly. I'm tied up at the moment. If it's not a big deal, have Old Sun go take a look first. It is a big deal. A moment later, another reply came. Understood. I'll get there as soon as I can. If you need help, contact Old Sunday. Su Chen thought for a moment, then opened another chat. Brother Sun, edge of South City, bring people, quick. Meanwhile, somewhere in Southwind City, a figure in a black, hooded robe suddenly snapped their head up. Their pupils were pitch black, and their face was a mask of uncontainable shock. The sacred artifact, it's gone. Su Chen then searched the room inside and out one more time. Just as he confirmed that nothing had been missed, Fatty Sun arrived with his men. The veteran inspector, a suspected Tier 2 professional, pushed open the door, panting heavily with sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes swept over the corpse on the floor, but he immediately rushed towards Su Chen, who was standing by the window, and asked with concern. Kid, you're not hurt, are you? Several inspector guards filed in behind him. They were familiar faces, his colleagues from the 17th Patrol Guard. Honda, Lily. Zhao Xiong gestured to his left and right, and the group began to move cautiously around the corpse. Boss, this person, is that Chi Chuan? Honda asked, his head snapping up in astonishment after just a brief glance. Chi Chuan. Fatty Sun's ears perked up, and his expression changed drastically. Ah, kid, you have such a short fuse. How could you kill him, he said, looking flustered. Was it because of that woman who came last night? What did she tell you? Did you record it? You need to go, now. We'll cover up the scene. Zhao Xiong and the others exchanged subtle glances, looking as if they had just stumbled upon some major gossip. Su Chen gave a helpless smile. Where would I go? Even if you covered it up, I couldn't hide it from my teacher. Fatty Sun's expression flickered. His deference to Su Chen was entirely due to Yuan Chenyang. There was no way something like this could be kept from him. But he immediately changed the subject, asking with feigned surprise, this Chi Chuan was a Tier 2 professional, wasn't he? Kid, how did you manage to kill him? He was starved for a few days at the inspectorate, and I drugged him a little. Su Chen replied casually. So ruthless. Fatty Sun's lip twitched. He found Su Chen's calmness to be unnatural, which made him wonder. Something was off. Su Chen had already killed the man, there was no need to call them over to sanitize the scene. He could have just dealt with it himself. Ah. Lily. Su Chen said suddenly. Don't touch that. Lily froze. She looked at the object covered by the shadow-avoiding robe, shrugged, and turned to inspect something else. Why does this wall look like it's been sprayed with bullets? It's full of tiny holes. Honda said, leaning close to it. What's going on here? A deep voice boomed from the doorway, making Fatty Sun jump. How did Inspector General Yuan get here so fast? Fatty Sun wondered. I only just sent out the message. Zhao Xiong and the others instantly snapped to attention, swallowing nervously and not daring to make a sound. Is this Chi Chuan? Yuan Chenyang walked in, frowning at the corpse on the floor. His gaze moved past Fatty Sun and settled on Su Chen. He sighed. Go home. I'll take care of this. Su Chen was rather surprised. He had expected old Yuan to ask for an explanation. Teacher, over there. Su Chen pointed to the spot covered by the shadow-avoiding robe. Yuan Chenyang's eyes flickered. He walked over and lifted a corner of the shadow-avoiding robe. After just one fleeting glance, his pupils contracted sharply. This is a deceitful artifact. Yuan Chenyang snatched his hand back as if shocked, and a thoughtful look appeared on Su Chen's face. Sun Tai, take your men and leave for now, but don't go far. His expression was tense as he said in a low voice, don't contact the outside world, and warn everyone in this building not to go out or reveal their identities. Yes, sir. Fatty Sun couldn't help but glance at the shadow-avoiding robe, feeling a sense of unease. He then left with Zhao Xiong and the others. How did you kill him? Yuan Chenyang carefully lifted the shadow-avoiding robe. His expression grew even more solemn after the metal box was fully revealed. First starvation, then poison, Su Chen said succinctly. He had now graduated from seeking personal revenge to eliminating a public menace, so he was naturally confident and righteous. You knew something was wrong with him for a while. Yuan Chenyang knew this kid was cunning, so he added, I want the truth. No evidence, Su Chen said honestly. If I had evidence, he would have been severely tortured in the inspectorate long ago. Yuan Chenyang shook his head. If you hadn't found this thing, you wouldn't have notified me, would you? Su Chen mused, on the surface, there shouldn't be any problems. Jiang He has already divorced him. If I hadn't found this thing, I naturally wouldn't have notified Yuan Chenyang. But so what if someone suspects I'm connected to Chi Chuan's death? Yuan Chenyang pondered for a moment before asking, whose man do you suspect he was? Su Chen answered without hesitation, Zhou Xian. Yuan Chenyang wasn't surprised. He carefully lifted the shadow-avoiding robe. A flash of golden light appeared out of thin air and blasted the metal box, and he immediately shot backward. Even Su Chen felt a chill, but the metal box was completely undamaged. Yuan Chenyang seemed to sense something was wrong. He cautiously walked forward, carefully reached out, and picked it up. Then, his face suddenly turned ugly. The deceptive divine power that was parasitizing it is gone. Su Chen's eyes flickered. What deceptive divine power? What is this thing? This is a deceitful artifact, made from meteorite iron. The deceitful gods can entrust a portion of their power to it. Yuan Chenyang turned it over and examined it, his expression growing uglier. Large-scale deceitful god sacrifices, summons, and blessings all require this as a medium. By my reckoning, it should have been parasitized by Black Tuo's power, but it's empty. What in the world have they been doing in Southwind City? A vein throbbed on Yuan Chenyang's forehead. We were a step too late. Southwind City is doomed. I should have turned this place upside down ages ago. Air. Su Chen started to speak, but then stopped. But it's a good thing. At this point, Yuan Chenyang showed a hint of relief. It's an empty shell. Otherwise, I would have had to eliminate a dear one for the sake of justice. What do you mean? Su Chen was curious and took the opportunity to ask. I've told you before, your spirit talent makes you extremely susceptible to the favor of these ghost gods. If Black Tuo's power were still inside, it would have undoubtedly corrupted you. Yuan Chenyang explained further, your professional path would be cut off, and you would become a puppet of the deceitful god, losing your mind. That's disgusting, Su Chen said with a look of lingering fear. What happened to me is not going to be easy to explain. Exactly. Yuan Chenyang took the opportunity to lecture him. The deceitful gods are not to be trifled with. They might grant your every wish, but it will always be in a way that brings you immense pain. So you must keep your distance from these things. Don't worry, Su Chen nodded solemnly. You should head back for now. I'll handle things here. Yuan Chenyang waved his hand dismissively. After going downstairs, he greeted Fatty Sunday. The two walked a short distance away, and Su Chen asked in a low voice, Brother Sun, is there any convenient way to identify a deceitful god's followers? Fatty Sun hesitated and shook his head. As far as I know, not really. Some of them are just novice believers with strong willpower, so you can't tell them apart from normal people. Some don't even believe in the deceitful god at all, they're just driven by profit, which makes them even harder to track down. In any case, we don't really have the means here in Southwind. Su Chen grew thoughtful. In that case, finding prey won't be so easy. Waving goodbye to the others, Su Chen left. Imprisonment, poisoning, stalking and killing, and he gets away with it all, Honda said with an envious look. Shut up, Fatty Sun snapped, his expression dark. If you dare breathe a word about what happened tonight, don't blame me for being ruthless. In the room, Yuan Chenyang glanced at Chi Chuan's body, walked to the window, opened his wristband, and called a contact. Old Yuan, an aged voice came from the wristband. What made you suddenly think to contact me? Elder Jiang, Chi Chuan is dead, Yuan Chenyang said flatly. The wristband went silent, with only the faint crackle of static. How big of a deal is it? Deceitful god, Yuan Chenyang uttered two words. Jiang Rong's tone became hurried. You should know this has nothing to do with me. Yuan Chenyang said directly, I'll have people keep this under wraps. Cut your ties as soon as possible. A long silence followed. Thank you, Jiang Rong said slowly. Right. Yuan Chenyang ended the call. He couldn't help but look at Chi Chuan's body again and murmur, perfect. This is a rare opportunity. That Yuan Chenyang. Jiang Rong's expression shifted constantly. Deceitful god. Across from him, Jiang He had already stood up, unable to contain her anger. Is Chi Chuan out of his mind? How dare he collude with a deceitful god? Perhaps it wasn't his choice. Once you're targeted by a deceitful god, sigh. Jiang Rong sighed and pointed at Jiang He. I told you back then not to get involved with someone who has nothing to lose. If you were really going to marry him, you should have settled down. They have no attachments, but we do. Jiang He's anger deflated. She looked away and sat back down. Jiang Rong shook his head inwardly, then said, I never expected Yuan Chenyang to notify me in advance. I really have Su Chen to thank for this. Thank Su Chen? Jiang He asked, confused. Su Chen must have told Yuan Chenyang everything that happened that night, Jiang Rong said calmly. Back then, the academy hadn't been robbed yet, and Black Tua hadn't surfaced. Chi Chuan genuinely wanted to kill you, which paradoxically removes us from the list of suspects. Jiang He snorted and subconsciously touched her cheek. Things are about to get tense, Jiang Rong murmured. Zhang Hongba is away, Feng Chang is away, Zhou Xian has to avoid suspicion, and he still wants to win me over. Yuan Chenyang is making some big moves. I wonder what this low-tier deceitful god power actually does. Su Chen opened his panel and stared at the blood-red text. It looked very ominous. The professions he had yet to take were Gale Hunter and Secret Scholar. It says it can be used on Tier 3, but just letting it sit here won't make it multiply. I don't know what kind of mutation it might cause. Su Chen weighed the pros and cons. I'll choose Gale Hunter. If something goes wrong, I still have the Tier 2 professions for Warrior as a backup. Mental professions are tricky to deal with, but physical side ones are a bit easier to manage. Having made up his mind, Su Chen didn't hesitate. He used the low-tier deceitful god power on Gale Hunter. On the panel, the blood-red deceitful god's power transformed into strands of tangled, bloody threads that wrapped around Gale Hunter. Gale Hunter has been tainted by the deceitful god's power and is gradually becoming frenzied. The path of the hunter has been unlocked. Hunt and kill 3 Tier 2 professionals to evolve the professional level to Tier 2 top. The path of the hunter. Evolution. Su Chen's expression became a mixture of emotions, but he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Good, this is good. He knew from personal experience just how strong a top-tier profession was. But Su Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, hunting down 3 more Tier 2 professionals won't be easy. Killing Chi Chuan had seemed ordinary enough, but in reality, he had only succeeded with the help of the inspectorate. Besides, Tier 2 professionals were the pillars of Southwind City. If someone like Hu Xiang died, a minister would definitely investigate. The only exception would be someone like Chi Chuan, who had his own problems. You may continue hunting after completing the job advancement. The panel's message cleared up his doubts, and Su Chen finally felt relieved. Deceitful god's power. To get my hands on that kind of power, I'll have to keep dealing with them. The thought made Su Chen uneasy. It was currently the only thing that could actively trigger a change in his profession. It would be a lie to say he didn't covet it, but the danger was considerable, and it would be hard to explain to others. I'll take it one step at a time. Su Chen put the thought aside for now. Training makes me happy. He chugged a bottle of black flame potion and a radiance potion, followed by a glazed blood potion, and then walked into the gravity chamber. Training makes me happy. He activated dual tasking and assumed his stance. A stinging pain began to spread through every part of his body. Being able to see his various training techniques and profession progress increasing on the panel provided an immediate feedback loop, which was a psychological advantage. Developing a profession was no game. The constant toil and pain were an unceasing assault on one's willpower. Killing Chi Chuan and discovering the deceitful artifact seemed like a huge incident. But in the following days, no one came looking for him. For a full 7 or 8 days, Su Chen locked himself in his room. When he wasn't sleeping, he was developing his profession's progress, consuming one potion after another until they were all gone. NGH. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. A cool sensation spread across his scalp as his spiritual power surged uncontrollably. Secret Artifact Master developed to 50%. Ability Awaken Secret Artifact Enhancement. Other professional abilities can now be applied to controlled secret artifacts. Secret Artifact Enhancement. Su Chen relaxed his stance, his breathing heavy, as he looked at the panel's description. With a thought, the cyan iron cable appeared in his hand. He focused on the sensation. Gradually, wisps of cyan wind gathered around the iron cable, clinging to it. It really works. Su Chen's eyes widened in amazement. He had infused it with his wind erosion ability. He tried swinging it. Its speed had increased by more than a single notch, and its destructive power was also significantly greater. TSK, my 2 professions are starting to complement each other. After playing around with it for a while, Su Chen was in a good mood. It wasn't just his secret artifact master profession, his other stats had also improved significantly. Sky Splitter Warrior, 76%. Body Strengthening Technique Mastery, 40%. Prison Flame Meditation Technique Mastery, 60%. His training technique and meditation technique were on the verge of reaching master level. Such rapid progress was all thanks to the glazed blood potion. No wonder it's a treasure that even Ing Feng coveted. Chen licked his lips. Unfortunately, not only was the glazed blood gone, but all his other potions were used up as well. Without the aid of potions, his efficiency plummeted. He decided to go have a chat with his respected teacher. As soon as he left his room, Chen sensed that the atmosphere was off. He ran into many mid- to high-level personnel, all of whom were rushing about with grave expressions. "Brother Sun." From a distance, Chen called out to the easily recognizable Fatty Sun. "Little brother." Fatty Sun, whose expression had been grim, instantly broke into a brilliant smile and hurried over. "You're finally willing to come out. I've never seen a young man as tough as you. The younger generation is truly formidable." Ignoring his flattery, Chen asked quietly, "What's going on? Did something happen? You really don't know?" Fatty Sun quietly pulled Chen into a corner and whispered, "For the past few days, the Inspector General has been acting like a madman. He's turned the Inspectorate, the City Patrol Department, the Exploration Department, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs completely upside down, searching for deceitful god cultists. Everyone outside is boiling with resentment." Chen's brow twitched. "My teacher is that ruthless? Could it be because of that deceitful artifact? After old Yuan found out it was an empty shell, he kept shouting that Southwind City was doomed. As soon as he got back, he launched this massive investigation." "Tell me about it." Fatty Sun sighed. "The city lord is away, Minister Feng is away, and Minister Jiang isn't saying a word. Inspector General Yuan is pretty much the one in charge. Jiang Rong is silent." Chen's eyes flickered, and he asked, "About that business with Chi Chuan?" "Shoo." Fatty Sun quickly stopped him. "No one knows." Chen realized that the public didn't seem to know about the deceitful artifact. Fatty Sun changed the subject back. "But the others aren't pushovers. It's been less than 10 days, and Zhou Xian has already teamed up with several vice ministers to cause a scene. Did they find any deceitful god cultists?" Chen asked. "They did find a few." Fatty Sun's face showed no joy. "But they were all small fry. Even in a normal year, we'd find a few. Besides, some of them were already being monitored internally." Chen understood. Old Yuan had made such a huge move but hadn't gotten the results he should have. Naturally, the others wouldn't let it go. On the top floor of the inspectorate, Yuan Chenyang stared coldly at the group before him. Zhou Xian's face was flushed red as he raged, "What in the world are you trying to do? The city is in chaos. Everyone is terrified for their own safety. Better for everyone to be terrified than for all of us to be buried together." Yuan Chenyang said in a low, heavy voice. "Cut the crap. You're not carrying Southwind City on your shoulders alone." Zhou Xian retorted sharply, showing no fear. "When is this investigation going to end? If you don't give us an explanation today, you might as well arrest us too. That way our subordinates won't think we're all cowards who are afraid of you." The vice ministers and high-level officials from several other departments stood behind Zhou Xian, their expressions equally displeased. "You want an explanation?" Yuan Chenyang shot to his feet. His chilling aura forced everyone to take a step back. "I'll give you an explanation. Follow me." He walked straight out. The others looked at each other, and Zhou Xian snorted coldly before following close behind. The group followed him deep into the inspectorate's morgue, which was filled with a dense, white mist. Clang! Yuan Chenyang pulled out a corpse drawer. Zhou Xian's brow furrowed. After a long moment, he said hesitantly, "Is this Chi Chuan? He's really dead." Inwardly, Zhou Xian was not as calm as he appeared. Chi Chuan had been missing for days, and he'd had his suspicions. What do you mean by showing us this dead man? Zhou Xian asked, displeased. Yuan Chenyang stared straight at him for a long time before finally saying, he isn't important. But he was carrying a deceitful artifact that was already empty. What? Someone behind Zhou Xian exclaimed in shock. An empty deceitful artifact. Zhou Xian's face went pale with horror. His reaction seemed appropriate, yet also, not. How could it be, empty? Can you let us see it? Immediately, the vice minister's confidence was not as strong as it had been when they arrived. Yuan Chenyang pushed the corpse drawer shut and led everyone back to his office, where he casually tossed a metal box out of a drawer. Thud. The object hit the floor, and no one dared to pick it up. The onlookers' faces twitched. That's a deceitful artifact, and he just kept it in a drawer. I told you, it's an empty shell, Yuan Chenyang said nonchalantly. Zhou Xian was the first to pick it up. He examined it carefully, a puzzled look on his face, but inwardly he grew more and more alarmed. What's going on? It's really empty. The priest said the sacred artifact had disappeared. So it was the power inside that vanished. But where did it go? What on earth did Chi Chuan do? This was found on Chi Chuan. Where did the power stored inside it go? Yuan Chenyang scanned the crowd, his tone urgent. Perhaps Black Tua is about to sacrifice the entire city of Southwind at any moment. And you people are here calling me to account. Everyone was left speechless. After being led around by Yuan Chenyang and now faced with the existence of the deceitful artifact, they had completely lost the aggressive momentum they'd arrived with. But soon, someone came to their senses. But you've been investigating for so long and haven't found any traces. If there really was a major plot underway, it couldn't be this secretive. Perhaps this thing was empty to begin with. Or perhaps. Zhou Xian suddenly spoke up, the real thief is crying, stop thief. Yuan Chenyang's eyes narrowed slightly. He said flatly, think what you will. This is my evidence. Show me yours, and I'll willingly surrender. Their reaction was just as he'd expected. After Su Chen's assassination attempt, he had already been planning a massive investigation and was prepared to push it through with brute force. He hadn't expected the incident with Chi Chuan. The deceitful artifact was a rare piece of leverage. Once he presented it, this group would have nothing to say. This will only shut us up. Zhou Xian forced an ugly smile, put down the deceitful artifact, and turned to leave. The vice ministers exchanged glances and also left awkwardly. Once outside the inspectorate, Zhou Xian didn't even say goodbye before getting into his car and leaving. His cheeks finally began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Chen. He practically squeezed that name from his throat. He had received news when Chi Chuan was captured, but at first, he had only assumed it was Su Chen getting revenge after turning his fortunes around. But he never imagined it would escalate to this point. The long-hidden deceitful artifact had been exposed, and what's more, it had become an empty shell. What in the world happened? It will only shut them up. What does he mean? Does he have another move up his sleeve? Yuan Chenyang knitted his brow, also deeply confused. What is going on? There are no traces of any major operation in all of Southwind City. They must have used the power in the deceitful artifact to do something. In the stairwell, a head peeked out cautiously. It was Su Chen. He had no desire to wander around in front of Zhou Xian, so he waited until the man had left before coming up. Sir, it was admirable watching you take on that whole crowd, Su Chen said as he walked in, his voice full of praise. All right, cut the flattery. Yuan Chenyang waved his hand, though the expression on his face softened considerably. So you finally decided to leave your house today. I came to see how you were doing, Su Chen said, feigning curiosity. What's with all the commotion? Is it because of that deceitful artifact? Yuan Chenyang rubbed his temples. Why are you asking about this? Su Chen sighed. I feel like a small action of mine might have set off a chain reaction, making you an enemy on all fronts. He was talking about draining the deceitful artifact, but Yuan Chenyang thought he meant discovering its empty husk. It has nothing to do with you. Don't put that pressure on yourself. Yuan Chenyang glanced at him, his gaze softening as he emphasized. I don't have much time. I'll be rotated to guard the ruins soon, and I was going to launch a major investigation anyway. If it weren't for the deceitful artifact you found, today's ordeal would have been much harder to get through. Oh, is that so? Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't explain that he had absorbed the deceitful artifact, and he would have felt terrible if he had actually gotten Yuan Chenyang into trouble. As if afraid Su Chen would feel pressured, Yuan Chenyang quickly added, besides, discovering a deceitful artifact is a meritorious achievement, no matter the circumstances. If you hadn't discovered it, that wouldn't mean it didn't exist. Exposing it ahead of time is for the best. That's true. Su Chen thought for a moment, then his tone shifted. He said shyly, well, since it's a meritorious achievement. I knew it, Yuan Chenyang said with a laugh. I've been keeping the matter with Chichuan under wraps, so this contribution is a bit tricky. It's not easy to give a public commendation, not with the deceitful god cultists still lurking in the shadows. How about this, I'll privately give you 10 black flame potions and 10 radiance potions. Su Chen had no objections. Commendations are empty words, tangible benefits are what really matter. Su Chen rubbed his hands together. Could the radiance potions be swapped for something a little better? You. Surprise flashed in Yuan Chenyang's eyes. As expected of someone with a red gold talent. The inspectorate doesn't have anything better in stock, but, let me see what I can do for you. Even Su Chen felt he was being a bit much. He asked cautiously, do you have any more of that glazed blood? Getting addicted to it? Yuan Chenyang asked genially. Seeing Su Chen nod, he said with some exasperation, I barely get any quota for that stuff in a whole year. You're only tier 1, yet you're willing to just use it up like that. It's not going to multiply if I just let it sit there, Su Chen retorted. I'm out, I'm out. Yuan Chenyang waved his hands repeatedly. When he saw Su Chen still standing there, he caught on. Is there something else? It's about what I mentioned to you before, the special professions. Su Chen reminded him. Didn't I already give you engineering apprentice? Yuan Chenyang said, stuffing the deceitful artifact from his desk back into a drawer. I meant something like scholar, Su Chen said. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Yuan Chenyang leaned back, rubbing his large, bald head. He shook his head and said, when I was young, I was just like you, full of curiosity about all sorts of professions. I wasted a lot of time. It won't be too late to delve into them when you reach my age if you still have the energy for it then. Besides, you think special professions are a dime a dozen? There aren't many in Southwind City. Yingfeng might have some, though. Yingfeng. Su Chen was lost in thought. He wasn't completely ignorant about Yingfeng, their control over information was notoriously strict. The various official organizations in Southwind City only had information on Tier 2 professions at least, that's what was publicly known. Alright. Su Chen gave up. Yuan Chenyang rubbed the bridge of his nose and asked casually, how far have you developed your profession? Around 70%, I guess, Su Chen responded vaguely. You have such a precise feel for it. Yuan Chenyang was both surprised and pleased. That's not slow at all. I've studied this Sky Splitter warrior profession carefully, and it shouldn't conflict with Gale Hunter. I estimate it won't be long before you can become a Tier 2 professional. Yuan Chenyang seemed to recall something. He looked at Su Chen and said with a sigh, it's rare to see someone your age with such dedication. I thought the potions I gave you last time would take you at least a month, maybe even 2, to get through. Talent is important, but one's heart is even more so. Perhaps it's because you were once a refugee that you desperately seize every opportunity. I've seen my share of talented people who've wasted their years. As you get older, your talent can even regress. Beep. As he was speaking, his wristband emitted a beep. He took a look, and his expression changed slightly, his brow furrowing deeply. Zhang Hongbo is here. How did he get back so fast? Wait, if he's back, then why did Zhou Xian bring all those people over? Yuan Chenyang muttered to himself before suddenly cursing aloud, that old fox. He's trying to see what cards I'm holding. So devious. The city lord is back. Su Chen's mind raced. Yuan Chenyang clearly hadn't anticipated this. He probably got word and didn't trust old Yuan not to stir up trouble. You should go. I'll have old son deliver your things, Yuan Chenyang said, irritably shooing him away. Yes, sir. Su Chen nodded and left the room. Coincidentally, the elevator was just arriving. Ding! Su Chen stopped in his tracks. Standing inside was Zhang Hongbo. Lord City Lord. Just call me Uncle Zhang. Zhang Hongbo's attitude was very affable as he clapped Su Chen on the shoulder. Su Chen readily complied, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Hongbo nodded. Hengyu has a very reserved personality. You two should interact more. You might be able to help each other out in Yingfeng in the future. We said hello at the banquet the other day. He's an extraordinary young man, and he has your distinguished air, Su Chen said with sincerity. Zhang Hongbo stared at him for a long moment before shaking his head with a laugh. Go on down. As he watched the elevator doors close, the smile vanished from his face. The very instant he stepped into Yuan Chenyang's room, he demanded in a stern voice, Yuan Chenyang, what do you think you're doing? I was gone for only 10 days, and you've thrown all of Southwind City into utter chaos. How about you be the city lord instead, I wouldn't dare. Yuan Chenyang met his gaze coldly, feeling disgusted inside. In a low voice, he said, City Lord, you should already be aware of the specifics. The situation is urgent. There are people from the Deceitful God sect in the Inspectorate, the City Patrol Department, and the Exploration Department. The power within the deceitful artifact has completely vanished, and we don't know what they've done. Zhang Hongbo's voice was cold. We root out a few small fry like that from the City Patrol Department every year. I'm not clear on the Inspectorate's situation, but that person in the Exploration Department was already on our watch list. As for the deceitful artifact, that is indeed troublesome. He paused. But since you made such a huge scene and still found nothing, it's probably not as bad as you imagine. A vein throbbed in Yuan Chenyang's temple. He suspected this old fox hadn't just returned today, he had likely been watching from the shadows all along, seeing what he could dig up. Then, Zhang Hongbo's tone softened. Policing your own is the Inspectorate's responsibility, and you did discover the deceitful artifact. But the city is filled with complaints, and there are some things even I can't do anything about. What do you mean? Yuan Chenyang stared at him. Zhang Hongbo explained, I returned in a hurry, leaving no one to guard the ruins. The council has already decided, you will be rotated ahead of schedule to stand guard there. Ahead of schedule? Yuan Chenyang shot to his feet. Zhang Hongbo remained expressionless. Furthermore, the people from Yingfeng just arrived. They agree as well. The words caught in Yuan Chenyang's throat. Veins bulged on his forehead. After a long moment, he finally squeezed out a single word, fine. Your intentions were good, we all understand that. But you must also consider your methods, Zhang Hongbo said placatingly. I will temporarily take over the Inspectorate. Don't worry. I've got 10 more doses of Black Flame Potion coming. Even if there's nothing better, the Radiance Potions will have to do. That'll be enough to get both the Body Strengthening Technique and the Prison Flame Meditation Technique to master level, and my profession progression will improve significantly too. Back in his room, Su Chen calculated to himself. With this, the only promotion requirement left for Gale Hunter was one last master-level training technique. Acquiring and developing regular Tier 1 professions wasn't too difficult. You could meet the requirements just by putting in enough time. But the promotion requirements for Tier 2 professions were genuinely difficult. Resources, time, talent, and strength you couldn't lack a single one. Knock. 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 Old Sun is as fast as ever. Hearing the knock, Su Chen thought it was Fatty Sun delivering the potions. But when he opened the door, he found Yuan Chenyang standing outside, his face grim. Teacher. Su Chen was startled and quickly invited him in. After closing the door, Yuan Chenyang started cursing, "That damned bastard, that wily old fox." No wonder Zhou Xian said a deceitful artifact would only be enough to shut them up. After letting out a few more curses, he finally stopped. Su Chen asked suspiciously, "Are you talking about the city lord? Did he piss you off?" Su Chen immediately promised, "Don't worry. When I'm strong enough, I'll get back at him for you." Yuan Chenyang paid no mind to Su Chen's words. But then, as if a thought suddenly struck him, he scanned Su Chen from head to toe, his eyes narrowing. "You seem to have a way with women. You've met his daughter, haven't you? Think you could win her over?" "Huh?" Su Chen faltered, then said sheepishly, "Seduce her? I mean, I don't mind, but I'm worried it'll break old Bai's heart." "Oh, get out of here." Yuan Chenyang was just venting his frustration and quickly moved on. "I'm being rotated out early. I'm heading to the ruins." Su Chen was surprised. "But didn't the deceitful artifact prove you had a good reason for this investigation?" Zhang Hongba and Yuan Chenyang's group didn't have a simple superior-subordinate relationship. In many ways, they were more like colleagues. Even the city lord couldn't just do as he pleased. Yuan Chenyang sighed. "It was the council's decision. Yingfeng's people agreed to it, so my hands are tied. But it's not without its upsides," Yuan Chenyang added, his tone shifting. "I can use the communication equipment at the ruins to contact my teacher. He isn't part of the deceitful god sect, is he?" The thought suddenly struck Su Chen. "Not likely." Yuan Chenyang didn't hesitate to sneer. "That wily old fox isn't transferring me to stop the investigation. He's doing it to take control of it himself." The discovery of the deceitful artifact confirmed that something is amiss in Southwind City. "I made a big, public show of my investigation but officially found nothing. That's already helped him eliminate one false trail. I suspect the old bastard came back a while ago. He was waiting to make sure I came up empty-handed before making his move." Hearing this, Su Chen chimed in, "So devious. I leave tomorrow. He'll be taking over the inspectorate in my absence." Su Chen finally understood that old Yuan had come to say goodbye. He couldn't help but ask, "Then what about me?" "What do you mean, what about you?" Yuan Chenyang asked, puzzled. "You just lay low here. I'm only being transferred, it's not like I'm never coming back. What's anyone going to do to you?" "What about Zhou Xian?" Su Chen hesitated. "Why don't I go with you?" "Zhang Hongba will watch Zhou Xian more closely than I ever could," Yuan Chenyang said dismissively. "The ruins aren't a safe place. It might be even more dangerous than Southwind. You can't go. Can Zhang Hongba really be trusted?" Su Chen was still worried. "That man." Yuan Chenyang's expression flickered for a moment before he said with conviction, "He's definitely not one of the deceitful god's followers. If you run into trouble, go find Sun Tai. I've already given him a heads up." Old Yuan was a man of swift action. After saying his goodbyes, he left to make his preparations. At the same time, in front of a villa in the city center, Zhang Yinqing opened the door. Looking at the white-haired man before her, she addressed him, "Senior Brother Yang." She then glanced at the woman by his side. Yang Yen gave a simple introduction. Gu Bing, a third-level judge. After they exchanged greetings, Zhang Yinqing led them into the living room. She got 2 glasses and poured them some tea. "You're a little late. We ran into some trouble on the way, which held us up," Yang Yen said vaguely, before getting straight to the point. "What's the situation in Southwind City?" "There's a problem. A big one." Zhang Yinqing's expression turned grave. "The concentration of deceitful god cultists has surpassed the alert threshold. Combined with some recent events, we can be almost certain they're planning something big." Yuan Chenyang found the empty shell of a deceitful artifact, Yang Yen said calmly. "What?" Zhang Yinqing's expression changed abruptly, then understanding dawned on her. "No wonder he's been so conspicuous. However, your father wanted to transfer him to be stationed at the ruins. We agreed to it," Yang Yen added. Transferred away. Zhang Yunqing mused for a moment. You're trying to bait someone. Who else is here? Yang Yan remained silent. Zhang Yunqing's tone grew colder. As a judge, I have the right to know. Yang Yan sighed resignedly. You're not going to want to hear this. It's the sixth judge. The sixth judge. The color drained from Zhang Yunqing's face, her tone becoming urgent. Ing Feng, how could Ing Feng let that man come here? Does he intend to destroy Southwind City? Watch your words. Yang Yan rebuked. The sixth judge is here to deal with the deceitful god sect. Zhang Yunqing's expression remained grim. My father doesn't know it's the sixth judge, does he? Yang Yan nodded. He only knows that a chief judge is coming. Zhang Yunqing had an "I knew it" expression on her face. If he knew it was the sixth judge, he'd never have entertained the idea of using him as bait. Beside them, Gu Bing sighed, as if she wanted to offer some words of comfort. But Yang Yan's expression shifted as he suddenly looked toward the staircase. At some point, Zhang Hengyu had appeared there, looking somewhat awkward and out of place. This is your younger brother, I presume, Yang Yan said, his expression calm. Emicham. Zhang Yunqing answered absently. A silver-level physical talent. He's a promising one. It's been a while since Southwind City has seen a silver level. Yang Yan praised as he rose to his feet. Considering the timing, he could leave with us. It would save him some time. Zhang Hengyu pursed his lips, his thoughts turning to Su Chen. That won't be necessary, Zhang Yunqing said abruptly, her voice cold. He can just follow the standard procedure. Yang Yan, seeming to know what she was thinking, simply shrugged and left. Once the door was closed, Zhang Yunqing looked exhausted. Zhang Hengyu couldn't help but ask, Sis, is it because of that sixth judge? You heard that? Zhang Yunqing frowned. He quickly explained, just the name. Isn't a chief judge one of Ing Feng's pillars of support? Why are you so worried? Sigh. Seeing his uneasy expression, Zhang Yunqing couldn't help but sigh again. The sixth judge is different. He's tyrannical, reckless, and bloodthirsty. Sometimes, the damage he causes while wiping out the deceitful god sect is greater than the damage the sect itself would have caused. What? Zhang Hengyu was stunned. In everything he had been taught since childhood, the judicial court was a sacred institution. How could a chief judge like that exist? Also, Zhang Yunqing suddenly recalled, he was a refugee, too. A refugee? Zhang Hengyu was surprised. Didn't you say refugees can't enter the judicial court? It's not that they can't get in. Zhang Yunqing looked agitated. It's just that their status has limitations. Take this sixth judge, for example. With his strength and accomplishments, if it weren't for his refugee status, he would have become the chief judge long ago. Besides, his tyrannical personality is likely related to his experience as a refugee. He sees us as the exploiting class, and when he's on a mission, he's quick to kill the local higher-ups. If his parents hadn't been killed by the deceitful god sect, he might very well have defected to them. At this, she looked at her younger brother again. This judge likes to take exceptionally talented individuals as his students. It's a good thing you only have a silver talent. Zhang Hengyu fell silent. Don't tell father about this. At least, it can't come from us, Zhang Yunqing added as a warning. Zhang Hengyu nodded quickly in response to this clear directive. To think it's come to this. Zhou Xian stood by the window, a muscle in his cheek twitching. The entire room was bone-chillingly cold. Behind him, the nearly rigid corpse of Zhou Zhong lay on a metal platform. Although Yuan Chenyang had been transferred, his sense of crisis had not diminished in the slightest. Zhang Hongba was an even more troublesome problem than Yuan Chenyang. Fortunately, the man always seeks stability. Perhaps I still have a sliver of a chance. The holy word stone is lost, the space crystal is lost, and one of the two sacred artifacts has even become an empty shell. A long sigh suddenly came from behind him. Zhou Xian's pupils constricted. He spun around, and his expression became even more horrified. The one speaking was his son, the one with half his skull shattered. Who are you? Zhou Xian demanded in a low voice. You already know the answer in your heart. Why bother asking? The other party said calmly. Priest Black Tuo. Zhou Xian's expression was grim. He knew this was the person who had been in contact with him. Are you here to hold me accountable? No. Zhou Zhong's body shook its head stiffly. The great sovereign is very sympathetic to the pain of you losing your son. He has given you a chance to atone for your failures. Zhou Xian silently clenched his fists. I hesitated the first time I made contact with them, he thought. Now, there's no chance of escape. Zhou Zhong's mouth opened and closed ceaselessly, making Zhou Xian's stomach churn. When the great sovereign happened to cast his gaze here, he discovered a truly delicious, delectable soul. You need to find him. A delicious soul. Zhou Xian was confused, then suddenly asked, do you know why the deceitful artifact is empty? Because the corrosion failed, the priest did not hide. That delicious soul has extremely strong resistance. Corrosion failed? Zhou Xian's heart pounded violently. A name suddenly surfaced, Yuan Chenyang. He has that kind of power. The priest's voice seemed to come from a much more distant place. You don't need to worry about other matters. As long as you find him, the great sovereign will grant you one small wish. For example, bringing your son back to life. A sharp glint flashed in Zhou Xian's eyes. Yuan Chenyang's name was on the tip of his tongue, but the priest immediately added. But you only have one chance. Even I cannot be certain if this target is the one the sovereign needs. If you offer up the wrong person during the sacrifice, the great sovereign will be enraged, and both you and I will die. He swallowed Yuan Chenyang's name back down. Zhou Xian stared at his son's body and nodded heavily. I understand. Seeing Zhou Zhong's body lie down again, Zhou Xian's expression shifted. Yuan Chenyang is already gone. If I want to figure this out, I'll have to start with someone else. The next day, Yuan Chenyang left his loyal inspectorate and went to stand guard at the ruins. According to Fatty Sun, who came to deliver his potion later that day, Zhou Xian had fought hard in a council meeting to take temporary control of the inspectorate, but was rejected by Zhang Hongbo. Thank goodness it wasn't him. Fatty Sun said with lingering fear. Everyone knows he thinks you stood by and did nothing, letting his son die. If he really took over the inspectorate, none of us would have an easy time. Besides, he still hasn't cleared himself of suspicion regarding the deceitful god sect. How could they let him take over? Fatty Sun gossiped with him for a bit, his attitude hadn't changed at all. As he left, he offered some friendly advice, hey, don't just coop yourself up in your room training all the time. It'll mess with you after a while. You should get out for a walk every now and then. As Yuan Chenyang had told people, he was only being transferred for a time, not leaving for good. Brother Sun. Su Chen called out to him again, asking, do we have any tiered weapons here? Weapons were undoubtedly a good way to increase his strength, and all he had was an iron chain. Fatty Sun stopped and said, as if it were obvious, we're an enforcement agency. Of course we do. If you need a tier 1 weapon, I might be able to figure something out. But tier 2 is more trouble, and you can forget about tier 3. Alright. Su Chen was clearly disappointed. A tier 1 item wouldn't be much of an upgrade for him. Can't be helped. We can still make tier 1 weapons ourselves, but for tier 2 and 3, we have to rely on Infong. Fatty Sun's tone shifted. However, there are weapon masters on the black market you can commission, but the price is a bit handmade? Su Chen asked, surprised. More or less. Fatty Sun nodded. High-tier weapons are difficult to mass-produce. They basically have to be handmade. What kind of profession does it require? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Listen, my friend, you've got to specialize, Fatty Sun advised. That kind of profession is a real time and energy sink. Su Chen said he was just curious, so Fatty Sun relented. The vast majority of weapon masters have engineering apprentice as their tier 1 profession. Is that the one my mentor gave me? Su Chen's expression was odd. Yep. Fatty Sun nodded. The requirements to take on the profession aren't difficult, but it's just the foundation. As for the Tier 2 advancement professions, I'm not too clear on those. Fatty Sun couldn't get his hands on Tier 2 professions, and even old Yuan would have to go through a process. This matter wasn't urgent. After seeing Fatty Sun off, Chen skillfully downed a vial of Black Flame and Spirit Light potion. Spirit Light was also a Tier 1 potion, but of better quality. Perhaps because he was being rotated out, old Yuan had obtained it easily. A searing flame burned through his body, and his mind became highly active. Chen walked into the gravity chamber and began to train with great effort. Not long after Yuan Chenyang left, Zhang Hongba came to the inspectorate, which was not so loyal to him, and called a meeting of all personnel at the section chief level and above. The meeting was quite simple, mostly about stabilizing morale, rallying the investigators, and having everyone get back to their duties. Section Chief Sun, stay behind for a moment. After the meeting adjourned, Fatty Sun, who was mixed in with the crowd, was called to stay. Gulp. Fatty Sun's throat bobbed. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, he turned around and plastered on a smile that resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. City Lord, you called for me.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.